Okay, good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 15th day of July, 2020. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. In effort to adhere to social distancing protocols and best practices imposed by the city and state authorities, the City of Jersey City has canceled all public meetings and closed non-essential services as of March 16th, 2020 until further notice. As a result, this council meeting will be held virtually as a video conference with public access. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start, and the clock on my computer is showing 6:06 p.m. May I have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley.
Present.
Councilperson Frenzeri.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano. Your mic is muted.
I'm here.
There you go. Thank you. Councilperson Soleil.
Here.
Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
Here.
Councilperson Robinson.
Here.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Here.
Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
And Council President Waterman.
Here.
Okay. We have 9 council members in attendance at 6:06 p.m. Can we kindly rise for a moment of silence, please?
For Remy Sevillano and for my uncle Arturo Ramos.
Crystal Jones, daughter of June Jones, Morris Canal CDC.
For Tony Lambiasi.
Thank you very much. Please remain standing as we salute the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation under God, indivisible.
And then,
Justice for all.
yeah, okay, yes, there you go. All right, so now it's saying your speakers are muted,
Okay.
right?
Hold on 1 second. So can we just mute the, got to be quiet while we're on the record, please. Thank you. On behalf of Council President Waterman, in accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall. The amended annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council. Sorry about that. For the calendar year 2020 and filed in the office of the city clerk on Wednesday, March 25th, 2020. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, July 10th, 2020 at 4 p.m. to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council members, before we move on, I just have a couple of housekeeping announcements to make. So for the members of the public who are wishing to be heard on second reading ordinances, also on the public hearing on the Journal Square SID and the public hearing on the municipal budget, you must contact us through the Q&A and provide us with your your name and your phone number so we can call you to get you into the meeting to speak on those items. Once we are done with those public hearings and we go to the public request for public hearing for public speaking, we have, and it's probably not on your printed agenda.
Good afternoon. I am joined by the woman to my right who needs no introduction, the Commissioner of the Department of Health.
We have 175 speakers listed to speak tonight. So what we're going to do, we're going to call each speaker in the order that we receive them. Once we make the phone call, if there's no answer, it goes right to voicemail. We are moving on to the next speaker, and we will be not calling them back due to the length of the meeting and how many speakers there that we have listed here for tonight. With that being said, I am going to turn it over to the council president at this point.
Well, good evening, everyone. Our last council meeting on June 24th, we said that we would defer first to resolution 10.3. So before we do anything, that is what I would like to do, and we'll take a vote on it. I don't know if anyone have anything to add to it. I think, James, you emailed something that you would like to amend, so you can make the statement at this time.
So before we do that, I would like to take the motion to defer to item 10.3, resolution 20-444, which was the motion was made by Council President Waterman,
Yes.
and it was seconded by
Robinson.
Councilperson Robinson. On a motion to defer to item 10.3, resolution 20-444, Councilperson Ridley.
Sean,
Aye.
I'm sorry. I'm getting text messages saying that they're being directed to the caucus meeting, that visitors with the link.
Can we pause?
I'll
for
address
just-
that. It'll be fixed in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay,
think
should
we
we
should-
pause then for a
I
minute?
think you should pause till the public is there to view it.
Yes,
right?
please,
So-
please do. Sorry.
Okay, we're going to do a short pause.
Fell behind, but in you tight. I'll be the one who's standing high. Never underestimate the
Pop, is that you?
Who was that?
Who was that?
Uncle Pop?
That was you, Jermaine.
James, if I change my background to yours, we'll look alike. No one can tell us apart.
We used to have this background, but he left this beautiful apartment.
Let's all pick the exact same background.
Once we get everything up and running, I'm going to make an announcement. I received a couple of speakers after the meeting already started, so I don't know how you want to handle that, Council President.
Not after the meeting start.
Okay, and they're coming in
Mm-hmm.
as we're speaking.
All right.
Sean, they had all that time to register to vote.
Correct.
Speak.
All right, the site has been updated. They'll need to refresh their browser. I'm going to confirm that it's functional.
I'm sorry, I stepped away. Did that link get fixed?
We're trying to get that fixed.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Give it just another minute. The site has been updated, but the link isn't working just yet.
Estimate a fighter or a fighter. Those moves, 'cause I
How many speakers are there? I just wanted to get a count.
Too many.
175.
175? Okay. All right, thank you.
The agenda should be refreshed, council members, so you should see 175 speakers. If not, you may see just 174, but there was one that came in, Sharonda Robinson Green, right before we started at 6:06. I'm going to reiterate that. We have 14 attendees now.
Okay.
Now 23. It's going up, so I'll wait a couple of minutes until we hear back from Bernadette to confirm.
Yes, and we are still live and we are still on the record and people are able to hear us.
Okay.
Okay, so now the members are starting to come in. Just for everyone who is just joining us, the meeting started at 6:06 p.m. We took a roll call and we left off with a motion on the table to defer to item 10.3, Resolution 20-444, which is the Liberty State Park Protection Act resolution. It was made by Council President Waterman, seconded by Robinson, and I took a vote from Councilperson Ridley, and she voted aye. But before we move on, I just want to reiterate what I said in the beginning, where we probably didn't have many members of the public attending. If you wish to speak during the public hearing on the Journal Square Special Improvement District, the second reading ordinances, and the public hearing on the municipal budget, you will have to please let us know through the live event Q&A and provide us your name and number, and we'll call you and get you into those public hearings if you wish to speak on those ordinances or public hearings on those budgets. When we get to the public speaking portion of the meeting, we have 175 speakers on the agenda. Instructions were sent to all of the members. However, we will only be calling each person once due to the length of the number of speakers that are on the agenda. It is the speaker's responsibility to be by the phone. So once we call, if there's no answer, it goes right to voicemail. We're going to be moving on to the next speaker. So with that being all said and those housekeeping notes being said, any person that signed up after 6:06 will not be heard because we already started the meeting. So now we're going to get back to our motion to defer to item 10.3, Resolution 20-444. Motion was made by Council President Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Robinson. Councilperson Ridley voted aye. And on to our next council member, which is Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh. Are you on mute? Are you on mute, Councilperson Select?
He's not moving.
Or he's frozen?
Yeah,
I'll come back to him.
okay.
Councilperson Solomon.
You on mute.
Councilperson Solomon.
Yep. I'm gonna vote no.
Okay. Councilperson Robinson. You're on mute.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Yeah, we've, the city council has done this before, moved things up to the top of the agenda when there's been a large number of speakers, particularly. I can't recall offhand the last time it was done, but it's been done in the past. So this is not a new thing that's being done here. Still, I'm going to vote no in this instance because there is an inordinate number of people. There are going to be amendments to this resolution proposed, and I think we should hear from the speakers in this case. And we've also had pleas from advocates to suggest that we not move this up and that we hear from speakers before voting on this, as well as the amendments. So I'm going to vote no.
All they're going to say is they want us to vote on it. What's the difference?
Okay, Rich, go ahead, Sean, continue to take the vote.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Councilperson Saleh because it seems like he's back up and running.
Sorry, I
Hey,
got,
Sean, what was we voting on again?
So far, Councilperson Solomon and Lavaro voted no.
No, what are we voting on?
To bring it forward.
To defer to the resolution.
Oh, okay. All right.
Councilperson Saleh, sorry about that.
I look forward to hearing everyone tonight. I do want to defer to the resolution and vote on it, and just show my support for it. So
You're voting aye?
aye. Yep. This is to bring it to a vote.
To defer, yep.
Yep.
Okay, Councilperson Rivera
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 7-2 with council members Solomon and Lavaro voting no to defer. Okay.
Can I
Council
motion to amend the ordinance?
resolution.
The resolution, excuse me. Can I make a motion to amend?
So we have a motion to amend Resolution 20-444 by Councilperson Solomon. May I have a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilperson Lavaro. On a motion to amend Resolution 20-444, Councilperson Ridley.
Hold on, clerk. Do you want me to read it into the record first?
Yeah, that's what
You know
I was
what?
gonna say.
Let's
What are we
do that.
amending? What do we say?
Let's do that.
Right.
Go ahead, Councilperson Solomon, if you would be so kind.
Sure. So I will read in simply the changes. I won't read in the full resolution, obviously. So in paragraph 8, the change is to strike out the following words, which is funded by dedicated natural resource damage award funds from polluters, responsible parties, and being planned as a remediated nature with trails. So that section would be struck out. And then between, after paragraph 10 in the resolution, we would add the following paragraphs, and there's about 6 of them, so I would just read them fully, and the council has seen them in advance. So starting after paragraph 10, whereas the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, NJDEP, has expressed its openness to exploring active recreation amenities within Liberty State Park, the NJDEP, the public, Jersey City officials, and the advisory committee are therefore urged to collaborate on establishing such amenities. And whereas low-income communities and communities of color have been exposed to disproportionately high and unacceptably dangerous levels of air, water, and soil pollution, and with the accompanying potential for increased public health impacts, New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has recognized that environmental justice includes, at a minimum, ensuring that residents of all communities receive fair and equitable treatment and decision-making that affects their environment communities, homes, and health. And whereas the communities of Ward F and Ward A deserve fair and equitable treatment in decision-making in the future of Liberty State Park as part of the Protections Act requirement of comprehensive public participation. And whereas the Liberty State Park Protection Act creates and empowers an advisory committee to advise the state on, among other responsibilities, the future of the 235-acre interior portion of Liberty State Park. And whereas wards A and F in Jersey City are home to many nonprofit and civic organizations whose mission includes a focus on representing the best interests of the residents in those wards. And whereas the advisory committee created under the Liberty State Park Protection Act lacks designated minority community members. And whereas the Jersey City City Council believes the legislative sponsors of the Liberty State Park Protection Act should, at their discretion, make further amendments to the act as long as such amendments reflect the act's mission to prevent privatization of the park and to enhance the park's value to all of New Jersey, all of Jersey City, and the communities adjacent to the park. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City does hereby urge, 1, the Liberty State Park Protection Act be amended to add advisory committee members from the Jersey City-based nonprofit and civic organizations whose missions include a focus on representing the best interests of the residents of wards A and F. 2, that Governor Phil Murphy, Senate President Steve Sweeney, and State Assembly Speaker Craig Coughlin publicly express their support for the passage of the Liberty State Park Protection Act forthwith. 3, that the Liberty State Park Protection Act be passed into law forthwith by New Jersey's Assembly, Senate, and Governor. And if I can just very briefly explain the purpose of the amendments, and they are to ensure that the Liberty State Protection Act, that this resolution focuses on the Protection Act and the Protection Act alone. It doesn't get involved in other conversations related to the park. Those conversations are important and will be happening in the future, but we wanted to focus on this. We wanted to focus on the fact that the act does not exclude active recreation, and that is potentially a portion of what will come in the park, and the importance of amending the advisory committee so that the advisory committee adds members representative of the city. And last but not least, that the state sponsors of the act may make amendments to it in the future, and the council is supportive as long as those amendments reflect the mission of the act, which is to protect the park from privatization. So that's the quick summary.
All right.
Is it possible to share that document, or do you, as a shared document for the screen for folks to look at?
I can.
I've seen it. I'm talking about the public. That's why.
I mean, I think it's a public document.
Right.
You know, if they want it, they have access to it.
They do.
Has the document been updated on, I guess, on our list? Can anybody hear me? Because my computer is really going in and out.
We can hear you.
That's the document.
And
Okay.
this is the document. It
Yes.
has not been updated on the city's website yet because we need to vote. We needed
Correct.
to make a motion to amend.
Mhm.
How quickly can we update that so folks can look at it before they speak tonight?
Well,
It's
I
up
can-
here.
I'm sharing it on my screen as we speak, but in order for it to be updated, I don't have a lot of staff here to do that. So I'll try my best to do that as we get on into the meeting.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I've been
Okay.
working with thank you, Councilman Solomon. I know we've been working probably for about 24 straight hours on trying to get this stuff updated. But I really don't have the exact one in front of me. So I think that as quick as possible to get it up so, you know, the public can see exactly what we've been like trying to work to get up. Thanks for
Okay.
your time too, Councilman.
All right. Okay, Sean,
So
Yeah.
Councilman Robinson, it's on the screen there.
I'm
it's
gonna
on the screen.
Point of
I'm gonna
information.
stop sharing for a second so you can see me. So I'm gonna ask Brian, Business Administrator Brian Platt, if there's a way we can get John Mercer to just help us out with this, to get it updated, that would be fantastic.
Okay. So it could be on the screen.
But we haven't even
Some people-
voted to amend it yet.
No, we have not.
So
No,
we
we
should
have-
vote up to amend it.
Well,
Right.
I'm gonna do that, but I just wanted to have it up on the screen while we were doing that. But Brian, are we able to do that, or?
I'm not sure if John is available, but
Okay.
maybe we use this document that's on the, well, it was on the screen as
Yeah,
the,
I can share it again.
yeah, we
Share
can
it.
certainly update it after the vote during the meeting here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys
It'll
see it?
take a few minutes.
Can you guys see it?
Not
Not
yet.
at this time.
How about now?
It's happening. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
I'm gonna scroll
You
to
see the
where
screen?
it's first
Yeah.
amended.
now I could.
Okay.
Can you,
Okay.
can you see the highlight when I highlight it?
Yes.
I see his underline. Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
see there? That's the first,
Okay.
and then here's the second.
Okay. Good. Mhm.
And then here's all of the other additions, whereases.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, my highlighter is not working. There you go. Here. And then all here. Now, I can leave this up while we take the vote on the amendment if you like, council members.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that, council members?
Can I just ask a technical question?
Sure.
Can the document be shared in chat? Is that possible?
Sure, I can create a Google link very quickly and share it in the chat.
Okay.
Right, I'll get it to everybody quickly.
Yep.
You want to wait till the councilperson Solomon's able to do that, and then I'll.
No.
This is
No,
absolutely.
go ahead, move on, because
This
I
is
don't know what,
ridiculous. Let's just vote.
let's go forward, Sean.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend Resolution 20-444, which is shared on my screen as we speak by Councilperson Solomon, seconded by Councilperson LeBarro. Excuse me, on the motion to amend Resolution 20-444, Councilperson Ridley.
I just want to say that, thank you to Councilman Solomon and Councilman Robinson for working together on this to make some changes. I think it is important that all communities are represented, and I'm glad to see that everyone is working together to get more representation on the board, and to also not neglect the need for more recreation in the park while still being able to protect the environmental concerns and environmental areas of the park that we wanted to protect. So thank you both for working together on this, and I'll vote aye for the amendment.
Thank you. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
100% aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Thank you, Councilman Solomon, for, all your hard work last night, this morning. I mean, we've been going, really, really hard, but there are some things that I've asked for that are not a part of this this plan. I know you came as far as you could with it. I know I asked for like some specific names to be put into the resolution, because right now the state bill has specific names, naming the governor's office having two, the Friends of Liberty State Park, the Parks Coalition, the Baykeeper, things like that. It's in there. I know we was working to try to put more, but I wanted some specific organizations in there. It was going to be the, executive directors or their designee of the Jersey City Anti-Violence, director of the Morris Canal, director of recreation, the NAACP, wards FANE or their designees. And I really wanted the specific names to get in, because I guess suggesting to the state that we have more representation really doesn't give them a clear idea of who we were looking for and what kind of people we were looking for. And also some of the things on there, I think I looked at it, it says the Liberty State Park Protection Act, which added, creates and empowers an advisory committee to advise the state among many responsibilities, the future of the 235-acre interior portion of Liberty State Park. And I truly believe that that's the only place that we will be able to have recreation, because we're not going to disturb the rest of the park to put active recreation in there. So, you know, we've been working really hard, and Councilman, you know, you came a long way, but I don't think it really speaks to exactly what I wanted. So I'm not going to vote to add the changes. No.
Okay. Councilperson Navarro.
So I vote aye on the amendments.
Councilperson Rivera. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to amend Resolution 20-444 carries 8-1, with Council Member Robinson voting no. I will try to have that amendment up as quickly as possible. So as we are moving on, we are going to take a vote on the resolution 20-444 as amended. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
I'm not going to belabor the point, but just thank you to Councilman Solomon and Councilman Robinson for trying to reconcile what you all thought should go into this. This ordinance is about the Liberty State Protection Act, and I think that when this resolution passes and we send our support for it, that's the time to go to our partners at the state. And I look forward to all of the people that are on this meeting right now joining us and contacting your assembly people, Angela McKnight and Nick Chiaravolati, and your senators, Sandra Cunningham, because that's where the real conversation needs to happen. We shouldn't be fighting each other here at the city all the time like this. We should be getting together and going to the state and tell them what we want from them. And with that, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Hey, Clerk, I'm a little confused. I thought we were moving to do this to try to get some of the speakers off the list, to get them to, you know, come in and speak about this. So I guess we're voting.
Somebody has to vote.
Comment? Huh?
We're in the process of voting.
Yeah, I know, I get that, but I thought we were gonna hear like the commentation from the community, because it's almost like
we're not.
Shouldn't we hear what they want to say? I mean,
we're not,
I thought that was
we
the purpose of moving it to the front.
Well,
no, it wasn't. We was clear from last time we had the meeting.
Yeah, but I thought we were doing it to hear the conversation first, so we wouldn't have to hear it later on in the evening, because, I mean, everybody, once the vote is in, everybody probably should just hang up the phone and not listen to it if they came to speak on that.
Well,
I mean, so I'm gonna change my vote from moving the vote forward and change that to no. I mean, I know it don't really make sense, but I thought we were gonna hear, you know, from the community. I mean, I think that's what's going on now, and the problem that I'm having is that our voices have always been silenced, and right now is just another you know, another example of our voices being silenced. Listen, a lot of people called, and we got 175 people to call to talk about this. Well, not to talk about this, but we broke a record to have 175 people to talk, and I really thought we were all going to listen to what they had to say first. So I guess that, you know, that's how politics go, right? It's we're going to have
a motion to reconsider after the vote.
You know what? We got a lot to get through. Sean, continue with the vote. Simple. If you don't want to vote, but we said this on June 24th. This is what we would do. We did agree to that. Go ahead, Sean.
So
everybody's trying to play. Go ahead, Sean. Finish the vote.
For clarity, we made a motion to defer earlier to
right.
the item.
Right. So I'm just changing my vote to defer to no. Because I thought we were gonna let
actually
the people.
you seconded the motion.
Correct.
I want to unsecond the motion.
Well,
That is so crazy.
I mean, I
after
thought we
him?
were gonna hear the community.
Well,
mean,
who was that? That's why you need to focus and see what we was doing. Who else did it? Who else wanted second it to take Jermaine's place? Because we got to move forward with it. Okay, Youssef seconded. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay.
So we're gonna have on the motion to defer was made by Council President Waterman, seconded now by Councilperson Saleh. And the only vote I'm changing is Councilperson Solomon from yes to no.
Correct.
Councilperson Robinson.
Wait, what are we
Robinson.
doing?
Robinson.
Sean, what's going on now?
No.
I'm just
he'll
changing.
explain it.
Listen. I'm just changing the motion to defer to the item from 7-2 to 6-3.
Right.
All right, okay.
So the recap of that vote, the motion on that motion to defer to item 10.3, resolution 20-444 was made by Council President Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. Voting no, Councilpersons Solomon, Robinson, and Lavarro. So the motion carries 6-3.
Correct.
And the motion to amend was approved 8-1 by Councilperson Robinson voting no. The motion was made by Councilperson Solomon, seconded by Councilperson Lavarro. All of the amendments were read into the record. And now we're looking to vote on resolution 20-444 as amended. And I called on Councilperson Ridley and Prince Airy, and they both voted in the affirmative. Next council member is Councilperson Baggiano.
Yes.
Councilperson Saleh.
Yes.
Councilperson Solomon.
Just wanted to share three things and three thoughts on this. The first, which I shared at the last meeting, but I do just want to share it again with the public, is, in particular, Cave and Point has great meaning to me because as a teacher of students here in Hudson County, I have been on that beach with those students as part of environmental education. Courses and seen as transformative impact on them to have this extraordinary natural place for them to learn from, to personally feel connected to, and to make it part of science education in our city. And so Cave and Point is still that natural place because of the fight that all of Jersey City, and in particular the Friends of Liberty State Park, have engaged in. And over 4 decades, if it weren't for these fights, we would have an F1 Formula One racetrack. We would have a marina on the southern edge. We would have 2 golf courses in the interior. We would have Cave and Point as part of Liberty National. We would have an amusement park. And it's those fights that have kept the park free and open. And that's why the Protection Act is so important, because it's creating, if passed, there's no longer having to fight over and over and over again from the next privatization scheme that will come along 6 months from now, a year from now, 6 years from now. And that, to me, is why it's so important and why I've been so focused on working with as many people as possible on the council to get this passed. But the last point I just want to make is, we made some amendments. The point of those amendments is that, like anything, nothing is perfect, and we're trying to listen as a council, as folks on the outside, and make things better. I think the amendments to our resolution, which suggest amendments to the act, will make it a better piece of legislation. So I'm thankful to everyone for working on it with us. So with that, I vote very proudly aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Again, Councilman Solomon, thank you for your time. I know you've been working hard on this. This is something really big for Liberty State Park. I think you talked about the Cave and Point area, and I think we all agree that Cave and Point should never be touched. That's why it was never mentioned by me or anyone else. I mean, I was proudly down there fighting against the marina, and of course, I voted against the casino coming to the area when it was sent out for a vote. But I do have really deep concerns over the bill that is in Trenton right now. And, you know, this language that we've been working on, I wanted to kind of send a stronger message from the citizens over here on the South Side. I mean, I've been saying it before. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm not here for the Friends of Liberty State Park. I'm not here for, you know, the billionaires over at the golf course, but I'm here for the citizens and residents. You know, I've been trying to get, you know, specific names and of people and organizations inside of the language. And I was also trying to get some specific language in there about the 1977 master plan, which, you know, was held by, it had 23 public meetings that extended about 8 months in 1977 from April 13th to December 5th. It had 23 public meetings, 54 organizations testified, 95 people testified, 55 expert advice, and 4 mayors from Bayonne, Newark, Hoboken, and Jersey City all testify to say that the 1977 version was good. I have the 1977 version. I, you know, asked everybody to kind of pick it up and read it. It's a long read. It's talked to Councilwoman Ridley today about a lot of the stuff that I found in there, and basically recreation was said over 100 times, and not just passive recreation. And if you look at, you know, the what we're voting on right now, it never mentions anything about, you know, active recreation. The bill that's down in Trenton right now, it has so much language on it that I won't go through all of it, but I'll just read like just the first page 30, number 39. It says 39 through 44. More than 5 million people from around New Jersey, our nation, and the world visit the greatest park in the world. I don't say that, but I'm adding it. And it in the dramatic and meaningful views, and to enjoy the peacefulness and passive recreation opportunities of green space, the beauty of nature, wildlife habitats, family picnic areas, fishing in the midst of the most urbanized area of the East Coast. And that all of that stuff is great. And if you guys don't have it, it's the Assembly bill. If you don't know it, and I'm not going to read anymore because I know it's a lot, and the council president will probably get even madder at me. But that to me says nothing about active recreation. And to vote on this is going to basically say that, you know, I'm okay with having just only passive recreation, and I don't think that's fair to, you know, the kids that's out here killing themselves and shooting each other with fireworks. The 17-year-old that was murdered, the 12-year-old last week. I mean, we won't talk about the countless and many other murders and homicides. If you don't give these kids something to do, then they're going to continue that uptick. I keep saying a tale of two cities, and I keep saying that you know, it's really hard because 90% of the murders in the city actually happen in the ward that I represent. And the other point that I just want to, you know, touch on is that I really wanted specific people to be part of the conversation, because it was in the state bill. This bill right here is really specific on who the 7 people are that that's, well, the people that's on it. Division of, let's see, the Commissioner of the Environmental Protection, the Director of the Division of Parks and Forestry, the President of Friends of Liberty State Park, the New York, New Jersey Baykeeper, the President of Hudson River Waterfront, the President of Jersey City Parks Coalition, and the Chair of the Environmental Commission, 2 members from the Governor's Office, a state academic person, and a member from the statewide environmental organization. Basically telling us that the people from the south side of the city don't have a voice and shouldn't have a voice. And I would never vote for something like this. Hopefully the state don't vote for it. I know this just is a suggestion we're sending to the state, but I think a vote tonight says that we're voting to say that this language inside of this bill right here is the correct thing. And to not have one person from this side of the community, a part of that is disgraceful. And it speaks to, you know, the institutional racism that's been going on in America. We all know how that institutional racism it looks like Washington, D.C., and it looks like number 45 right now. It's not even worth speaking his name to say this is what it looks like, to silence the voices of the people. And, you know, Councilman Solomon, I say it again, thank you for, you know, putting up with me. I know I'm a piece of work when it comes to just talking, you know, like trying to get, you know, these things in. And it's like, I really wanted some specific language so that the state understands how I feel representing the south side of the city, that I wanted specific people that represent the community. You know, I know Councilman Solomon said that the Friends of Liberty State Park did not want council representatives, but, you know, to have the Morris Canal and have the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition to be a part of that conversation, especially with all the violence going on, and then to have the Director of Recreation to have a voice to say, hey, let's figure out how we can do recreational, or what's best to do recreation, because none of those voices that are put in, and I read the plan, and those names come straight out the plan. So I won't say that the Friends of Liberty State Park did that or anyone else. It comes straight out of the plan that those are the exact people that should be representing it. But I think a vote for this is a vote against the voices of, you know, the voiceless, the people we represent on the south side of the city every day. And I just want to say, you know, thank you to the countless many people who've emailed me, who called me, who came to see me, who visited me, who asked me to come see them, to sit down, to explain to them the legislation of the state, and, you know, the Liberty State Park, the Act 77, and exactly what we're voting on today. So a lot of people put a lot of time up. It's 175 people on today. I'm sorry your voices are not heard before the vote. I do apologize. I thought I was voting to get you guys in and out so we can hear it and just, you know, be able to just listen to you guys. I'm sorry that you wasn't able to speak before the vote. Community, we love you. You know, politics is a messy game, and it's you know, sometimes it's a fight. And, you know, just know that I'm a fighter. You know, you guys know from my past, and I'm going to continue fighting for you guys over here on the south side. And I'm going to continue working with the other 8 council members and law department and things like that, and the community as a whole, to, you know, make sure that whatever you guys ask me for, I'm going to try my best to get it done. So thank you all for coming out. 175 Jersey Cityans, council people, sorry to talk so long. I do enjoy working with you guys every day. We might not be on the same page on this one. I know it's not a popular thing to do at all. I mean, I know a lot of people might look at me a little different now. And I mean, I guess the best part of it is that the billionaire put a op-ed or something out, or paper something out, who said he's really out of the conversation to buy the 20 acres. Not sure, never had a conversation with the guy, not sure why he did it, what he did it for. I'm sure it was a reason. And, you know, he talked about social justice in there, and I'm gonna continue to fight for you guys for social justice and recreation. You know, I'm going down with the ship on recreation to try to find something for these people and especially the children to do. So thank you guys for listening to me. Council President, sorry for being so long-winded. Council people, clerk, you know, law department, you guys work really, really hard, and I don't want to like take up any more of your time, but I can't vote for something that really don't have the voices of the people. And I know it's a suggestion to the state, but state, if you're listening, I suggest you do some more homework and have some more community meetings, basically 23 public hearings to try to get this legislation right. Senators, assembly people, governors, thank you. And I think you should do some more research and some homework. And if you want to ever come to Ward F and walk the streets with me and talk to some of the constituents, just give me a call or email and I'll meet you outside. And with that being said, I'm going to vote no.
Councilperson Navarro.
A lot to say here, a lot to cover, a lot of ground. So let me just be methodical about this. So first of all, about the public speaking, while it was discussed that we would vote on this at this meeting, I did not agree to move it up to the top of the agenda. I never suggested in last week's meeting, the last June 24th meeting, or any meeting prior to that, doing that. As I said at the beginning, that there's been this is not it's not the first time this has been done, and so it's been done to move items up. So I'm not judging with 175 speakers. I understand where my council colleagues are on on this in terms of trying to move the meeting along in that sense. That being said, I'm going to encourage everybody out there who came here to speak on this, despite the fact that this vote will be complete, to let your voice still be heard. Let it be on the public record and let it be said what it is that needs to be said, because there is a lot going on here, and as Councilman Robinson alluded to, the privatizer billionaire did announce that he's putting his plans on hold. He didn't announce that he was out of the game. So make no doubt about it. His plans are on hold, and he's looking for the next opportunity. And this has been one step towards that. And I said it at the last meeting that we're voting yes. Everybody said that they would vote yes, but we effectively weakened our position and in the state legislature in this. And so we're going to have to redouble our efforts to ensure that the Liberty State Park Protection Act gets passed there. And I'm fully committed to seeing that happen now more than ever. And I was committed before, but I'll be damned. I'm going to be out there on the front lines on this thing going forward. You can count on that, and I'll walk the streets of Ward A, B, C, D, E, and F to make sure that that happens, and the rest of the state as well. That being said, I really want to speak about this and go through a little bit of a timeline on this, and I'll try to be brief and to the point. This was sought to be introduced on June 10th. Councilman Solomon had reached out to the City Council. He had sponsored this back last year to introduce the same resolution. It was the same resolution that was essentially introduced at that time, and which everyone unanimously voted for and sponsored at that time, without a from the administration on down through all the members of the City Council. Everyone was unanimously in support of it. Rallies were held, and there was attempts and pushes back in January before the legislature closed to try to get this passed and get it over the finish line back in January. What happened is that it didn't get passed. There was some controversy. That's when it first broke. The idea that that there was a potential deal in the works to try to acquire the property, that the billionaire privatizer attempted to privatize to acquire the property in exchange for a first tee program and in exchange for some lands that they would give in return. And I'm going to be real straight about it. I did not meet with the developer on this. I did meet with developer representatives on this subject, and they made it sound all great and wonderful, and how this was going to be a great benefit to the city if we made this kind of land swap and they acquired this properties, and how they would be able to work on that 35 acres of interior land and so forth. And what I told them at the time, and that show me the numbers, as I've said to every developer who comes to us in Jersey City for height increases and density increases and other things and favors and benefits and so forth. I say, you say it sounds so great. Yeah, it sounds great when you're talking in my ear about it, but show me the numbers. In fact, give the city the money to actually run a financial analysis, and we'll see how great it looks. It was suggested to me, oh yeah, we could definitely do that, but that never came about. That never materialized, and I'll tell you why. Because the reality is, financially, whatever this deal is that's being proposed and thrown around and tossed around, it does not work in the favor of the people of Jersey City. It does not work in the favor of the state of New Jersey, the residents, and all people who are looking for open space and green space and passive space to be able to have quiet space to be able to enjoy. Going back to that June 10th meeting, I will tell you, before all of this happened, I was a supporter of this completely. And then I exchanged communications with Councilman Robinson, about kind of my past involvement or my past experience in dealing with Liberty State Park as a child and growing up before I was a councilman. And I will admit, before I was a councilman, that I probably had very little interaction, and Councilman Robinson also shared that with me as well. And despite that, as a councilman, I've learned a lot about Liberty State Park. And I've learned that families love Liberty State Park, and that families of all backgrounds go there and utilize the open space and barbecue, picnics. I've been there with community groups, religious groups, faith-based groups of all ethnicities and groups, and they've celebrated. They have all of the other playgrounds and other open spaces there that people take advantage of all the time. The picnic tables and all of that stuff over at in the center of the park. So that being said, when nothing had ever been raised about the idea of that it was never accessible leading up till June 10th, and probably days before that June 10th, and actually, in fairness, some questions were raised maybe a week or so out when it was asked to be sponsored and so forth, maybe 2 weeks out even.
Got a long night. God.
Yeah, calm down, Rich. I'm going to say my piece.
This is getting to be
Yeah,
BS.
knock it off, Rich.
Let the politics out.
Yeah, enough.
Yeah,
You used to stand up for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I am. I want to buy
Yeah. You already voted. You had your minute. Okay. You don't want to stand up for it, then don't. So
just politicking. That's all.
Yeah. Okay.
Order. Can we have some order, please, and just keep on going? Let's just get some.
I'm trying to say my piece. Councilman Robinson had the opportunity to say his. I think we should all be entitled, with 175 speakers out there, to be able to say our piece on this matter. So back on June 10th, I said, yeah, look, growing up in Jersey City, I never spent a whole lot of time in parks, Liberty State Park or any other park. I was a city kid all my life and didn't spend a lot of time going around in parks. And Councilman Robinson and I both talked about that as well, and particularly with regard to Liberty State Park. But that being said, as a councilman, I've learned a lot about how families use these parks, and particularly in COVID, but even long before COVID, just how much people love Liberty State Park and love all of our parks, and what a treasure they are, and an escape for folks in an urban community to be able to have that space. And so we stood up in January earlier this year to support the Liberty State Park Protection Act, and then come June 10th. Suddenly it's let's get tabled and let's talk about access and equity and so forth around that, which I completely understand that and say, okay, well, and as I suggested back then, perhaps we could do this without holding this up, because what this is not about is not about closing off the opportunities for communities to have input. This is not about communities not having other things and active recreation spaces or anything of that nature. What this is about is the opposition to a privatization attempt by billionaire interests to be able to acquire the Cave and Point area, a natural preserve over there, an environmental protection for bird species and other species as well, but also just to preserve the open space and tranquil space that people utilize by the thousands every year. And so this amendment that we've put in place, I can't help but think that we could have done this with a lot less angst and friction. There's a lot of other things that could be thought about, but here are folks, advocates in the community who would be more than willing, more than open and prepared to have conversations, and have expressed as much to say, I'll sit at the table with anybody and make sure that people are at the table to make sure that we have a robust conversation and a healthy conversation about racial participation and making sure that voices are heard. But that is not, and I will say, not what the aim and the goal is here, right? If that were the case, we could have simply had, by the way, both one of the sponsors on the Assembly side was the Assemblywoman for District 31, Angela McKnight, who everybody has a great relationship with here. If we wanted to have a conversation with her to amend it, could have had that conversation long in advance of having a vote on this resolution itself. This resolution does nothing to actually amend it. It just sends a message to her, which is a message we probably could have just sent to her by email, or just texted to her or emailed to her in some way and let her know that we'd like to see that, along with Nick Ciarvolati, along with Assemblyman Raj Mukherjee and Senator Brian Stack. And I'm sure they would have looked at that and said, okay, we can accommodate that as well. But all of the other things, the 1977 master plan, all of that conversation, none of, I can assure you, if you hadn't heard about it, there's a reason why you didn't hear about it, because it wasn't an issue prior to July 1st. And I look back at my own Facebook feed when I first saw it, and it showed up on my Facebook feed on July 1st. And prior to that, even when this was tabled on June 10th and June 24th, none of this was a conversation then. There was no conversation about 1977 master plan. So the question, it begs the question, how did that come up and how did that information suddenly materialize? Well, somebody did some great oppo research on all of this stuff and did oppo research on the Liberty State Park itself, looking at them as opposition and the research on that. And so research was done on Liberty State Park to take a look at that and say, let's dig up this 43-year-old plan and say, this needs to be revived and revitalized. I could tell you in Jersey City, we've got a master plan for our parks in Jersey City that's old, that's far less old than that people could be talking about revitalizing that and saying we should be taking a look at that. But you don't hear conversations about that happening here in Jersey City. So a lot of this is just smoke and mirrors, folks. And I tell this to the folks out there who are still out there and came here to speak in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Don't be fooled by this. For the folks who've been bamboozled by some of this stuff, don't be bamboozled by this. This is a high dollar attempt to hijack the issue. They can pretend, firemen may pretend he's out of it. As I said, check the words on that stuff. He says it's on hold. He's not saying he's out of the business. He's in the business still. And we need to stay vigilant on this, and we need to fight and redouble our efforts and make sure the Liberty State Park Protection Act is passed. With that, I support the amendments and ensuring that there's equity and voices on this committee. And I think that's a good thing. That's the one good thing that's come out of this whole process. But I don't, while I support the Liberty State Park Protection Act and I support the amendments that's been proposed, I don't support the approach and the efforts and the people and who are behind all of this, who have poisoned this whole opportunity. And victory is still within our grasp, and now more than ever, we need to make sure that we fight back against these billionaire interests. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I'd like to apologize to the people that are hearing, you know, the council members speak all this time. I mean, if we really, as council members, if we really want to let the public speak and, you know, let them, you know, speak their mind, then we should be, you know, at least a little more, yeah, at least a little more, you know, kinder, you know, and, you know, knowing that there's going to be people that are going to be speaking at 2, 3 in the morning. But I guess this is a passionate subject, and this is something that, you know, I'm going to speak with Sam Pesson, and, you know, hopefully I can speak to the committee, you know, to bring back, you know, certain activities there, but this is not the time set for that, you know, so I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Resolution 20-444 as amended is approved 8-1, with Council Member Robinson voting no. Okay, on to our first reading ordinances. If you would allow me to read them into the record. Item 3.1, City Ordinance 20-056, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, amending Sections 332-22, no parking at any time, 332-23, no stopping or standing, Section 332-31, parking restrictions for street cleaning purposes, and 332-48, designation of parking spaces to accommodate protected bicycle lanes on Bergen Avenue. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 20-057, a street vacation ordinance granting permission to Day Street Properties LLC and its successors and assigns to make private improvements to exclusively utilize the land within the Charlotte Avenue right-of-way, Jersey City, New Jersey. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 20-058, an ordinance amending Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping to create a Street Cleaning Review Commission and amend the street cleaning schedule. Item 3.4, City Ordinance 20-059, an ordinance to amend the Land Development Ordinance, Chapter 345, Section 68 for the signage requirements for commercial usage on the second through the fifth floor in the neighborhood commercial zone. Item 3.5, City Ordinance 20-060, an ordinance amending Chapter 160 Fees and Charges, Section 160-1 Fee Schedule Established, Subsection P, Chapter 175 Food Handling Establishment of the Jersey City Municipal Code to waive the temporary food sponsor fee for nonprofit organizations for the duration of the COVID-19 state of emergency. Council members, I'm looking to take your vote on items 3.1 through 3.5. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Baggiano. You're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Sorry, aye for introduction.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye for introduction.
Items 3.1 through 3.5 are introduced unanimously, 9-0. Okay, members of the public, just to reiterate, we're now approaching our second reading ordinances. I do have a list of certain speakers, but I just wanted to reiterate the procedure. I'm going to read the ordinance into the record. If you wish to speak on the ordinance that I'm reading into the record, I'm going to call for a public hearing. And that is the time for you to let us know through the live event Q&A if you wish to speak during this public hearing on this particular ordinance, and you must stay on the subject of the ordinance. You would need to provide us with your name and your telephone number so we can call you and get you into the meeting. With that being said, on to our second reading ordinance, item 4.1, City Ordinance 20-048. An ordinance authorizing the execution of a deed of easement with COA 99 Hudson LLC, 99 Hudson Condominium Association, Inc., the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, and the City of Jersey City affecting Block 14507, Lot 1, also known as 99 Hudson Street and 100 Green Street. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Second.
Oh, hold on. Hold on 1 second. So we do have a speaker. It's Jean Daly. We're getting her on the phone. Council members, we just got to be a little patient because we are virtual, so it just takes a little bit for the members of the public to hear, because there's a little bit of a delay when I speak and when they hear us, okay? Okay. Jean has chosen not to speak, so there's another gentleman, Joel Brooks, looking to speak. We're getting Joel on the phone. Okay, he went straight to voicemail. So I have a motion. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-048?
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Council President Waterman. Seconded by Councilperson Prinz-Airy. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-048, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinz-Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson,
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-048 for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-048. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye. Oh,
Councilperson
wait,
Rivera.
I'm sorry, what are we doing? Voting on the final adoption?
We're voting to, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm voting no on, I thought this was closing this public meeting, public speaking.
Public hearing. So you're voting no?
I'm voting no. And
Okay.
look, this redevelopment plan was amended 3 different occasions since 2015. This building is approaching 900 feet tall. That's here located in 99 Hudson. As part of the amendments there, we allowed for open space, public open space, privately owned public open space, and limited access plaza space as well. There was just I just think there's probably more we could do on the public open space. There was one restriction that was listed there that had to do with the organized activities being approved by the developers. I'm not comfortable with that language as it's currently written into the ordinance. I don't think it's going to be changed, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I'm going to vote no.
Okay, Councilperson Rivera
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-048 is adopted 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no. On to our next second reading ordinance, which is item 4.2, City Ordinance 20-049, amendments to Chapter 345-16 and 345-33 of the Land Development Ordinance in response to COVID-19 regarding temporary removal of thresholds for minor site plan review. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please let us know through the live Q&A event and provide us with your name and telephone number, and we will call you to get you on the line to speak during the public portion of this meeting.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Just let me double check. I'm calling one more time for the speakers on public hearing on ordinance 20-049.
Yes, my name is Joel Brooks. Am I on?
Joel, are you speaking on the ordinance that amendments to chapter 345-16 and 345-33?
I apologize, I'm not in front of my computer. These are the ordinances collectively that transfer the tax abatements to the Hudson Valley Property Group.
No, that's the next ordinance. So just bear with us a second, Joel, and we'll get you on the right ordinance, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So without hearing any, we have a motion made by Councilperson Rivera, and we have a second by Councilperson Prince Airy to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-049. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson,
Wrong button. Aye.
Councilperson Navarro,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-049. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-049, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-049 is adopted unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, which is item 4.3, City Ordinance 20-051, an ordinance ratifying the approval of, number one, the sale of 114-unit project-based Section 8 family housing development to Van Wagen 2 Urban Renewal LLC pursuant to the Limited Dividend Nonprofit Housing Corporations or Association Law, NJSA 55:16-1 exec, and two, the transfer and assignment of the project's tax exemption. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, and I believe we have Joel Brooks on the line. Joel? Are you there, Joel?
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute myself.
Okay, so Joel,
Yeah, my name is,
before you speak, I just want to give you a little countdown. So you have 3 minutes to speak, and your countdown will begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
thank you. I don't think I'll even take 3 minutes. My name is Joel Brooks. I am a constituent in Ward B, and in perusing the agenda this week, saw that there were 3 ordinances. This one that's under consideration at the moment, and then I think consecutively the next 2, which involve the sale of Section 8 subsidized housing properties to the Hudson Valley Property Group. And in those ordinances, if I'm not mistaken, there was no timeline on the continuation of the tax abatements. And just want to say, as a person who lives in, I don't live in Section 8 housing, but I do live in a rent control building where my landlord has willfully violated the rent control laws of our city, that want to highlight, every piece of affordable housing we have in our city, highlight it, the need to protect it. So wondering if the council could speak on the timeline for how long the tax abatements will be extended. Are they in perpetuity? Are there capital improvements being proposed? Hudson Valley Property Group has a portfolio of subsidized housing in Newark. And if I'm not mistaken, they have, I think, decent relations with the tenants there as well. But just wanted to shine a light on that. I think I'm a little bit short of 3 minutes. I also wanted, is the public hearing section separate in terms of other issues not related to this ordinance?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So I would have to go on queue later for separate issues.
That is correct. So this is the public hearing specifically on this ordinance.
You're signed up.
So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any other member of the public wishing to be heard? I have.
Yes.
Is this Yvonne?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Yvonne, hold on one second.
Sure.
Yvonne Balser is on the line to speak on City Ordinance 20-051. Your time will begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, when I looked at these ordinances, I noticed that this was done in 1978, 42 years ago. So my issue is tax abatements. The tax abatement is supposed to protect the mortgage. What mortgage company goes for 42 years? Now, I know something similar happened to to the Lafayette housing project, in which they got a transfer, they did some more work on the outside of the building, and they ended up getting a tax abatement for 67 years. I think that is absolutely ridiculous, considering the fact that the budget went up so much in this city that here we are exempting a group of people. And the problem I have with low-income housing, you talk about what they pay in their rent. You don't talk about all the subsidies they get from taxpayers from the federal government, which is not exactly taxed. So, we know that a one-bedroom apartment is senior housing. They may pay $300 a month in rent, depending upon their income. But that apartment is paying $2,200, and they get a tax abatement. Well, I can show you apartments in Jersey City that are paying full rent, and they're not getting $2,200 a month. What they don't pay is transfer on to the small homeowner, and that is really immoral, considering the fact that low-income housing, it never winds up in the newspaper for tax liens. It's always the other home. Now, my question is for all three of these properties, I don't want to speak on all of them, I'll speak on the next one. Are these all related? Are they the same developer? Are they, at all? And I really don't think tax abatement should be rolled over again and again and again. This is really for the homeowner. Jersey City practice tax discrimination against people. They really do. It may not be racial, but it's definitely tax discrimination. Because why should I have to pay full taxes and somebody else does not pay full taxes, and we both have the use of the same services? We both can use the schools. We both can use the parks. So I really find this wrong. What are they? I really want to answer. Well, what is the term of this tax abatement? For how many years? And who is the developer? I want an answer to this. I don't want just to be talking. I want an answer to my question. Like this. Well, so what is the end goal to this? Will there be another tax abatement rolled over like Lafayette? So what's the purpose of this? And why should some people in Jersey City be protected and not others? Because, in the future, when you do tax abatements, I want you to put in there what the tenants pay and what the federal government gives, because those two figures we don't see. Just so happens I know what happens, So we're not seeing the total amount. There should be all taxes. There should be no abatements. If they're getting $2,200 for a one-bedroom, they should be able to pay full taxes like everybody else. So I hear that whistle going. I would like to have an answer on whether or not this tax abatement is going to be rolled over.
Okay, the time is up. Thank you.
We'll get an answer?
No, the answer is no.
Thank you.
Okay. This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any other member wishing to be heard? And
hello?
Is this Jean?
Yes, this is she.
Hey, Jean. Jean Daly is the next speaker. Jean, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you very much, Sean. I'm kind of echoing the same thing that Yvonne had mentioned, is that these are ancient agreements, in general terms, which makes me ancient as well. But the situation in Jersey City has changed so dramatically. And kind of piggybacking on what Yvonne was mentioning, is that from what I understand, when a Section 8 housing unit is developed, let's say, the federal government pays for a portion of it, but the federal government normally pays the prevailing rate for, say, a one-bedroom apartment. And as like Yvonne was stating, that maybe the prevailing rate is $2,200 for a one-bedroom apartment. Yet these people are not living in beautiful accommodations that is, maybe other people are getting in Jersey City because we can't afford it. And I think it's very unreasonable to give these people more and more and more. When are we going to say stop? It just doesn't seem to ever stop. And I believe much more needs to be looked into it. Nobody should be able to assume someone's abatement, tax-free, whatever it is. They should have to negotiate something new. So I'm purely against these 3 rollover tactics that are going to be happening, I think, the next 3 ordinances. And it would be shameful and a disgrace if we permitted this to happen. And I would ask that you all vote no on these next 3 ordinances, because you are not doing what is best for our city. We don't know enough about the numbers to assess that is something that's being well managed, is going to do well. And it's interesting because I just looked up some information. I'm sorry to bother you, but there are certain laws in different municipalities where if anyone is going to sell, I don't think Jersey City is part of it, but if you're going to sell something that has to be sold via ordinance, it has to go through the state finance or the local finance committee. And it's sort of that reading that sort of made, I didn't have time to see if Jersey City is part of it. I don't think it is, but this is something we should really think about, not haphazardly throwing things away. That's it. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on this ordinance, and I believe we have Amy Torres on the line.
Hello.
Amy?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay, so your time is going to start on my countdown. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to, I think several of my concerns were addressed in the speakers prior to me, but what I would like to put on the record is just my concern about the precedents that this sends. I have long been opposed to the tax abatements that have been offered to these corporations, and I worry about the precedent that this sets, especially as we're looking at an economic downturn where far more of these developments are going to be up for sale. I don't think that the language included in the ordinance goes far enough to allow the public to adequately weigh in, and I'm honestly surprised that the language doesn't go far enough to allow council members to be able to place an informed vote on the sale of these properties. And while I'm commenting on 20051, I think that goes for 052 and 053 as well. There's just not sufficient enough language, and as the speaker who preceded me said, this goes sort of outside of the regular procedure for how these properties should be transferred. It's concerning to me. I don't have enough information to weigh in on each individual property, but I think the precedent that is set up is alarming, and that the language, especially around the periodic audits, doesn't attach any sort of dates or timeline to them, which then is up to the business administrator to interpret how periodic those audits should be. And those audits are some of the only times that we get information about how these tax exemptions are working or being adhered to. So I urge the council to vote no until there's more language that goes further to hold the tax exemption status of these properties accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any other member wishing to be heard? Do I have anyone else on the line? Is Ryan on the line or Jason? Ryan Moser? Jason Berg?
Oh, God.
Motion.
Hold on. They both asked to speak. Is Ryan Moser on the line? Jason Berg?
Move on.
They're replying in the live event Q&A, council members. Jason Berg?
Here.
Okay, Jason, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, this is Jason Berg speaking. These three items, even though I'm speaking on 51, are all related because they are in the same venue.
Jason, make sure you stay on this ordinance first.
Right. And what I'm saying, this will pass because it's the nature of the American machine establishment state, and you go along with what needs to be done to facilitate the end. And the real thing is interesting here is we got to stop corporate welfare. The benefits, 1978. I mean, I have to agree with this other speakers that we have. This ordinance is too old to begin working on, and this needs to be updated. And we have to stop screwing the people out of taxes. I mean, I know it's a nonprofit, and they get 6.2% on that capital. I'd like to know how much the city gets last year for its monies that went in the coffers of the city for this 114 unit piece of property. May I get an answer from the business administrator or someone here? Or is that I have to wait on an answer on that? Hello?
Yes,
I'm still here.
Jason, we'll have someone come up we'll have someone come in and explain everything after the speaking portion, okay? I'll have someone come up.
That's good. So, but again, this will be passed. I mean, I'd like to see and know how many houses are Section 8 in Jersey City. If these are 3 units and they have about 300 people in these units, it would be nice if the city would develop a list of Section 8 buildings. I mean, people need housing, and let's use our resources more effectively and efficiently with the little that we have. I mean, we can do anything when you have a lot of money, but when you have little, you can do even more because you're determined to get the job done. And with that, I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is still a public hearing.
I'm waiting for my turn to speak.
This is still a public hearing on ordinance 20-051. Any member of the public still wishing to be heard, please let us know through the live Q&A. Okay, last call on any members wishing to be heard on ordinance 20-051. Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Rivera. On a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-051, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Labarro.
So this is to close?
Close the public hearing.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-051. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-051, Councilperson Ridley.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who gave comments. I think some of the issues discussed, we did discuss in the caucus. I know one of the main concerns for the council is ensuring that we continue with affordable housing and that we have enough affordable housing for our residents and not getting rid of that. And I do agree with the speaker before last that we need to make sure that we are adhering to audits in regards to tax exempt properties, and we should probably do a better job of that and stay on top of that. But with that, I
Thank you. Members who are on hold, waiting to speak on another ordinance, can you please move away from your speaker on your computer? Because we're hearing a loud feedback and we're not able to hear the council member speak. Thank you. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
This is the final vote?
Yes.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to answer some of the questions that people raised. The developer here is Hudson Valley Property Group, who's acquiring the property for the sale. This is approval of the sale and the transfer and the assignment of the tax abatement. The tax abatements, as I understood it, had about anywhere from up to 2 years possibly remaining on their terms. I don't recall what the total length was to begin with, but I would assume it's somewhere between 30 to 40 years. Let's see. It was asked, as Councilperson Ridley talked about, I talked a lot about the idea of the preservation of these affordable units. We're talking between the three ordinances, 179 units of Section 8 housing that will be losing their tax abatements, and ergo they will lose their affordability restrictions. And we discussed this at the last meeting and in caucus with the Hudson Valley Property Group and their owners. And while others may have objected to the renewal of abatements, and it was asked if this was rolling over, there is not going to be a new abatement. It will currently, we're not extending the abatements. They informed us that they were looking to make improvements to the property and to apply for an abatement as well, but they had intended to do that, but they hadn't worked out the deal on that. I am personally reluctant to approve this. I think these sort of transfer and assignments of abatements, our priority here in a fastly gentrifying city is to preserve affordable housing and create new affordable housing opportunities, rentals and home ownership opportunities. And right now, there's no guarantee after this person acquires it whether these will remain affordable. In fact, and in fairness, I'll say Hudson Valley Property Group, having done some research, and as the first speaker, I believe it was Joel Rodriguez, mentioned, they do have a project in Newark, a development there. They also have developments in New York City, and they seem to be in the business of preserving affordable housing. This is private property. This is not publicly owned property, just to be clear for the public on that. And so I think that probably their intention is to do that. But there's intentions, and then there's what their legal obligation is. And right now, they have no legal obligation to extend the affordability restrictions. I have a couple of questions here, and I'm not going to wait for the answer because we need to move on. But I'm going to put them on the record and ask that the law department and the business administrator address them later on after this meeting is over. I'd like to know what the sale price is, and this was discussed, but could just get it for the record, and the transfer fee of the abatement, what the taxes are being generated for all three properties currently, and then can we change? And actually, I'd ask if between votes here, if you could answer this one, either if you want to answer me offline, or you can answer it publicly as well, or in the chat box. Can we change rather the transfer fees with the transfer and assignment of these abatements, these tax abatements? And if it is possible to change them, I would suggest to the council that we, this is going to be approved after this vote is taken, but that we potentially look to table these, because if we could change the fees for the transfer in the absence of not being able to ensure the affordability restrictions at this point, changing the transfer fees or making it contingent upon the maintaining of the affordability will ensure that, or give us some leverage in ensuring that they give, that they try to do the right thing in ensuring that they maintain the affordability restrictions. So if we charge a higher transfer fee potentially for if the sale should be consummated without the tax abatement or extension of the affordability restrictions in some way, then we could charge a transfer fee, which would probably could potentially dissuade them from doing that sale without extending the transfer abatement. My concern here, and I'm going to vote no to get to the point, is I'm going to vote no on all three of these ultimately, because without the extension of the affordability restrictions, they essentially have the opportunity to become market rate housing, and we have that and lose affordable housing opportunities here. In doing that, they could potentially just sell the property at market rate to someone, and they would make a killing in Jersey City's market today. And so that I don't want to see that happen. So I'm going to vote no, and we'll vote no on all three when they come before me.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-051 is approved 8-1. Excuse me, adopted 8-1 with Councilperson Lavarro voting no. Okay, on to our next second reading ordinance, which is item 4.4, City Ordinance 20-052, an ordinance ratifying the approval of number one, the sale of a 40-unit project-based Section 8 family housing development located at 277-283 Bergen Avenue, Jersey City, to Bergen Manor Urban Renewal LLC pursuant to the Limited Dividend Nonprofit Housing Corporation or Association laws, NJSA 55:16-1 exec, and number two, the transfer and assignment of the project's tax exemption. This is a public hearing on this ordinance, and I believe we have Yvonne Balser on the phone.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm only going to speak on this. I'm not going to.
Yvonne, give me 1 second. I'm going to count you down
Sure.
for your time to start, okay? Your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. I will only speak on this, not the next one, because I don't want to beat a dead horse in the bush. But what I find really annoying is the comments that you worry about a group of citizens, and you don't worry about the 6,000 people every year that goes into tax lien that's advertised in November of this year. But you don't worry about their ability to afford their homes. The reason why these people are going to tax lien, because they're paying the taxes for all the people who have the tax abatement, especially in the schools. It is not my job in Jersey City to worry about someone else. I should be worrying about my home, my family, my children, and whether or not I can support them, not another family. This is really reverse discrimination. I had never seen one of you go to a meeting when the city is selling 6,000 tax lien. Well, some people at the end do come up with the money, but it comes back year after year. They're afraid to lose their homes, and hit seniors more, because once they lose a spouse, they lose that Social Security for the other spouse, and they're the ones who go into tax lien all the time. But not one word comes up about them. We're subsidizing everyone else, and that's absolutely is not fair. Now, the problem I want to ask is that one of the problems I have with these affordable units, that the city does absolutely nothing to check whether or not these buildings are in good shape. So they get these tax abatements, and then there is no inspection because we're subsidizing them. We're paying for their children to go to school, and you're not checking whether or not these buildings are being maintained. If I don't maintain my property, I will immediately have the city come around and somewhere along the line, I'll get a ticket or from the state. They'll come and inspect my property. So there's like a double standard right there. You know, I had my house inspected by the state when I had a 3-family house, and they came in every 5 years. I don't see this. So these properties fall down, and then you worry about providing them with cheap housing, but not me. Now, the issue I want to know is if this comes back in a couple of years when that abatement expired, are you going to vote for another abatement? Because if you are, then who's going to pay for the schools? We're going up every year, and we're going up an awful lot. This year, we're going up over $30 million for the schools. So who's going to pay for that? When are you going to start worrying about the person who pays the taxes once in a while? So that's all I have to say. And I think you should, number one, hold the people accountable and inspect their properties every 2 or 3 years, like you do everyone else. And I want you to also not to vote for another tax abatement. And worry about the people who pays your salaries when they get their tax bill. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on ordinance 20-052. Our next speaker on the phone, I believe, is Jean Daly. Jean, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jean, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, thank you so much. Again, I do understand Yvonne's position. But I do believe there is a balance. You know, no one wants to pay more taxes than they certainly have to. And I see a lot of the reason of these tax hikes, and I will get back to this ordinance, is because of mismanagement by the city of their funds and leaning on these abatements. But the issue that I'm seeing is that this has to be sold, this transfer has to be approved by the city council. And sure, if we're not guaranteed anything we want as, say, let's keep it affordable for X amount of years or keep it affordable forever, just don't pass it. We are the ones who have the power. They're at our behest. We tell them what we want. And if then when we talk and we meet halfway or we meet all the way or whatever, we are in control. That's what puzzles me about all of this. If they need our approval, they need to come up with what we want. Because, as it was said, no one can state whether or not they're going to flip this property. We don't even know the profit, maybe you do, between the original owner and the second one who's buying it. I mean, that to me is a big issue. And I don't understand why anyone on this council can just say no on certain things. I can understand this patent, you know, paintbrush, everybody joins the gang, but I really wish we would slow down and think a bit and just say no for gosh darn sake. Wait a while, do some, you know, get some, you know, numbers and get some guarantees because they need us for this transfer of property. And I guess that's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, this
Thank
is
you.
still a public hearing on ordinance 20-052. I believe we have Joel Brooks on the line. Joel, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Joel, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, thank you. Be brief, and I apologize for the background noise. I'm walking on the street. So, again, Joel Brooks, resident of Ward B. Just wanted to ask some follow-up questions on this ordinance related to the previous as well as the following. Is there a community benefits agreement with Hudson Valley Property Group? Has there been discussion of market rate units in any of the buildings? Has there been any discussion on the length of the abatement? I understand some of that may be regulated by HUD and state law. And then lastly, you know, in looking at Hudson Valley Property Group, I don't know them. They seem to have a substantial portfolio of affordable housing, subsidized housing.
but they're not in business for fun. They're in business for profit, and the profits that they earn will be partially because they have tax abatements from the city. The benefits may outweigh that. I don't know the answer to that, but I just wanted to speak on these ordinances. And if my name is on for the following ordinance, I withdraw because those are my questions. Thank you.
Sean, you on mute.
Thank you. Even I go on mute too. Okay, thank you, Council President. This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. I believe we have Jason Berg on the line. Jason, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jason, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, folks. I have to concur with former president of the council. His points are on target. I don't know what is the rush to pass this. His questions are poignant and responsible. If you want to jump into a lake of fire, make sure you have fireproof. And the way you fireproof it is have these questions answered. Please table the next 2 items to get it done. These things need to be answered, and they're not being answered. Well, who's the puppet here? Really? I mean, the people, you hear the people saying something that makes common sense, but you just throw it out with the baby, and then you say, "Oh, where'd the baby go?" Common sense is not common, and folks. When it comes to intelligence, it can be burnt, but common sense is something burnt into your soul. The people here are asking for your common sense to be responsible to your constituents, to be forthright with your budget. Hey, your budget is in a shrink, and the $4,000 that I got in an abatement return is going to be sucked up, and I'll be paying another $4,000 or more on my house that was once close to $8,000. So please be physically responsible to your budget. And if you're not, well, again, do we need you? Do we need government? Do we need it all? You're there to serve us, not that you to be abused by you. Please listen to what the people are doing tonight. I would like to have the next 2 to be tabled. And if you can't table it, then you're just running into a fire with no protection. And remember, the elections are coming up pretty soon for everyone. And the harbingers are here. And if you don't listen to your heart and to the people, you're out. With that, I conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any other members of the public still wishing to be heard, please let us know by contacting us through the live event Q&A. This is still a public hearing on ordinance 20-052. Okay, this is going to be the last call on the public hearing on city ordinance 20-052. Item 4.4. Okay, hearing none, we have a motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Whoa. Okay, I am gonna choose Councilperson Ridley on that one. I hope no one minds. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-052, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Just one last comment on this. to what Ms. Yvonne Balser said, we should be looking for all of these tax abatements. Also, in the last meeting came up, and she made the right point. Are we inspecting these buildings, inspecting the records of the prior property owner as well as the future property owner in the sale to ensure that they're in compliance with all the city, not just for the property that they're in ownership of, but any properties that they have in the city. We should not be giving them the approvals around all these transfers of abatements or other actions by the city that require the city's approvals without them being in compliance. I still vote no on this, and we'll vote no on the next one as well.
This is to close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I vote no. Yes, to close.
Councilperson Rivera
Yes.
and Council President Waterman.
Yes.
To close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-052, the motion carries 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-052, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
I'll be brief. I did meet with the Hudson Valley Group about this particular property. I did not meet with them about the other two, as this is the one that's in my ward. I will say we met toward the end of last year, and at that time they had every intention of extending the tax abatement. That's actually one of the reasons why they came to my office to speak with me about this. And I know that they've been in contact with my office because they wanted to make sure that this was going to move forward with the timing of the sale. But with COVID-19, that did not happen. They do have a very good portfolio and track record of keeping affordable housing. This is part of what they do. However, having said that, I think that Councilman Lavaro's question about changing the transfer fee is something we should look into because we should always make sure that we're protected. But with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
I do respect the speakers that spoke today. I remember bringing this up at the last council meeting regarding, what would happen if we didn't approve this. And I looked into, essentially whether or not they'd be able to change this. And, Corporation Council, if you're on the line, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they can't just change this public housing to, for-profit market rate housing. It's under NJSA 5516. And furthermore, I've actually visited these properties. I know people that live in these properties, and I don't want their rents to go up. And people that talk about, we're subsidizing their public education, like, you can't squeeze blood from a stone. Like, these people are first generation, they're poor people, they need help. And we have laws on the books if we need to look to see if these buildings are being maintained properly. We have the Quality of Life Task Force. There's a mosque nearby on the last ordinance we just passed for Van Wagen, or essentially, if we don't pass it, the rents are going to go up. And then these people are up the creek without a paddle. So I'm voting yes, and I don't want the rents to go up, and I think we should help them and make sure that the buildings are kept up to code.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
From what I said in the previously regarding building inspections, I still vote no.
You. Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-052 is adopted 8-1, with Councilperson Lavaro voting no. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.5, City Ordinance 20-053, An ordinance ratifying the approval of number one, the sale of a 25-unit project-based Section 8 family housing development located at 2348-2354 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, Jersey City, to Kennedy Manor Urban Renewal, LLC, pursuant to the Limited Dividend Nonprofit Housing Corporations or Associations Law, NJSA 55:16-1 exec. And number two, the transfer and assignment of the project's tax exemption. This is a public hearing on this ordinance, and I believe we have Joel Brooks on the phone. Joel, are you there?
I am still here. You know, this is going to be a long meeting. I don't need to say the same things over and over again. So, you know, appreciate the answers from the council. Disagree with the approach, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Okay, next speaker, I believe we have Gene Daly. Gene, are you there? Gene Daly? Hold on one second, because Gene is getting on the line. Give me 1 second, guys. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Okay, went right to voicemail. So this is still a public hearing on this ordinance, on ordinance 20-053. Any member of the public still wishing to be heard, please use the live event Q&A and provide us with your name and telephone number, and we will get you on the line to speak. Okay, this is the last call for the public hearing on this ordinance 20-053. Any member of the public wishing to be heard? Seeing none on the live event Q&A, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
I am going to give that motion to Councilperson Prinzary. And to be fair, I'm going to give the second to Councilperson Rivera. On a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-053, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-053. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-053, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Is the final vote?
Yes.
I vote no.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-053 is adopted 8-1, with Councilperson Lavaro voting no. On to our next ordinance. Item 4.6, City Ordinance 20-054, an ordinance repealing Chapter 296, Streets and Sidewalks of the Jersey City Municipal Code in its entirety and adopting a new version. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please contact us through the live event Q&A and provide us with your name and telephone number, and we will get you on the line to be heard for this public hearing on this ordinance? Okay, this is the last call for a public hearing on City Ordinance 20-054.
Motion.
Hearing none and seeing none, we have a motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Who made that second? Who made the second?
Council President.
Council President Waterman, thank you. Hard to differentiate the voices through the line.
I know.
All right, so to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-054, motion made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Council President Waterman. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-054. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-054, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Sorry. Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-054 is approved unanimously 9-0. On to our last, excuse me, our last second reading ordinance, item 4.7, City Ordinance 20-055, an ordinance authorizing the execution of 2 deeds of easement by and between 100 Hoboken Avenue Partners, LLC, VL North, LLC, and the City of Jersey City affecting Block 6001, Lot 40, and Lot 10, also known as 100 Hoboken Avenue and 110 Hoboken Avenue. Sorry about that. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
If you wish to be heard, hold on. If you wish to be heard, please let us know on the live event Q&A and provide us with your name and your telephone number, and we will get you on the line so you can speak during this public hearing on City Ordinance 20-055. Okay, this is the last call on the public hearing for City Ordinance 20-055. Okay, not seeing anyone on the live event. Q&A, may I have a motion to close?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prince Airy. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close City Ordinance 20-055, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson,
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-055 for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-055. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-055 is adopted unanimously 9-0. Okay, council members, we are now going to move on to our Special Improvement District Assessment Public Hearing on the 2020-2021 Journal Square Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. This is a public hearing on the Journal Square Special Improvement District and Assessment Roll and Budget for the year 2020-2021. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please contact us through the live event Q&A and provide us with your name and telephone number, and we will patch you through the meeting so you will be allowed to speak during this public hearing. Okay. So this is going to be the last call on the public hearing on the 2020-2021 Journal Square Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please contact us through the live Q&A and provide us with your name and telephone number, and we will patch you through the meeting, to the meeting. Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing on the 2020-2021 Journal Square SID Assessment Roll and Budget?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on the 2020-2021 Journal Square SID Assessment Roll and Budget, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously 9-0. Okay, now we're on to our public hearing on the fiscal year 2020 municipal budget. This is a public hearing on the fiscal year 2020 municipal budget. I believe we have a number of speakers on the budget, and we will get the first person on the phone in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have a little bit of a list. We're just getting the people in the meeting. on the phone. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing on the fiscal year 2020 municipal budget. Please provide us with your name and number through the live event Q&A, and we will get you through and patch you through the system where we can be able to hear you so you can speak on the public hearing on the municipal budget. Okay. Anupama Skepkota. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I do apologize, but can you please state your name for the record? Are you there? God bless.
Thank you.
Sapkota? Miss Sapkota? Do we have a public speaker on the line?
Yes, but I'm not Anupama.
I'm sorry?
I said you have me on the line, but I'm not Anupama.
What is your name?
Jenna Barkis-Lichtenstein.
Oh, Jenna. Okay. Jenna, you know what? I thought we had a newer on the line. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to Jenna first. Okay. So Jenna, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Jenna Barkis-Lichtenstein, and I live in Ward E. I'm a concerned citizen and a volunteer with Solidarity Jersey City. In terms of our budget, I'm calling to amplify demands that have been made at the June 6th protest outside City Hall, as well as in the continuing weekly protests at City Hall against systemic racism in Jersey City. I'm calling to ask all of you to invest in care, not cops. We spend far too much money on police and far too little money on everything else. So I'm asking all of you to take radical steps to defund the police by 50% and help us move towards the goal of reimagining what public safety could look like without police. I want to paint you a picture of what public safety for everyone could look like, an alternative picture. Imagine for a second that you're out running errands and your bladder is full to bursting. Now imagine there are clean and plentiful public restrooms, so you don't have to risk a summons just because you need to find somewhere to pee and there's nowhere to do it. Imagine that you're driving with a burnt out taillight and you don't know about it. But now imagine that instead of giving you a ticket and yelling at you, a city employee pulls you over and helps you replace it. Or imagine that your neighbors are arguing loudly and you're concerned about them. But if you called the city, a trained and unarmed mediator would come to help de-escalate, rather than heavily armed officers who might make your neighbors feel even more afraid. Imagine that you've been exposed to COVID-19. And now imagine that while you're waiting for your test results, you don't have to worry about where you're going to isolate or how you're going to feed your children or pay the rent if you stay home from work. Imagine that as a part of public safety. Maybe you think I'm being impractical. Maybe you're thinking we can't create this future tomorrow. But as our city council, you have the power to steer us towards this kind of future by rethinking our budget. Nevin Perkins reminds us regularly as we protest that downtown is safe not because it has an extensive police presence. It doesn't have an extensive police presence. Instead, downtown is safe because it has the most resources. And we need to support the rest of the city in gaining more access to resources. Just today, Asheville, North Carolina made a historic investment in its Black community by voting to invest in closing racial disparities in areas such as healthcare, home ownership, and intergenerational wealth. What if Jersey City were to do that? Just recently, Seattle made history by defunding their police by 50% to reinvest in the community. What if Jersey City were to do that? We've already heard from many of our neighbors concerned with affordable housing, including the impending eviction crisis.
and we've already heard about the need for more outdoor recreation. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about those concerns later tonight from many of our neighbors. Cutting the police budget is one way we could provide ample funds to support both of these extremely important issues. During the COVID-19 pandemic that has caused immeasurable pain for so many members of our community, we don't need to cause more by supporting the police at the expense of public health, safe housing, and outdoor recreation. Thank you so much for listening, and again, I hope you'll vote to defund the police by 50%. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Very much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget, and I believe we have Ms. Skapkota on the line.
Yes, hi, good evening. Ms. Skapkota is here.
Hi, okay, just give me 1 second, I'll count you down, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name in any way. So your time is, okay, thank you. Your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anupama Sapkota, and I'm a longtime Jersey City resident. Just like Jenna before me, I also organize with Solidarity and Mutual Aid Jersey City. And I am here today to again reiterate our request to defund the JCPD by at least 50% and invest all of those funds back into our communities. I'm here to talk about how the JCPD's budget is vastly higher than the Department of Health and Human Services. And we need to take this time to invest in our community and invest in healthcare, especially with the pandemic going on. We need to make sure that healthcare is accessible to all members of our community, regardless of their insurance status, their ability to get to a facility. For example, I don't know if everyone's aware, there's ongoing issues with Christ Hospital, a major healthcare provider in Jersey City, with buying the property with eminent domain conversations. I even read an article on NJ.com today saying that Jersey City could possibly assist in an assessment through the Hudson County, what was the name? With the Hudson County Improvement Authority to buy out the stakeholders at Christ Hospital. We need to take more time and invest in programs and policies and things that make an impact onto the day-to-day lives of our citizens, rather than expanding a police force that does not give these quality of life support to our team, to our community. I would also like to highlight the incident on Bostwick Avenue and how, the escalation of force there, and how just that is not the face that we want in creating a safe space for the members of our community. We need to be radical. We are the most diverse city in this country. We need to be at the forefront of this fight to make sure that members of our community are protected by the community, and not by a force that has the ability to terrorize and really hurt the community members. We need to make sure that we're taking funds and reappropriating them to groups where actual change can be imported. We've made this a call to action, for the past couple of council meetings, and we really urge you all to take this chance and actually listen to the community's voice and do something about it. It's a big ask, I understand, but this really is the defining moment for the history of Jersey City for years to come. And I really do urge you all to take our request and defund the JCPD and invest back into our community, defund it by at least 50%. And move towards creating a more accessible and safe community that is by the people, for the people in this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget, and I believe we have Ilana Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you on the phone?
Yes, Elaine, I am.
Elena?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once more and for putting the 2020 municipal budget back on the agenda. My name is Elena Thompson. I'm a member of Solidarity JC and a Ward E resident. I'm speaking tonight to plead with you to divert funding from the Jersey City Police Department and invest that money in services that actually make us safer and stronger as a community, such as truly affordable housing, youth programming, access to quality health care, and other social services. I'm going to start by talking very briefly about the history of policing and why the police cannot be reformed, why they must be defunded, That is the only way to stop Black people in our city from being systemically targeted, harassed, and brutalized by JCPD. Then I'll talk very briefly about what you can and must do about it. So where did policing come from in this country? Policing emerged from the slave patrols in the 17 and 1800s that captured and returned enslaved people to their enslavers. After enslaved people were nominally emancipated with the conclusion of the Civil War, whites wrote laws called Black Codes that literally criminalized being Black and then deputized whites to enforce those laws. Those deputized whites were outfitted with formal uniforms and weapons paid for by the state. Those whites became what we now call the police. And the police didn't just enforce the Black Codes, they also took facially neutral laws and enforced them almost exclusively against Black people. Police continue to selectively enforce the law to this very day. What do police have that the rest of us don't? State-sanctioned violence. They are not social workers, they are not mental health experts, they are not addiction counselors. They simply provide, or they are simply people our city gives a uniform and a gun to. State-sanctioned violence and the threat of violence, that's all the police have that the rest of us don't. Policing, by design and in practice, has always protected existing power structures and in this country, used violence against Black people to do so. So how do we diminish police violence in our city? The only way to do that is to reduce the contact police have with the residents of our city. We have to rethink our default response of deploying state-sanctioned violence to address every social problem we have. As Nevin Perkins reminds us every week as we protest against systemic racism in Jersey City, and as Jenna mentioned before, downtown is safe not because it has the most police patrolling its streets. It doesn't. Downtown is safe because it has the most resources. So what can and must you do as city council members? You must start by decreasing JCPD's budget by 50%. While this demand may seem radical when viewed out of context, it's actually radical not to dramatically defund the police when you recognize that JCPD's ongoing targeting, harassment, and brutalization of Black residents is not some flaw in the institution, but what the institution of policing was designed to do from the beginning. As Wesley Morris put it, we shouldn't be shooting for the moon in this moment. We should be shooting for Saturn. This is the moment where there is no crazy thing to ask for, because if you know anything about what's happened in this country, everything that has led to this moment is the crazy thing. And asking to undo that is the only sane thing we can do. A majority of Seattle City Council voted to defund the Seattle Police Department by 50% last week. If Seattle can do it, Jersey City can do it. We need to reckon with who our city has protected and served, and who it has systemically and cumulatively marginalized. And we must work to become the city we need to be, a city that protects and serves all of its people. If you ever wondered what you would have done if you were in a position of power during the civil rights movement, you don't need to wonder anymore. This is the civil rights movement of our time. History will judge you. Your children will judge you. And we, the people of Jersey City, will judge you on your actions, not your words. Amend the 2020 municipal budget by defunding JCPD by 50% and reallocate those funds to house the houseless, to create truly affordable housing, to fund youth programming, and to expand access to quality healthcare for all residents. Thank you so much for your time and your action. Take care. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker for the public hearing on the municipal budget, we have Bianca. Bianca, are you on the line?
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay, Bianca, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As a Jersey City resident who has had the time to review our 2020 municipal budget, I grew very concerned about the increase from 2019 to 2020 public safety budget, which is already overbloated. An $11 million increase when your citizens are calling for defunding every single Tuesday for nearly 2 months now in front of City Hall is just totally tone deaf. And since I've lived in the city, our mayor has paraded in more and more officers. But more cops is not the answer to crime. Policing is a reactionary solution to crime. It is not a preventative solution to crime. I have to say that again because nobody hears us, you know? Policing is not the answer. It is reactionary. It is not preventative. So what we need to do is invest in our communities and in our youth because those are preventative solutions, right? There are programs in our city that we need to be investing in to sustain ourselves as a community. We need to reallocate more than that $11 million to health and human services, to recreation, which I notice is being decreased, to community development that isn't just for gentrifiers, but for the people who have lived here for years too, for youth development, which as an educator, I have to say this is crucial. So much of my students' early success affirms their futures, but when we are constantly defunding every system in place that elevates them, and instead we over-police their communities, it has severe criminogenic and psychological effects, which actually contributes to crime, which is the opposite of what we want, right? So if crime is truly the agenda that you want to avoid, I implore you all to invest in your community. I can name myriad community sustaining and interventionist programs, which exist to aid our citizens and which need our support and desperately our funding. And I'm going to list a few right now for reference. Angela Cares, Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition, Students Demand Hudson, the York Street Project, Women Rising, Team Walker, the Westside Community Fridge, soon to be a Greenville Community Fridge, the Hudson Pride Connection Center, Hudson County Self-Help Center, New City Kids, Hudson Milestones, Act Now Foundation, Solidarity and Mutual Aid Jersey City, the Bruja Dula, the Mary McLeod Bethune Life Center, Bridgeway Crisis Intervention Services. There's so many, many more. So I urge you all to reject this increase, to amend this proposed budget by drastically reducing the public safety budget, and to please just listen to the citizens who elected you to your positions and who look to you to translate our needs. We do not agree with an overbloated policing budget, and we certainly do not agree with an increase to that budget. So invest in Jersey City. What I mean by that is invest in your most marginalized groups and the ones who are getting displaced because the gentrification of their neighborhoods is pushing them out. Invest in them because the beautification of their neighborhoods was not made for them to enjoy, but for the newcomers who are the only reason we suddenly have access to working transportation, cleaner streets, bike lanes, access to farmers markets. Invest in everyone so that when we win most diverse city in the nation, we are actually still diverse and we're a great city for a reason. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I believe we have Andrew on the line. Andrew, are you there?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, Andrew, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew John. I'm a Ward F resident and a member of Solidarity Jersey City. I hope you and yours have been having a safe and enjoyable summer so far. Regarding the city's budget, I want to uplift some key issues that are facing Jersey City residents and also offer criticism of how it appears that the city has been trying to address these issues. The mayor recently wanted to take $1 million of COVID-19 relief money and spend it on Tomahawk Solutions for police training. Was nearly 20% of the city budget not enough for the police department? We should be doing the exact opposite of this by defunding JCPD and investing in housing, health, and education. Right now, for every dollar spent on police, pennies are spent on housing, health, and recreation. Further, while the city in actuality spends $149 million on its police when you factor in pensions and benefits, Jersey City public schools are underfunded by $125 million. We're halfway through 2020, but the effects of COVID-19 on our communities hasn't even been fully realized yet. While the presence of outdoor dining offers us a facade of some kind of return to normalcy, the truth is that the overall economic impact of this pandemic is still looming. Rent has already been on the rise for years, and coupled with a lack of income due to the pandemic, it looks like evictions and foreclosures are in the city's future. Right now, 40,000 plus households, that's 42.5% of the city, and half of all renters are currently cost burdened, spending more than 30% of their gross income on housing. Another 22,000 plus households are severely cost burdened, spending more than 50% of their gross income on housing. Jersey City residents have been taken to court for eviction more than 20,000 times in the last 4 years, almost all without legal representation. The city's efforts to pass an inclusionary zoning ordinance point to at least some awareness of this pressing issue, though the plan put forward by the mayor last year is laughably insulting to the people of the city. It feels as if we're treating wealthy developers like big spoiled babies, coaxing them into building affordable housing here and there and other community-centered projects, but ultimately giving them whatever they want with no accountability. It's the same thing with this controversy over Liberty State Park. People are right not to trust billionaires like Paul Fireman. Councilman Robinson, during that so-called meeting, community meeting, you said something to the effect of, "I'm torn between the billionaires and millionaires downtown and the tenants who live in Section 8. As one of your constituents, Mr. Robinson, hear my voice when I say screw the billionaires and millionaires downtown. In this scenario, the city should choose the Section 8 tenants every time, and the budget should reflect that. I think we're all in agreement that the most vulnerable in this community need resources. But the primary contradiction here seems to be where the money is coming from. For years, the plan seems to be to capitulate to interests of capital, hoping that they will, in turn, do the right thing and help improve the community. In actuality, this reduces the struggling and most vulnerable people of this city to the likes of feudal peasants who give everything to their lords in exchange for the bare minimum protection. We need to look beyond this way of getting the community what it needs. And the money is there. It's in the revenue generated from our taxes. But we blow nearly 20% of it on the police department. Not even public safety as a whole. This money is primarily spent on police salaries. Since 2013, the force has nearly doubled in size. Maybe it's time to slow down. Imagine if this year we stopped hiring new police officers, got rid of any officer with excessive use of force complaints, and instituted a zero-tolerance policy for use of force, such as was seen on Bostwick on May 5th. How are these things seen as unreasonable? Further defunding the police by 50% would give the city more than $50 million to work with. Those funds could be allocated towards expanding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, creating more youth programs, developing better mental health services. It could be used to help the efforts of community organizations like Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition or initiatives like the I Love Greenville plan. By defunding the police by 50%, you free yourself and the city in part from the cycle of catering to the interests of unethical developers and billionaire golf enthusiasts. Your legacy and impact on this great city depends on you making the right choice here. The people are watching you, and future generations will remember what you did in this moment in history. I have 1 minute. That was my whole statement. I have one last thing to say to Councilman Baggiano. I must point out your white male privilege here, and the past few meetings that I've sat in on, I see you huffing and puffing and groaning whenever you hear something that you don't like. Sometimes you get up and walk away. I must say, if I saw if a black council member or a black woman council member acted in such a way, they would not be given so many opportunities to stay in power. So I just have to say that I need to check you on your white privilege there, sir. With that, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker is Ryan. Ryan, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Ryan, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Moser. I'm also a Ward E resident and a member of both NJ08 for Progress and the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. I want to thank the previous speakers for their great words about the need to defund the police. I'm going to speak in a very similar vein. I urge the council to make these major cuts to the budget for public safety and to reinvest that money into health and human services, into recreation, youth services, and community development, so that we can address the causes of crime and violence. And in addition to that, we also need to institute an elected civilian review board with authority not only to respond to acts of violence by the police department, which clearly needs to start with the firing of Officer Rowan, but to make determinations about what the appropriate role of police is in our community. The police in Jersey City are part of the public safety department, but it is unclear to me how police keep the public safe. When a firefighter puts out a fire, or a doctor treats a sick patient, or even when a building inspector makes sure that new construction is up to code, people become more safe. But there's little evidence that policing does the same thing. They don't prevent any crimes. Instead, they serve as agents of violence and surveillance against those they perceive as criminals. No amount of training or community engagement can change the fact that police are given the power to attack and kill members of their own community. The more money we spend on police, the more we are devoting to such violence. I would prefer to live in a city that devotes much less of its resources to that power and much more toward the well-being of the community members that are most frequently the target of police violence. Black and brown people, poor people, people without housing, people with addiction, and people who work in the sex industry. But in addition to cutting the budget, the community needs a greater say in how it's policed. An elected civilian review board should be empowered not only to consider whether individual officers have acted within the acceptable limits of police violence, but also to determine what those limits are. If we need police to commit violence on behalf of the people should ultimately decide when and why that violence is appropriate, not the mayor, not the prosecutors, and certainly not the police themselves. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, we have Jennifer. Jennifer, are you on the line?
Hi. Yes.
Hi, Jennifer. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jenny Tang. I'm a Jersey City resident and a member of Solidarity Jersey City. I'm speaking today to urge you all to prioritize Jersey City's budget to meet the needs of its residents by defunding the police and investing in the community. On June 6th, McNair Academic High School's Black Diaspora Club organized a Black Lives Matter protest outside City Hall. They were loud and clear with their demands. The police in this country terrorize Black and brown communities. They will continue to do so because they are protected by a system that is working exactly as intended. Symbolic half measures simply won't cut it. Police across the country are sent out to criminalize people, to view the communities that they are supposed to serve and protect as potential criminals, and then act on that worldview and to see themselves as above the law. This escalates situations and leads to violence, injury, and death, and it perpetuates and worsens the cycle of poverty. After the protests, which united thousands of people, Mayor Phillip posted a bird's eye view of the protests on social media with the comment, "We see you and we definitely hear you." 5 days later, Mayor Phillip made a statement about why he thinks defunding the police is not something that would work here in Jersey City. Mayor Phillip cited the increased investments in social programs over the past 6 years under his administration and noted that 99% of the JCPD budget is spent on salaries, which means that defunding the police translates to officer layoffs. Since layoffs don't allow for arbitrary selection of good performers versus bad performers, this means that the last officers who are hired, many of whom are police of color hired to represent the diversity of the city, would be the first to go. But let's get the facts straight here. In 2019, Jersey City spent $149 million on police salaries, wages, other expenses, pensions, and benefits. For every dollar spent on the police, this includes pensions and benefits, the city spends only 5 cents on housing, economic development, and commerce, 3 cents on health and human services, and 3 cents on recreation, which includes youth programs. Jersey City spends pennies on the dollar on its social programs compared to what it spends on its police. Meanwhile, Jersey City has become a place where cops routinely accept bribes, engage in corruption, and brutalize residents. In 2018, for example, a federal investigation into the police department's off-duty jobs program showed that cops collectively reported taking over $500,000 in corrupt payments. In fact, even the police chief, who was appointed by Mayor Phillip himself, pleaded guilty to taking over $30,000 in corrupt payments for jobs he never worked at the Marion Gardens public housing complex. That $500,000, which is likely not even the entire amount, is money that belongs to the people of Jersey City. More recently, on May 5th, there was yet another incident of police brutality on Bostwick Avenue. The body camera footage showed that Officer Rowan brutalized 2 Black men with his police club. Officer Rowan had failed his background check 2 years prior to being hired, was somehow still hired as a cop, and then brutalized members of the Jersey City community. Officer Rowan was white, but this is not a problem that can simply be solved by hiring more police of color. A 2018 peer-reviewed study led by Charles Menfield, Dean of the School of Public Affairs and Administration at Rutgers University, Newark, concluded that white officers do not kill Black suspects at a higher rate compared with non-white officers. The killing of Black suspects is a police problem, not a white police problem. How many more Black people around the country and in our city need to be injured or killed by the police? The city spends almost $150 million on cops. if we include their benefits and pensions. And yet, Jersey City's public schools are now underfunded by $125 million. How many more children need to grow up in a city where their basic needs are not met, where their parents struggle to make ends meet, where rent is becoming increasingly expensive because there's a lack of truly affordable housing, where there's a lack of quality job prospects, where there's the impending threat of climate change always looming on the horizon? How many more children need to grow up in a city that would rather protect the salaries of police officers than reflect on what the young people of the city are demanding? Jersey City's slogan has been, for the past few years, Jersey City, make it yours. The longtime residents know that Jersey City is already ours. It's time for Jersey City's budget to reflect that. We call on the City Council to defund the police by 50% and invest that money in education, healthcare, affordable housing, jobs and youth programs, childcare, income support, public transit, retrofitting existing housing so that they're more energy efficient, municipal-owned renewable energy, and community-based violence prevention and response programs. It is not enough to just see or hear us. It's time to listen and to act. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I believe we have Yvonne Bolser on the phone.
Yes.
Okay, Yvonne, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, Yvonne Bolser. I'm actually going to speak on the budget numbers, but before I do, for those people who live in Ward E and don't want cops, bring them to our areas of the city. We want cops totally, so you don't speak for us. Now, one of the things I did is that I actually read the friendly budget, I read the regular budget, and there's some problems for me, with these two numbers. Let me go exactly what I have to say. If you go to the friendly budget, it has on the second page that we need $612 million to be raised for the budget. But if you go to page 3A on the regular budget, it has down that we're going to be spending $639 million. So my issue is, what are we raising? I mean, what will taxpayers be looking at? What is the real number? Because I don't understand what that 3A referred to on that page. And then the other issue I have, and that is called total appropriation on page 3A. The other issue I have is that we have a $42 million surplus. Is that surplus part of the 639? And where will that surplus go?
Please enter a conference ID followed by pound.
I don't know why I'm getting conference ID when I'm speaking. That's what I'm being asked. Another issue I have
to
is
continue
that
in English, press 1.
I don't know why I'm getting this noise. From the city's end, I'm getting some feedback. I don't know whether you can hear me or not. From this
to
over
continue
here.
in English, press 1.
Para español, presione 2.
I'm having a problem with the phone on my end from the city end. Over here, I also have
to continue
the
in
rateable
English,
base. The
press
rateable
1.
base go down.
Para español,
What I have
presione
right
2.
now is it appears the city rateable base went down.
Sean.
On the friendly budget, it talks about tax
Yvonne,
appeals.
Yvonne, hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Hold on 1 second. I think something happened when we were trying to get the next caller on the phone. I think we should be okay right now. You don't hear
I don't know
it
how
anymore.
much of it you.
No, we stopped the time, Yvonne.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about the rateable base. Apparently, to me, the rateable base went down, but I have no way to compare that. So did the rateable base go down? And then it also has on here that there was 1,900 tax appeals, but the city paid out zero amount of money. How could the city pay out zero amount of money last year for 2019 when I saw us bonding for tax appeals? That does not make sense on the budget, totally at all. And then we're still stuck with $125 million in absent liability. How do we pay that off? That's something. The other issue I have, which is land sales, it appears that in one place there was $12 million land sales, in another place it doesn't appear. So, number one, are we having land sales? What are we selling for $12 million? Could someone please explain that? Could someone please explain about the tax appeals? Because that does not make sense to me. And could someone please explain to me about the $125 million liability? And could someone explain to me about the bond debt?
Yeah.
The bond debt is, we're paying out this year $73 million, which is higher than last year. We went up by $1 million in terms of bond debt. So the question I would like to know, does that include any of the bond debt we did for the land that we purchased up, for this new development? Does any of that, how are we going to pay this off? I wish the city would more or less, here we are, we used to have unlimited amount of time to speak on the debt, and I have 1,001 really, a lot of questions, and I'm trying to pick the most highlight because we're stuck to 5 minutes, which I don't think is absolutely fair at all when it comes to the bond debt. There's a lot of issues. We have these tax appeals, which does not make sense. You can't tell me that we spend zero amount of money in tax appeals. That does not make sense at all. It does not make sense. Where's the surplus money from? The land sales. I just picked a few highlights. Why is it 600? And finally, I want to know, what are the rates? What's the rate for the municipal? What's the rate for the county? What's the rate for the schools? That's not listed on the budget in terms of the friendly budget, which has last year's rate, but not this year's rate. That's extremely important. So I would like to have answers to those things. I want the rate. I want to know about the tax appeals. I want to know if the city's rateable base went down from the previous year. I want to know if their land sales totally, and what are we selling to put into the budget. I want to know whether different figures from $612 million to $639 million. I just picked out the highlights because 5 minutes will not do me any justice at all. So could I have an answer to these questions?
Yvonne, could you email John and I'll make sure he get you those answers. He's on the line too, the financial director.
Okay, I will email those questions to John and I will send you a carbon copy because I basically want an answer.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I believe we have Miriam Zinn on the line. Miriam, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Okay, Miriam, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Miriam Zane. I'm a resident of Ward D and a member of Solidarity Jersey City. Like the other members of Solidarity who've spoken before me, I'm calling on you, the council members, to prioritize Jersey City's budget to meet the needs of its residents by defunding the police and investing in community. First, I want to just briefly touch on the $1 million investment that Mayor Fulop wants to spend on de-escalation training, which, in my opinion, is failing to address the issue. The institution of policing is inherently violent, and de-escalation training would just be a Band-Aid on a wound that will continue to bleed. And on top of that, Mayor Fulop wants to pay a private security company, which is just not a useful use of funds. And I want to echo others that have spoken before me to call on City Council to defund the JCPD by 50% and invest these funds back into our communities and reimagine what community safety looks like. Divesting from policing is not synonymous with a lack of safety. It's actually the exact opposite. I want to just read a quote quickly that encapsulates what I mean by that. The quote is, they don't want you to be imaginative. Pessimism is a tool of supremacy. They do not want you to be imaginative of a society free from violence, wealth hoarding, and patriarchy. In the moments you think revolution is impossible, it is important to remember that way of thinking is inherently violent and supremacist. I think it's important that the council members tonight and in the future don't mistake this moment as anything less than a revolution. And I'm confident that residents of Jersey City, as well as myself, will continue to hold their elected officials responsible for truly making our community a safer place. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker I have listed. Next speaker is Kurt Harris. He'll be coming on in 1 minute. We're just getting him on the line. Kurt Harris?
Yes, here.
Okay, Kurt, very good. Thank you. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. I am Kurt Harris, President of the Board of Trustees of the Jersey City Free Public Library. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I am here tonight on behalf of the library to express my gratitude to the City Council and City Administration for your ongoing support of the Jersey City Free Public Library. Public libraries are key anchor institutions in urban communities. We help school-aged children complete their schoolwork. We help people get into college. We help them find employment and help residents find affordable housing, among other things. We are important cornerstones of healthy communities and are often the first place people turn to when they don't know where else to go. During this pandemic, particularly during quarantine, our libraries became busier than ever before. We secured over 300 hotspots for distribution to families without internet access so that their children could continue to learn and grow. We added new resources and databases to help out of work residents enhance their resumes and find meaningful employment. We logged nearly double the use of ebooks and streaming audio and video. We implemented curbside delivery even while our buildings remained closed to the public. Perhaps most significantly, we developed and delivered over 300 hours of online programming, which has been viewed more than 250,000 times. During the pandemic, we have remained a constant, a place people could turn to stay connected and informed in a time of unprecedented challenges. We are grateful to the City Administration for the support that they have given us, which has helped us immensely as we adapt and continue providing critical services to our community. I would like to extend a special thanks to Mayor Fulop, as well as Business Administrator Brian Platt, Health and Human Services Director Stacey Flanagan for their advice and guidance, as well as for providing key resources we needed for testing and providing staff with PPE. The support of the city has also positioned us well to meet the increased need for library services that we foresee in the coming months and years. We are looking forward to a continued close working relationship with the City Council and the City Administration as we face unprecedented challenges on the road ahead. Thank you. I yield my time.
Hello, Sean?
Yes.
I'd like Mr. Harris to stay on the line if he can. Is he still on the line?
Mr. Harris, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Mr. Harris, how you doing? Councilman Danny Rivera. Just before you leave, and you don't have to answer now, if you can please send me an email. But I did not hear you mention the Biblioteca Criolla, which is the Latino-based part of your, the public library that was located in on Jersey Avenue and now moved to the 4th floor of your building. If you can just give me an update on how things are going there and what type of programs you have coming out of there, I'd really appreciate that.
Yes, I will actually email you and let you know everything that's going on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I believe our next speaker is Laura Tantanen. Laura, are you there?
Hi, yeah, Tatham, how are you?
Tatham, I'm so sorry, Laura. Okay.
That's fine.
Your time is going to start on my countdown. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi all, and thanks so much for this time. My name is Laura Tatham, and as a 12-year resident and homeowner in Jersey City, I'm asking for a minimum 25% cut in funding for the JCPD and a removal of police officers in our city schools. Our current policy of policing is not working, and I ask that Jersey City, in tandem with the newly created advisory committee, take this moment to finally examine the myriad flaws with our police force and put in the work required to fix them. There are examples of many cities that have made major structural changes to their police force for the benefit of all. Simply take a look at Camden, New Jersey, and Houston and San Antonio, Texas. Again, I am asking for a minimum 25% decrease in the JCPD budget and a reallocation of those funds for mental health services, youth programs, community-based food banks, and other social services. Invest in the residents of your city. And if any of the council members are looking for a hill to die on, I'd recommend comprehensive police reform. On that subject, I demand that the council intervene on the mayor's $1 million bid in de-escalation training, especially in the case of Tomahawk Strategic Solutions. I've read the resources online for Tomahawk, and none of it speaks to meaningful mental health training or any of the other methods proven effective. In fact, I could not even find the word de-escalation anywhere on the company's website. Having this company serve as part of the city's de-escalation training is absurd. I've emailed both the Ward E and Ward F council people on this issue, among others, nearly 2 weeks ago, and I have yet to hear back from either. TLDR, we need better social safety nets. We do not need Navy SEALs training our police force in, to quote the Tomahawk website, tactical response. We need to create a system of policing that better serves the community, so let's all please do better. I urge the City Council to take this unprecedented moment in history to do the work to create meaningful and lasting change for the most diverse city in the nation. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. The next speaker I have listed is Mary Beth. Mary Beth, are you online? Mary Beth?
You do have Richard Trent on the line.
Okay,
I'm
Richard.
not Mary Beth,
Okay.
so.
Very good. Okay, Richard, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
The municipal budget hasn't been amended since it was first introduced in February 2020. I think everyone would agree we're in a very different world than we were when this was first introduced. We faced a pandemic, an economic downturn, and we've experienced events of police brutality that have caused us to really reevaluate the role of policing in our communities. Just based on the fact of this, economic change based on the pandemic, we're going to have to make changes to our budget. It's got to be that way. So when you are reevaluating what to cut, I really do urge the City Council to listen to the demands of the other callers on this meeting and everyone who has been protesting outside City Hall for the past several weeks. I think there is a lot of good change that can come from reducing the police budget and reinvesting in community safety in a different way, in a way that doesn't necessarily involve police. So with that, I hope the City Council will listen to the words of the community and reinvest in smart policies that keep our community safe without necessarily needing to increase the police budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Lana McCray? Lana, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Lana, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you again for another long night of public testimony here. This is Lana McCray, resident of Ward D. I've spoken a couple times now, so you might remember me. I'm reiterating my calls to defund JCPD and reinvest in the community. We've heard a lot of eloquent descriptions about the city budget, how it's allocated and how it could be better allocated in social services and reinvested back into the community. So I won't go into the details. I won't take up too much time. I'll just say that Well, you know my opinion on it, and I think 20 times more money for the police budget than Health and Human Services when we're in the middle of a pandemic is outrageous. It's completely outrageous. Our priorities are totally out of whack. I am a housing lawyer. I know how bad the crisis is and how bad the crisis is going to get of evictions, of homelessness, of desperation. It's already bad and it's going to get worse. I'm even getting calls from friends. I'm getting calls from local people asking me for advice. And it's not good. People aren't going to get their jobs back. We need to invest in health and human services. We need to invest in housing and economic development. We need to invest in our community now more than ever. We're in a world historic crisis and we need to act accordingly. There's no reason for us to be allocating so much money to the police in this time of crisis. It doesn't make sense. It's not fair. It's not been proven to be effective in terms of bettering our society, our community. We've heard from a lot of people tonight about how the police have lost the confidence. The public has lost confidence in the police because of many different incidents, because of a pattern of not effectively protecting the community. And I think that the city council would be smart to listen to the voices of the people on this issue. And if you don't, then we'll be out there and we'll be getting you out of office because we're not going to give up. I'm not going away anywhere. Reinvest in our community properly, especially in this world historic moment when we desperately need funding. And I'd like to thank the librarian who just spoke, who went through very eloquently and interestingly, in fact, letting us all know about the wonderful services provided by the public libraries and how much more we could be giving the community if the libraries had more money. So anyway, I hope everyone has a good night and stay safe. This is Lana. Thank you so much. And that's my time for tonight. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I believe we have Patrick Toussaint. Patrick, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, Patrick, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Council members, good evening, and thank you for your time today. My name is Patrick Toussaint. I'm a resident of Ward F and a member of the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. First, I would like to state that I'm fully supportive of a lot of everything that the folks have already raised on the call. Namely that we should be reallocating funds toward health and human services, recreation, youth service, and community development. We need the creation of a CCB. We need to be thinking about the investigation of excessive force lawsuit payouts. And I don't think this has been brought up previously, but I did want to say that we should be making sure that Officer Rowan, who was involved in the excessive force incident, should be removed from patrol until the excessive force investigation is completed. Now, for the balance of my time, I would like to focus on how we can make the budget changes work. At first glance, all right, that's Jersey City in the background for everybody. So at first glance, because the vast majority of the police budget is for salaries and wages, it would appear that cutting the police budget and redirecting that money to other necessary public services would mean laying off our police officers, thereby putting a hardship on them and their families in these difficult economic times. But it doesn't have to be an either-or choice. We don't need to lose good public employees to increase our investment in other public services. We should instead learn from innovative private sector talent practices and unbundle, reskill, and redeploy officers to better meet the needs of our communities. Study after study suggests that police officers currently spend between 40 and 50% of their time on non-criminal activities. And cities are acknowledging this because we've expanded officer training to encompass these additional activities. Consider mental health crisis interventions as an example. And for the most part, neither officers nor communities are supportive of these additional burdens on police. A major reason for why new recruits leave police departments is that the conception of their roles doesn't match up with the actual reality. So what we need to be doing is we need to unbundle all these other responsibilities from the police officer's job description so that police officers can focus on ensuring the public safety of all members of our community, regardless of the color of our skin. Now, in addition to unbundling, we should reskill. We can offer police officers the opportunity to sign up for fully paid reskilling programs that would build on the additional training they already receive and certify them to serve the public in a different capacity as mental health professionals, teachers, community intervention specialists, or any one of the number of options noted by other members, other callers on this meeting, and other community groups. Finally, there are some things we can do immediately by redeploying police officers in unarmed capacity for traffic enforcement, crisis intervention, after-school programming, and other activities. When taken together, unbundling policing, I'll just wait for that to go by, and that guy. All right. When taken together, unbundling policing, along with reskilling and redeploying officers, presents us with a responsible, progressive, and practical budget framework for investing in and protecting our communities. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on a municipal budget, and I believe we have Pamela Johnson on the phone. Pam?
Yes.
Okay, Pam, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thank you to the council members for allowing me to speak here today and discussing the budget for the city. I'm just going to jump right into it. I just feel like we cannot depend on grants to finance violence prevention work in our community. That has been the norm, but will not be accepted going forward. We have seen effects of violence in our community, but as Councilman Robinson said, the majority of violence happens in Ward F. The violence is centralized in his ward, and yet he does not get the resources needed to make a change. However, we did see the attention violence receives when it happens in Ward E at Newport Mall. When will our administration become creative and progressive in the fight against violence as other cities and states have, along with the need to treat the root causes instead of simply hiring more police? We know that police do not prevent crime. They are called after something has already happened. And usually what happens on the South Side is another shooting or homicide. They do not prevent that, and relying on police to do so is irresponsible of elected officials and those in charge. We are on the ground risking our lives to de-escalate, mediate, and intervene in conflict. In fact, we're called by Director Shea and Chief Kelly to intervene in these conflicts all the time. So yet, folks not wanting to reallocate funds from public safety to organizations that are already being used for free, which it just baffles me. I really don't understand. That's prevention. What we do is prevention. However, there's no budget line item for that advocacy as we have been asking for in the past. Disgraced JCPD Sergeant Ransom ran over a young man 3 years ago in Audubon Park. Disgraced Officer Rowan abused young black men on May 5th on Boswick Avenue, but yet he still has a job. We have to do better, and doing better starts with you. I never really say defund the police because I've seen propaganda passed around on social media that scares people when you say defund. They think it means abolish or dismantle the police department. No one's saying we don't need the police, and we're actually tired of saying that. What we're saying is, instead of hiring more police, how about a hiring freeze? How about, so no one has to get laid off, let's just stop growing our police department, because clearly on the South Side, violence continues, shootings continue to happen on a daily basis, whether they're recorded or not, right? So what we're saying is we have to reallocate and redistribute those funds in the public safety budget, which takes a huge amount of, they have a huge amount of the budget itself with the city. So I'm not even understanding how we're okay with continuing to provide those resources to the police department when yet we're still seeing an increase in crime. Despite what folks are reporting with numbers, we in the community who live on the South Side, like myself, know what's happening on the South Side. We are not in a better place because we have an increased public safety budget. We can be in a better place if those funds are reallocated and redistributed to social services, direct services, youth services, jobs, mental health workers, social workers, and all of the things that police are not, right? So what we're saying is make the responsible decision and do not continue on a path that don't put us in a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. And I'm looking for our next speaker. Just bear with me a second. We're just trying to get the speakers on the line. Tina Knowles. Are you there, Tina?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. Very good, Tina. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, hi, yes. This is Tina Knowles. I'm from Community Treasure. I actually live in Ward F, and I just agree exactly with Pam Johnson, exactly she said for our community. We just had an issue today with one of the young ladies who I knew that I grew up with, but apparently she went off on the wrong path, and I believe that we need these type of right here in our community in Ward F. I'm learning a lot of people don't have gas, they don't have bus fare, they don't have stuff to go all the way to the square, to Hoboken, Bayonne. We need this right here in Ward F. Everyone knows that. If you really in the community, you'll see that we are doing bad in Ward F, and we need more help. It's not just one person, two person. We need more than one person in our community as helping. Again, I've been doing this for 13 years involving my community. I see exactly what's going on. We need these skills. We need these type of things to show people what to do and what not to do as in living and stuff like that. We need these things as showing them as getting better jobs and stuff. Thank God I'm a teacher assistant here in this community. As one of the day kids, I see parents going through stuff. I was one of them parents. I have kids that see that I live right here on the corner of Oak and Martin Luther King, where they shoot constantly. I have not seen the mayor come and stand on the corner with me yet. I just looked at the news today, and they had their mayor, the governor, whoever over there in New York standing with them tall, saying stop the violence. We need real leaders out here showing that, even though we have the little people like me, Pam Johnson, Coach Wu, all of them, the ones who's really out here, we need more people out here helping us in our community. And it's a shame that we have to beg. We should not have to beg to help our community. We should not. If you know you already got the funds and the money, come on and help. Why are we looking real poor up this way? Why we got to look real miserable? No, we shouldn't live like this. Every day I go live. Thank God for Marianna for giving me food to give to our community and stuff. We need help. Like, what do we need to go start crawling on Martin Luther King on our knees and stand for help? Y'all see it. Y'all see how the trash look up here. Y'all see how all the buildings up here on Martin Luther King is empty. Come on now. Downtown look fucking good. Excuse me. Downtown looks so good down there. We don't have it up this way. We wanted to make cheer. We already a little depressed of what's going on, all our people getting killed and stuff. Help us out. Like, please help us out. Thank you so much for taking out the time for letting me speak. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tina. Okay, our next speaker on the municipal budget, we have Elena Little. Elena, are you there?
Thank you.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks. My name is Elena Little. I'm a resident of Jersey City and a member of NJ08 for Progress and the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. Thank you. I know there are a lot of speakers. I'll be quick. I wanted to voice support for the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition movement and Black Men United's calls to shift JCPD funds to social services, youth services, affordable housing, and job training to invest in our underserved communities, particularly communities of color. I'd also like to see us look into creating non-law enforcement crisis intervention teams with social workers, mental health workers, and medical workers to better address calls concerning homelessness, mental illness, and addiction, all of which are things we need to stop criminalizing in pursuit of a just society, and all of which trained specialists are better equipped to address than police. I also want to for Solomon's proposal for a civilian complaint review board, and would like us to be sure that the CCRB has reflects the diversity of our city and does not include a current or former member of the police force in order to remain unbiased. Finally, while I do believe that mandatory de-escalation training is necessary, I disagree with Mayor Phillips' selection of Tomahawk Strategic Solutions, a militaristic firm lacking diversity, in direct opposition to community members and activists' asks. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I am looking for our next speaker. Matthew, are you on the line, Matthew?
Hello?
Matthew?
Yes, hi, do you hear me?
I can hear you. Matthew, can you just provide me with your last name?
Yes, it's Mirliani.
Can you spell that for me, please?
Yes, it's Mirliani.
Just let me repeat that back to you. So it's Mirliani.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Matthew, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I won't use all the time, but I wanted to, come before you and, bring up again the topic of allocating funds away from the police department here in Jersey City to then allocate those funds to resources and services that help the community, such as healthcare, affordable housing. Today, there was a historic moment that happened in Asheville, North Carolina. The city council there actually made the decision to allocate part of the city budget for reparations, and specifically to address Asheville's history of slavery, discrimination, and segregation. And so they've been able to carve out a portion of their city budget and dedicate those funds to investing in the Black community and in healthcare and education and affordable housing. So I'm calling as a Jersey City resident to see if this is something that we can do here in Jersey City, because there is a movement now across different towns and different cities where they are allocating funds away from the police departments, but also, like in Asheville, they are carving out parts of their budget specifically for reparations. I think this is something that can happen here, and I think it's no longer it's not an abstract idea, but something that an other city has been able to enact, and it's been put down in paper and it's been passed. So I encourage this conversation to happen here in Jersey City to see if there's a way to set aside funds in the budget, not only away from the police department, but also towards reparations. And I would encourage all of you to read up on the actual decision, and it's publicly available. And I think that it sets a really good precedent for other cities in the United States. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker I have listed is B. Mays. No answer on B. Mays. Okay. Okay. We're trying to get the next speaker on the phone. Bear with us. Appreciate your patience. Just while we're waiting, as soon as the public hearing on the budget is completed, we are going to take a 5-minute recess just to let everyone stretch their legs, go to the restroom possibly, because we do have a long night ahead of us still already. With that being said, our next speaker I have on the line is Amy Torres. Amy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Amy, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you again, members of the Council and Council President Waterman, for the opportunity to provide comment today. I want to focus on uplifting the messages that many of the activists and advocates have already uplifted thus far, but I want to address something that I hear coming up that has happened in past conversations about the budget, but that have also come up in some of the testimony tonight, which is around abolishing the police and Jersey City Council's role in being able to do so. I want to push back on that because from where I live in Jersey City, there are 5 overlapping law enforcement agencies. There's the state police, Port Authority Police, Hudson County Prosecutor's Office, and the county sheriff. We're not asking you to weigh in on the full landscape of how over-policing is so systemic and, across our nation and across our state. We're just asking to hold you accountable for the part of the budget responsible for public safety. And so, as another member mentioned in their testimony, there's an over $10 million increase in the public safety budget that's proposed for fiscal year 2020, bringing that total to $206 million. Now, I'm not a public official, but I've heard plenty of demands for public safety cuts ranging between 25% and 50%. And that's taking, if I were to take the minimum demand, and again, recognizing that JCPD is not the only law enforcement agency, so you making these cuts is not actually going to abolish the police. But if we were to take that minimum number of that demand, the 25% cut, the minimum ask, if you add that to the $1 million that you, the city council, have already paid in out-of-court settlements for police misconduct, you would get $52.5 million. Again, that's $52.5 million if you were to decrease the existing budget by 25% and add the $1 million in out-of-court settlements. Now, New Jersey has seen $1.3 million in 1.3 million unemployment applications since the middle of March, when the pandemic began. With $52.5 million, Jersey City could create 2.6 million hours of jobs that pay $20 an hour. That's double the state minimum wage. So 2.6 million hours of $20 per hour jobs, that's 371,000 7-hour days, 260 work days, that's 1,000 years. Jersey City, if you just did the minimum cut, could provide 1,000 years of $20 per hour jobs. And if you took the entire safety budget, that's 10 million hours of work. So it's an unprecedented public health crisis. We're at a once-in-a-lifetime economic downturn, a historic national civil rights and racial justice moment, and the calls for unprecedented historic leadership are now. I haven't seen that yet, or at least I haven't seen it from anyone in public office yet. But I have seen it every Tuesday on the steps of City Hall. I've seen it in neighbors delivering food, delivering mutual aid, delivering public education materials, and I hear it right now on tonight's call. But each of you, as our elected officials, must ask yourself, how many hours remain in your term? And could you ever match the 10 million hours that you could potentially invest back into our community and local economy? We need deep, significant cuts, and we need public, transparent participation in how that money is spent. That process is going to take time, but the appetite for engagement is clear. You just need to look at the number of people on tonight's call. It's going to take time, but it's necessary and it's morally imperative. The suggestion for cuts, again, it's just the start. This is just for this fiscal year. These 25 to 50% cuts are just for this fiscal year. And while we know that the budget process is going to be starting again in a few short months, I hope to see this considered tonight and to see these significant cuts begin. And if I might offer another starting point for the council to consider cuts, I would love to see Officer Bryant Rowan terminated. That salary should have gone back to the community long ago. He should have never been hired to begin with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker we have Gary Springarn.
Yeah.
Okay, Gary, you're on the line. Very good. So your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank the council for giving me a chance to speak, setting up a public forum that adheres to public health standards. I am asking for evidence-based policy that will ultimately serve the community and definitely echoes so many other concerned citizens that have called in today. I'm not a member of Solidarity JC or any of these organizations. I guess I'm just a plain concerned citizen. I'm a salaryman and an engineer. I am asking that we cut the police budget by at least 50%. I must say I am disappointed by the frosty response by the mayor to this idea. I find, the statement of, oh, we can fund police and social programs at the same time, I find that to be disingenuous. I hear that police are a necessary institution and does the public a lot of good, but there are a lot of facts that simply do not support that. I'm sorry if these facts, were laid out before, but I had to cut out for a little while to cook dinner for myself and my wife. And these facts definitely go out to Councilman Baggiano. I'm sure you'd be very interested in hearing these. Police have illegally seized over $35 billion in property through unconstitutional civil forfeiture. Life savings of innocent citizens have been stolen without being charged, let alone convicted. Source, the Pulitzer Center. Police families experience domestic violence at an alarming rate, anywhere from double to quadruple, yes, quadruple, than the 10% rate of the general population. Source, National Center for Women in Policing. Reassigning bad apple officers make it more likely that their new peers will misbehave. Source, pbs.org. Within 1 week, U.S. police matched the yearly rate of other developed countries for deadly shootings. Source, Scientific American. From 2013 to 2018, 6,800 civilians were killed by police in accidental or, quote, unintended shootings. A clear inability to perform the job at minimum and a clear example of depraved indifference, yet only 1.7% of these cases have led to charges. Source, Time Magazine. I'm an engineer, that's why I like numbers. Numbers do not lie. So, we have in police departments around the nation eating up to 1/3, maybe 40%, maybe 50%. And as my colleagues have said before, we are no exception. Why do we have 100 million plus going purely to police salaries? I just want to state that we have the police wearing too many hats. Why is someone with a gun trained for strategic use of force deployed to domestic situations, car accidents, neighborhood disputes, schools, private security, overseeing construction, and of course a situation they are frequently called out for but ill-equipped to handle mental health crises? Call it counterintuitive, but defunding the police will ultimately help the police. Less cash gets pumped in, the less hats to wear, the less situations they are ill-equipped to handle, and ultimately less conflict with the community. Just going back to police violence, there were plenty of examples of proper places to put the funding, so I don't want to repeat that. Some common rules may be Jersey City is tame versus the rest of the nation in terms of police violence. If you're thinking that, that's an incredibly low bar to set, and it pains me to even think of that as an accomplishment. We need to demand progress. Census data from 10 years ago, Source 538 analysis, showed that only 25% of police officers live in city limits. I invite the council to openly share data to show positive change. However, I couldn't uncover any, but I am very skeptical as to positive change in that trend due to skyrocketing rents. Next question comes, 70% of our recent hires for the police department are people of color. If we make budget cuts, new hires are the first to go. Once again, if you consider the facts laid out before and, other concerned citizens, the police do not and never will serve progress. I'm glad we've been able to provide job opportunities, but again, we can provide economic opportunity without expanding the police force. If you need even more proof, police departments that are representative of their municipalities' demographics, LAPD is a classic example. A report by LA Weekly proves that no matter how diverse the police force is, violence still ensues. We keep pumping cash into an institution that is ill-equipped and quite frankly doesn't have a vested interest in helping the people. We'd be better off handing our troubled citizens $100 million in cash year over year. Imagine what change would happen if you just handed that. We give that to police salaries, and I want you to ask yourselves, what is changing? We need to do this, and we need to do this now. We have a responsibility to the most diverse community in New Jersey. I would like to see justice. I'm looking to support campaigns going forward that look to defund the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. I believe our next speaker, we have Mary Beth Botts. Mary Beth, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, very good. So Mary Beth, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Good evening, council people. Thank you for your attention tonight. I'm calling to speak upon the municipal city budget regarding policing. As many people have spoken already, I'm calling for the defunding of the Jersey City Police Department. I'm a social worker and a Jersey City resident for over 13 years now. And I know firsthand in my own work that de-escalation is exactly how you handle somebody with a mental illness, somebody who is struggling in life. But I truly believe that de-escalation training will not have any sort of effect if the police department does not support the use of de-escalation techniques, and the culture there does not support that. We need we need people who are going to be addressing violence in the community with an anti-violence approach, and that is not the police. We need a defunding of the police and a funding of community resources. We see that communities that are the safest are the communities that have the best resources. And we need to invest in those communities that we have historically considered violent because they have not been invested in. They have been neglected and systemically oppressed, and we need to change that. This is the time to be bold. You have the chance to, with the support of an incredible movement, you have the chance to make big changes that will affect generations, and I'm asking you to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, Jonisha Hickson.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jonisha, just give me 1 second. I'll count you down and your time will start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so my name is again Janisha Hickson, and I grew up in Jersey City. I'm a clinical PsyD student with a master's in clinical psychology and Africana studies. I specialize in racial trauma and racial oppression, and thus I am well equipped and well versed. I'm also a member of Solidarity New Jersey, the Association of Black Psychologists, and the DC Psychological Association. And I have borne witness to the slow transition of the city from one cohesive community to two very distinct cities under the guise of one. I have seen the slow transition of newly renovated properties in a gentrified downtown and the slow push of Black and brown citizens towards the MLK side of town where I grew up and where I still live. I've seen the increased police presence within this side of town and equally felt the anxiety from which their presence evokes in me and the people in my community. I have also spent the better part of my professional career learning the history and conceptualizing the psychological impacts of racial oppression, including the weaponization of police in our communities. The APA has publicly declared the abuse and fatal killings of Black people by the police a racism pandemic, and this pandemic has plagued our community from 1619 up until today, and it is not new. Racism is pervasive and it is manifest in the over-policing of our community. We have seen time and time again iterations of enslavement from when we were first abducted by Europeans to Jim Crow laws to the war on drugs and mass incarceration to today's public lynching and police brutality rampant in our communities. Because of my profession, the psychological implications of a heavily policed city are not lost on me. The research shows that racism attacks the core of one's selfhood, and it is also associated with the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, including intense fear, helplessness, horror or re-experiencing of the traumatic event, avoidance, and increased arousal. The research also shows that there is a vicarious trauma that impacts the Black community by witnessing police violence like those that occurred on Boswick Avenue. The vicarious trauma that occurred on Boswick Avenue vicarious trauma like that has also been cited to exacerbate particular symptoms of traumatic stress. And additionally, the heavy presence of police serves as a constant trigger to all the killings that we bear witness to almost daily in the United States. This means even if we have not directly experienced these incidences, we will experience an increase in thought intrusion, negative affect like depression and anxiety, and less forgiveness for the perpetrators. Out of the 1,944 police killings of Black people from 2013 to 2019, charges were brought against officers in 3% of the cases. Fewer than 1% of police killings reach a conviction. As for Jersey City, we have heard of officers having prior instances of abusing their authority and power. And I just want to know, are we going to wait until the beatings turn to killings and the national media turns its eyes on our city? Black people are subject to compounding, multidimensional, multilinear trauma and traumatic stress, which impacts our emotional, physical, and psychological functioning. And in psychology, we adhere to the APA's Code of Ethics, which urges us to strive to the highest ethical ideas of our profession and to do no harm. We fully intend to do so. That is why nationwide mental health professionals are calling to defund the police in overly policed communities. I'm not sure which pillars you stand on as a council elected by the people and who you purport to represent, but I implore you to defund the police by 50%. Those funds should instead be allocated to housing our most marginalized who are at the most risk for contracting and further spreading COVID-19. They should also be used to fund the schools in our community so that our youth have a fair and equitable chance for a future not centered on white supremacy and a perpetuation of the school to prison pipeline. They should be used to restore the dilapidated properties on our side of Jersey City without misplacing the native residents. They should be used to feed our most hungry and create jobs for the jobless. People love to cite the myth of black-on-black crime for the increased police presence in our city, omitting the fact that crime is a result of a lack of both resources and opportunities. I urge you to defund the police and to do your job to provide these resources and opportunities. Then you will see a decrease in crime. Our youth are still dying, our geriatrics are still struggling to comfortably retire, and our most vulnerable are still being displaced. I'm not sure what you feel when you see and hear of the videos of the killings of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, or Breonna Taylor, but personally, I think of my family and how it is only a matter of time before that these power-drunk Jersey City police officers pull the trigger, and for that, I will not stand. Defund the police, invest in our community, and do your part in creating the anti-racist society that we deserve. It is my strong belief that in this time of fear, uncertainty, isolation, and struggle, our collective wisdom, solidarity, and unity is essential. It is also my hope that by active engagement and mobilization of our resources, we can start to make a difference. Sometimes in an unwanted dystopian reality, the best of who we are emerges to meet the challenges that confront us, and I am urging you to please do your part. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. It's still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker is Robin Gorman. Robin, are you on the line? Robin? Robin, are you on the line? Robin Gorman? Just bear with us a few seconds, council members. We're trying to get Robin patched through. Robin?
I'm here.
Okay, Robin, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, this is Robin Gorman. Can you hear me?
Yes. Just bear with us a few seconds, council members. We're trying to get Robin patched through. Robin?
Yeah.
If you're by your computer, if you can turn down the sound.
Okay, do you want me to mute it or?
Yeah, if you mute it, that would be great. Okay, Robin, your time is going to start. Great. Okay, we'll put you back on your time as soon as you start speaking. Are you there, Robin?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I'm here. Yeah.
Very good. If you're by your computer, if you can turn down the sound.
I'll try.
Okay, do you want me to mute it or?
Yeah, if you mute it, that.
Okay. Are we set?
Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. My name is Robin Gorman. I'm the CEO of Hudson Partnership Care Management Organization. And we work with over 800 youth across Hudson County. And Jersey City is the largest municipality that we receive referrals from. I wanted to come on the line today because I wanted to support, what's been said by the previous speakers. So I don't want to just repeat what they said. But I did want to kind of raise the red flag that I have a lot of concerns about what's going to happen with our youth post-COVID. I had a lot of concerns before, and I have even more concerns now. I look at the trauma that a lot of our youth that we work with have witnessed, gun violence, domestic violence, physical abuse, sexual abuse, addictions. I mean, there's so much that we work with. And I look at, you know, what our system values and what we choose to fund, right? And when I look at the youth of Jersey City, I feel like we're really shortchanging them in several ways. When I look at the school budget, you know, it breaks my heart that we don't prioritize mental health of our children when we're looking at these budgets. Why don't we have the social workers that we need? Why don't we have the service brokers that we need? We have youth right now that would be able to get services at a younger age if they were identified sooner. The care management organization, our average age of our youth that come to us is around 15. By the time they come to us, so much has happened in their lives that it's really hard for us to intervene in the way that we would like to. They've just experienced a lot of trauma. They've been disconnected from the educational system oftentimes. And if we had a handle on identifying their needs sooner, we could certainly intervene in a much more impactful way. I also look at what happens when they're out and about on the street. And, you know, again, you know, we choose to fund police, we choose to fund probation officers, we choose to fund the courts, we choose to fund detention centers and prisons, but we don't write into the budget the preventative measures that would keep our youth from entering into this system. Before COVID hit, myself and my community resource director, Stephen Campos, were meeting with several of the city council members about the needs assessment that had been done for Jersey City. And we were really advocating for credible messengers to be built into the budget, right? Folks like Pam, like Coach Wu, like other folks that are out there on the streets all the time doing a lot of this work out of their own pockets. We came and we spoke to council members about that. A lot of money went into that needs assessment and it got put on a shelf. And when we met with some of the council members, even though that they signed off on paying for it, many had not seen the report. We actually handed copies of that report to some of the council members. They hadn't read the recommendations, and I just find that really frustrating. I mean, I think if we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're really going to be invested in anti-violence efforts, as Pam said, we can't just keep expecting the community to be chasing grant dollars. It's an uphill battle. I can't tell you how many rooms that I have sat in where people talked about programs that have happened in the past that were really successful. And then I asked, well, where's that program now? And their answer is always, well, that ran out of funding. It was grant funded. Like once the money was up, the program was over. And that's unconscionable. I mean, we really need to move some of this money away from public safety and put it into youth programming. We need safe spaces for our kids to go to. We need healing centers. You know, go to Newark. They're doing a great job with you know, their outreach workers and their healing centers across the city. We have models very close to that we can all visit and really see how this is done correctly. And unfortunately, we're just not putting our money where our mouth is when it comes to anti-violence in Jersey City. So I wanted to bring those issues up, and just very quickly, I'm very concerned that after COVID passes, there's going to be a second wave of crisis, and that's going to be a mental health and addictions crisis. And if there's not money planned for that, we're going to be in trouble.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, I have Sarah McMillan. Sarah, are you there?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, Sarah, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Sarah McMillan. I live in Ward E. I hope that you all on the council are safe and healthy. I feel like I've been saying that to everyone since the pandemic kicked off. I hope you're safe and healthy, safe and healthy. I want to thank also all the people on this call who are social workers, librarians, counselors, activists who are keeping our community safe and healthy. And in that vein, I would like to urge the council to reduce the JCPD budget by 50% so we can reallocate that money to services like health, education, and housing that keep people safe and healthy. Right now in the budget, we have $157 million allocated for personnel, police officers, for 978 officers. That's $161,000 per person. What do we have for health and human services? $5.2 million for 76 staff members. That's $66,000 a person. We're keeping our community safe and I'm sorry, I'm hearing
Sarah, yeah.
on
Hold on one second. Can we pause the time for a second? If anyone is on the line waiting to speak, if you can just mute your computer, the speaker on your computer, or move away from your speaker and try to remain silent until we can get to you to speak, because we can hear a delay and it's interrupting the speakers during the public hearing. I appreciate your attention to that. Thank you so much. Sarah, you may continue.
Oh, there's nothing worse than hearing the sound of your own voice. Okay. And I think this trend, it's not just Jersey City alone. It echoes what in 2013 Police Magazine said, that law enforcement is the new password to the middle class. I feel like the Jersey City Council is saying in this budget that if you want to have a career where you can support your family in Jersey City, become an officer. But you're becoming an officer in an institutionally racist police force. You're becoming an officer where your coworkers are people like Officer Bryant Rowan, who are just beating people down in the streets with impunity. We can do so much better. We can create careers, give people money that are supporting anti-violence work and preventing violence in the first place by giving people health, education, and housing, and having those services be available to everyone, not just people like me in Ward E. I'm a Black woman, but I know that people in other parts of the city don't get the same resources that I do, and that's wrong. So I'm urging the council to reallocate this funding for JCPD at least 50% to other services so we can all stay safe and healthy in the pandemic and beyond. Thank you so much for giving me your time.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, we have Jesse Rosso. Jesse, are you on the line?
Hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Okay, so your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name is Jesse Rosso. I live in Hoboken. I'm with Match, the mutual aid tenant collective of Hudson County, and I also work with Solidarity Jersey City. I want to urge the council to defund the Jersey City Police Department at least 50% and reinvest that money back into the Black community, the community that bears the brunt of the violence, unjust policing of the JCPD. Just off the top of my head, I can recall the high-speed chase in 2017 when JCPD beat the guy that was on fire, crawling out of his burning vehicle. The shooting last year around this time because people were setting off fireworks. That was a miracle that JCPD didn't have better aim and no one was killed. And May of this year when police brutalized people with batons. There are countless incidents in Greenville and Bergen-Lafayette that we don't even hear about in the media. But my own experience of how the public was treated during the June 6th Black Lives Matter protests organized by McNair Academic Black Diaspora Club. They were plainclothes police walking around without masks through the tight crowds. Police posted up on rooftops, and for what? To keep us safe, because that was a real breach of trust and really demonstrates an uneven response when the aggrieved are Black people. All this drives home the point that police do not protect us. And I'm going to say that again. The police do not protect us. If you don't believe me, there have been Supreme Court cases that confirm that point. In 1981, Warren v. District of Columbia Court of Appeals, police failed to investigate 2 911 calls about a violent break-in. The men who broke in beat and raped 3 women for 14 hours. Court ruled that the police and operators weren't at fault. 2005, Town of Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, Supreme Court. Mother has restraining order against her ex, who is who had restricted access to kids. The ex abducted the kids. The mother called the police 4 times. She even visited the precinct. Police refused to investigate. After 8 hours, the ex showed up at the precinct and opened fire. He died in the shootout. Police found the bodies of the children in his car. Court finds police innocent of any culpability or fault. It is not their job to prevent harm. In the words of Darrell L. Hutchinson, professor and associate dean of the University of Florida School of Law, neither the Constitution nor state law impose a general duty upon police officers or other governmental officials to protect individual persons from harm, even when they know the harm will occur. When a group of us spoke to the Hudson County freeholders about ending the county's blood money contract with ICE, Councilman Lavara was out there with us at least one time. We told them time and time again that we show our values with our budgets. Now, probably more than ever in this COVID-19 era, we need bold action in terms of affordable housing, education, and providing real opportunities for your residents to succeed. Only in this neoliberal hellscape we found ourselves living in these 40+ years, the solution to the police is more money. More money. Meanwhile, everything else is getting cut. I was in City Hall when parents and even a few small children pleaded with the City Council to fix their lead-contaminated water problem. Or the public schools that had to share one nurse. Now the mayor wants to give the police $1 million for de-escalation training. We don't have to look very far across the river to the NYPD. They have an $8 billion budget. The NYPD is the most well-equipped, most well-trained police force in the country and probably the world. And they are using all that training, all that equipment, brutalizing the people in their community. We can't afford to waste more money and more time. We're on the brink, or possibly even during, we don't know, of a healthcare crisis, a housing crisis, an economic crisis, and cops aren't cutting it. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker on the municipal budget is Tara Stratford O'Kinsey. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, but Tara, if you're on the line.
I'm here.
Tara, I apologize.
Yes.
Okay, so your time is going
No
to start
worries.
my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. My name is Tara Stafford O'Conce, and I'm a homeowner and public school parent in Ward B on the west side. Thank you to the council for listening to me tonight. I know it's going to be a long night for you. And as we've heard from so many speakers, this moment with our municipal budget is about how we respond to a national movement to make the way we spend our money reflect the kind of world we say we want. Big cities like Seattle, Los Angeles, and Minneapolis have already taken bold steps to defund the police or relook at how police function in their cities. Amidst calls here in Jersey City from groups like the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition Movement, Black Men United, and the Black Diaspora Club for defunding the police by at least 25% and channeling more of those funds to programs that support access to services and improve health and economic well-being in our communities, still 18% of the proposed 2020 budget is dedicated to police salaries, which is 3.5% higher than last year's budget. And the mayor wants to spend even more money on de-escalation training, which I think is a band-aid solution that won't fundamentally change deeply rooted problems with policing culture. Yet budget allocations for recreation, health and human services, housing and economic development, youth development, and contributions to our school district remain very small in comparison, and in some cases are even lower than last year. I would like to see more of our city's resources channeled into these departments. Maybe some funds can be used to retrain some of our current officers who live in Jersey City and contribute to our tax base to take on new jobs in those other departments that would enable them to support the safety and well-being of our communities in ways that don't involve weapons and intimidating uniforms. One area we appear to be spending very little on is economic development. Could we be doing more to support community entrepreneurs to get access to the many vacant commercial spaces that blight our city, due in part to out-of-reach rents? They're enabled by misguided tax incentives. Last year, I got to participate in the Jackson Hill pop-up during the brief period it was open. And I think we need more initiatives like this, more affordable housing, maybe more foot crews keeping our streets clean. And maybe they could teach workshops on things like waste separation and backyard gardening. Our city should financially support community organizations that are promoting anti-violence education and training initiatives and who know their community's needs best. Just this week, some people in my neighborhood started a community fridge that has seen an outpouring of community support, providing free food to whoever needs it. Why doesn't the city support more initiatives like theirs and spread this idea to more neighborhoods? I would also like to see the council and school district work more closely together to figure out how more of the city budget can go to support the school district, including in areas such as mental health services for students and providing childcare support and enriching after-school programs that could open up more opportunities for families to improve their economic well-being. If we don't make these big necessary changes to reflect the values of love, care, and opportunity for all, then I don't see how we can continue to wear the badge of progressive mid-sized city that we hear so often touted by our leaders. I hope you all feel our support for you to make these bold decisions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker I have is Francesca Villa. Francesca, are you there?
Yep, I'm on the line.
Okay, very good. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, Council. I am Francesca Villa. I live currently in Ward E. And not only am I a Ward E resident, I'm also a nonprofit employee who's currently furloughed due to COVID-19. I'm new to Jersey City. I've heard a lot of people talk who have far more experience here, and I value their opinions. But I've been a resident for the past 3 years, and I live in the gentrified downtown district. I want to use my voice and my privilege today to urge our city council to reconsider the fiscal year budget, specifically to drastically cut the public safety budget and defund the JCPD. Cutting the budget by 50% and reinvesting this money in health and human services and public education and even public recreation, like our beloved Liberty State Park, would positively impact everyone who lives here and loves Jersey City. We don't need to increase our police force to 1,000 police officers next year. We do need more robust social programs, and we need to protect our Jersey City public schools. I read an article where Mayor Fulop predicted a loss of over $175 million over the next 7 years in state aid for our schools. And I feel like some of the $200 million we allocate for public safety annually could probably go to teachers, school supplies, and if we intend to open public schools this fall, the necessary safety precautions to keep teachers and students safe. I mean, finally, I just want to say, and quickly, that as a white renter in my 30s with no children, I know my taxes go toward our housing and our schools, and I'm happy to pay them, specifically to make sure that everyone, all people of all races and socioeconomic statuses living in all wards, not just Ward E, have equal access to places to live and places to go to school. So I do hope you can reconsider, and I want to say Black Lives Matter, and thank you for your time. I see the rest of my time back to the floor.
Okay, this is still a public hearing on the budget. Next speaker, Mahindi Ben Hamid.
Yeah, my name is Mehdi Ben Hamid. Good afternoon, council members and those present today. I'd like to begin by stating that scarcely in human history until the United States has a citizen been given a voice in social or political matters. So I would like to voice my sincerest appreciation for this aspect of our country. I'm speaking today on account of a video I found on the City of Jersey City's Twitter page. The video described the implementation of the Go Safe system in municipal buildings. The Go Safe system has costed Jersey City $85,000. The official Jersey City page labeled this Go Safe system as a facial recognition scanner. A reminder that, as far as I'm concerned, the implementation of this facial recognition scanner was not made of public matter or opinion. There are several thoughts I have on the implementation of these devices and the connection between the physical function of the device and the purpose of the device as described by our mayor. The physical function, or what the device was intended to do, is as stated. It should be noted these functions come straight from the creator's website. The device is capable of 3 scans, a scan for temperature, mask presence, and a facial recognition. These scans happen at the same time. Some further investigation shows the device has 3 connection modes, 1 offline connection, 1 wired connection, and 1 cloud managed connection. The device itself can as well store data. The data can be transferred off the device to a server. I quote, GoSafe sends face data to the server whenever it scans a registered face. This transfer of data can be done in offline modes as well as in a CSV format. The device can store the face data of 30,000 people. Now, for the purpose of this device, The purpose, as Mayor Fulop explains, is to scan someone entering a municipal building. If they do not wear a mask or have a temperature above 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit, they will not be allowed entrance. The Jersey City's Facebook page states that the purpose of this device is to safeguard employees and visitors. It is assumed that the device will be placed at the entrance, but the device's exact locations have not been stated by Jersey City or any officials. Given these physical functions and intended purposes of the device, there are a couple of questions I would like to raise to those in the council and those present. Why is a facial recognition system that is capable of storing and transferring face data being used to check temperatures? There are systems of temperature check that do not involve an attached facial recognition software. And furthermore, why is a facial recognition system that is capable of storing and transferring face data being used to check masks? Will there no longer be any clerks, security, secretaries at building entrances? It is redundant and counterintuitive for a facial recognition system to check masks when either of the mentioned before can do this visual check for masks. What is to stop someone from entering a building if the device decrees they cannot enter? If someone is around to stop them from entering, then the use of the facial recognition device itself becomes pointless. Why hasn't Jersey City been specific as to where these devices will be placed?
Andy?
I find.
Excuse me, you have to stay on the subject of the actual budget because this is the public hearing on the budget.
Well, this device is in the Jersey City budget. $85,000.
Okay.
Okay. I find these questions unanswered. Instead, it is being casually passed under the ears of the population of Jersey City. When NewJersey.com wished for comments on the matter of these technologies, their inquiries fell under deaf ears. Now, with information clear, it is clear to see that the device serves no further purpose than to just be a facial recognition system that can store and transfer face data. The existence of a physical visual check for masks renders the GoSafe facial recognition device useless. As to the temperature check, there are means of checking temperature that does not involve storing/transferring the face data of the Jersey City population and using the Jersey City population's tax money to buy these devices. It becomes clear that the device serves as an infringement on our privacy as citizens of the United States, and more locally as citizens of Jersey City. If anyone is to enter a municipal building, they will have their faces scanned and stored. I also fear the precedent of use of this device sets, the precedent being we are willing to sacrifice our privacy for a sense of safety. What's to stop the installation of these devices outside of municipal buildings? If we value our perceived safety over our privacy, there's no limit to the control the government may have over the many facets of our life. This is not a precedent I'm willing to set, and I ask the council members and those present if perceived safety over privacy is a precedent they are willing to set. The implementation of this device has been rushed. This is reasonable given the fear that comes with the pandemic. It is natural that we want to find comfort and peace of mind in a form of safety, but we must not let our current fear override the freedom we enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, this is the public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker is Bennett Nagugra. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing your last name, but Bennett, are you on the line?
Yeah, this is Bennett Nagurka. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that, Bennett. I apologize.
That's okay.
So your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
My name is Bennett. I'm a resident of Jersey City, Ward B, and a member of North Jersey Democratic Socialists of America. I want to reiterate the demands made by Pam Johnson and others to reallocate funding from the police and invest in working class communities. This budget should reflect the needs of Jersey City residents, not the needs of the wealthy, landlords, and developers. In the middle of this pandemic, what we need is funding for programs like the Anti-Violence Coalition. We need more funding for programs like the Jersey City Free Public Library System. We need funding for social housing in the face of coming evictions and homelessness. We need to increase the budget for recreational activities so that kids across Jersey City have access to safe programming. We need to fully fund our schools. We need to invest in good union jobs. A previous speaker said this, but we should not have to beg for basic social services. Really, at the heart of what the speakers today were getting at is what kind of budget do we want to have? A budget that reflects the interests of the 1%, gentrified downtown, or a budget that reflects the needs of working people across Jersey City. Let's fund a budget that works for working people. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Do we have our next speaker ready? Do we have Eli on the line? Eli,
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Yes,
Eli,
can you hear
your
me?
time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, thank you for having my call. My name is Eli Kamen. I'm a resident of Ward F. I don't really have a prepared speech or anything, but I would like to reiterate cutting the JCPD budget by 50% at least as a start. I really think there are ways in which we can reallocate the money into health services, public services, help with housing, and I'd heard an earlier caller bring up reparations as well, and I would 100% support bringing that to Jersey City as well. I just think personally, we don't need cops escalating situations, riding around in basically tanks. I mean, around, having surveillance towers spread out throughout the city and harassing and discriminating against the residents that are, people of color, while the cops downtown are sitting in their cars, hitting on people coming out of bars or whatever, relaxing. I think, if we remove the budget from, removing guns from cops, we need to defund the police. We need to reinvest in our neighborhoods. I think particularly in Ward F, so that instead of putting most of our, funds in supporting downtown Jersey City and supporting that, I just think cops are particularly not good at involving themselves in public safety. They take up an entirely too much of the budget that doesn't help out those of us that actually need the help. Speaking from experience, and I think noting from the community, cops in situations cause anxiety, and they add to a stressful environment that only adds on top of certain communities that are already stressed with particularly a lack of resources. So I think, oftentimes we say we need to speak with our wallets or whatever the saying goes, and you have an opportunity to speak with your wallet, in which you can defund the police in Jersey City and reallocate those funds into helping the community, making it better, helping with, the schools, taking police out of schools, providing resources for people that need them in mental health, general health, housing, all of those situations. And I think it's an opportunity right now, particularly right now, in which you're seeing a movement. You're seeing every Tuesday we're out there calling for this stuff, and you have an opportunity right now to respond to that call. And I think it's really important that you do that, and you do fund the police, and I guess that's all I got to say. So that's good. All right, thank you for having my call. Be safe.
Thank you.
And Black Lives Matter.
Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, we have Mo Kingberg. Mo, you there?
Yep.
Okay, Mo, your time is going to start on my countdown. We are going, just let us reset the timer. Just give me 1 second. I think we froze a little bit. Just give us 1 second, okay? Sorry about that. All right, so we're going to reset the timer. Mo, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much. I'm a resident of Ward D and a parent. And I just want to support all of the folks who've spoken up this evening, calling for reallocating funds from the Jersey City Police Department to fund social services, housing, youth programs, all of the many things that support our neighborhoods and our communities, and especially and specifically this funding should go towards the Black community in Jersey City. I also wanted to bring up the JC anti-violence needs assessment that was commissioned in 2017. Want to know if any of those recommendations have been funded. I hope that everyone on the council has reviewed that report. Those are very concrete recommendations on ways that we can prevent violence in Jersey City, and I hope that we can, reallocate funding from the police department to fund prevention of violence in Jersey City and support our communities. Jersey City is one of the most diverse cities in the country, but we are also extremely segregated. And I don't think we can continue to look away. I live in Ward D, and we can't continue to look away from what is happening in Ward F. Enough is enough. We need to invest in Ward F. We need to invest in the Black community, and we need to reallocate the funds from the JCPD. So thank you so much. I hope you take this into consideration. I hope you listen to everyone who has spoken this evening, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. We are trying to get the next speaker on the line. Just give us a moment. Moran, are you on the line? Milton? Metin? Is there a speaker on the line?
Hello?
Hi, your name?
Marone, M-E-R-O-N.
Marone? Okay. Okay, Marone, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, my name is Marona Disu. I am deeply rooted and invested in Jersey City as an individual and a professional. I want to share a story of driving down Bayview a couple of years back. I saw a man walking on the bridge, and I had a bad feeling, but didn't stop to ask if he was okay. I learned later on that he committed suicide by jumping off that bridge, and learned even later on it was because while working as a mover, he saw the lives and homes of affluent downtown residents and believed he had not accomplished anything in his life. This was a Black man in his early 30s in Jersey City. I just want to say I have lived, worked, played, learned in every part of Jersey City. So everything that happens to this community affects me deeply. So his situation is one of the worst case scenarios of a community-based trauma. And it is the ultimate representation of a tale of two cities. The pace of development in Jersey City has surpassed what the original constituents can keep up with. I speak now as a social worker, and I commend all of the other mental health professionals that have spoken up about this, and other residents who have said they value the input and the contribution of mental health professionals in community work. So I do hope you do take what we are saying with stride. I want to emphasize that the most and absolute essential needs for any human being are housing and healthcare. The city budget should reflect the commitment to this. 45% of a budget, or 40 to 50% of a budget towards police, does not represent the needs of any human being or any community. I also want to, note my experience with the Jersey City Police, the both administration.
Excuse me. We have to stop the meeting for 1 second. We have a glitch.
Go ahead.
Okay, just bear with me 1 second. We'll keep your time, okay?
That's all here.
Hello? Yes? Oh, okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and city council. So there was a glitch in the system. Not sure exactly what happened where the meeting stopped. It's constantly on the loop. People who are looking or viewing the meeting, they're seeing nothing but a loop going on. So what we're going to have to do in order for this to get fixed is we're going to have to end this meeting. We're going to restart a new meeting. Maroon, you're going to be granted your time back. We're going to give you a full 5 minutes. But what we're going to do in the meantime, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, so by the time we do that, we're going to send out the invites. There's going to be a new link. Everyone will have to refresh their server, and then you'll have to click on the link in order to join back in. I'm really sorry that this happened, but there's nothing we can do. This is a little beyond our control. I appreciate all your patience and your cooperation with this. So we're going to end this meeting now, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Everybody okay with that? Council members?
Yes, Sean.
Give me thumbs up, okay? I apologize for that. It's gonna, we're trying, okay?
Great
job, Great job. Hold on, I can only hear one at a time. Say that again.
Sean, I think we're back live. We should be okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, now we're back live, I'm hearing. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Amanda, you still on?
Yes, Bernadette says we're live again.
We're live again? It's fixed?
Yes.
Okay, so if any council member dropped off, can we have them just sign back into the meeting?
We all on, Sean.
We're all here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can count to 9, right? Was it too late for that? Oh, goodness. Listen, we're breaking records on this virtual meeting stuff, so and it's a learning experience for all of us. So I really appreciate all your patience with this, and we're going to try to get through this. Okay, so we are going to go back on unless you guys want to take a 5-minute recess. I don't mind doing that, so we can come back to that speaker and give her her full 5 minutes. Council President, what would you like to do?
We can take a break.
Okay, so we can stretch our legs, right?
Yes,
Go to the
take a
restroom?
break. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll come right back in, and we'll keep this meeting going because it seems to be okay. And I'll let you guys know if there's any changes when we come back on, okay?
Okay. Thanks,
Ladies
Sean.
and gentlemen of the public, please be patient with us. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm still here, by the way.
Still here too. It's Councilman Saleh.
So this is James. Are we rejoining this feed? Is this the one we're supposed to be back on?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm brewing coffee.
As you should. Thank you.
Anyone want to make a prediction for?
Hey, Councilman Saleh, I'm with you here too. So.
Next. I ordered coffee earlier and drank it. So.
Nice. Yes. Sounds good.
Okay. We are still good. We're going to get Miran back on the call because I think she might have accidentally hung up, and we'll get her back on the call and we'll give her.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, great. Just bear with us a couple of seconds. We're going to get the clock back on, timer, and I'll count you down. If you wouldn't mind starting from the very beginning of where you started speaking, I apologize, but that's where we kind of lost. The loop started at that point, so we'll get you back, and I'll give you a countdown and let you start, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen who are watching online. Appreciate your patience. These things happen sometimes, but we are Jersey City, and we keep things moving forward. And we pick up the fumble when the ball drops. Yes, I am always going to relate things back to football because I miss it so much. So, for all you baseball fans too, I feel bad for you guys too, and basketball and all the sports basically. I love all sports though, but safety is the most important thing. So we all have to stay safe. All right, do we have all council members back?
Let's see.
So I see Council President, I see Councilperson Prinzeri. I know the cameras are on the other council members. There we go.
Yeah.
There's Councilman Solomon, thank you. So if we could just have the council members return back to their seats, we'll get this right back up and running.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Person Soleil. I'll feel better with one more council person.
Okay. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, we got a lot of.
Okay, you got your name.
There we go. Okay. All righty. We got our council members. We got a quorum now, so, and they're all starting to make their way back. So we're going to start back up with Miran. Miran, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello again. My name is Marone Adisu, and I am deeply rooted and invested in Jersey City as an individual and as a social work professional. I have lived, worked, played, or learned in every part of Jersey City. So anything that happens to the city and its residents affects me deeply. I'm going to share again a story of driving down Bayview, heading towards the Holland Tunnel, a man walking down that bridge, a bridge that I had walked on before. Something about that situation did not feel right. I did not stop to ask if he was okay. And, that is a regret I will have forever. But I learned later on that he had committed suicide. I learned later on after that, the reason he committed suicide is because while working as a mover, he saw the lives and homes of affluent downtown residents and believed he had not accomplished anything in his life. This is one of the worst case scenarios of community-based trauma that earlier mental health professionals have spoken on. But the ultimate representation of a tale of two cities is in this story. The pace of development in Jersey City has surpassed what the original constituents of the city can keep up with. I speak now as a social worker and want to emphasize the most and absolute most essential needs for any human being are housing and healthcare. The city budget should reflect a commitment to this. A budget of 40 to 45% towards policing does not reflect a concern or a regard for the residents and constituents of Jersey City. And it's almost as if it's just discretionary spending that is negligent and abusive. The Phillips administration and some councilmen such as Rivera have claimed Jersey City police are one of the best in
of any city. But my personal experience as an average, if not model citizen, similar to Breonna Taylor, have shown me otherwise. I will not go into my personal experiences again, personally and professionally with police officers that have not given me or validated this claim that Jersey City Police is one of the best and that they should have this much of our city budget allotted to them. I'm asking council people to hold the mayor accountable. I'm asking you to hold each other accountable on behalf of a city that is so powerful in its diversity, significance, that has contributed and set an example for so many other cities across the nation. I am proud to be of Jersey City. I'm proud to have family, friends, clients of Jersey City, but many are feeling neglected. And the police and the budget, the city budget reflects that negligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker is Jean Daly. Jean, you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jean, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
Go. Good evening, everyone. I guess we're on the budget, so I'm going to be talking about money and money numbers and how we can probably save it and what we need to be doing here in the future. Just bear with me if you don't mind. I don't know if anyone's been looking at some of the older resolutions, at least, well, I have, and just went through them just to see things that clearly were issues that may or may not have been attended to. I'm looking at like a former oil or an oil contract for the Department of Public Works. And, in that particular resolution, it's a non-bid, which is correct. They can do that. However, the difference being is that despite the fact that it is a no bid, you don't have to put a bid out. You still have to comply by certain requirements. It just says you don't have to submit a bid. But the requirements are very specific. You cannot, whenever a purchase is made, the contracting unit shall place its order with the vendor offering the lowest price, including delivery charges. It also mentions getting the closest person who's providing this diesel fuel, whatever it is, has to live closest to Jersey City because you're going to be making multiple trips back and forth. They want to save the fuel, just in general, but also so there's less chance of engaging in an accident and having a huge diesel spill anywhere. I mean, that's a hazardous substance when it's traveling back and forth. And it seems like Jersey City just does not seem to or care to follow the rules regarding this matter, and never sought to get any other quotes, let's say, because of the list of people you can get quotes from. It's a state-regulated list. And in fact, there's even one in Newark, New Jersey, which is half the distance from the one that Jersey City intended or whatever to use. This is really the crux of the matter. Nobody here is reading this paperwork. I don't know why we're not doing this, but this is what we're supposed to be doing. Because what's going to happen if all of a sudden we don't, let's say the one that's farther away, that's 20 miles away versus 10 miles away, has a big explosion, kills a bunch of people. Well, guess what? We didn't follow the rules. Are they going to hold Jersey City liable because we didn't do our own homework? Stuff like this is really appalling to me. But going on to another, thing about, money and saving money and what are we doing? Well, actually, let me get back to that one again. The one with the shipping thing. I saw on the contract that there were a woman-owned business. But the problem was this: there was no proof that it was a woman-owned business. If you're a woman-owned business, you have to be certified by the state. Yet there was no certification there at all. So this, again, it's like, what are we doing? In that similar vein, there was some kind of furniture resolutions, and I just sat there. Going into them, I realized I have all this old papers of mine, that there was actually 2 bids going to the same furniture, 2 contracts for the same, 2 contracts were awarded to the same company that was kind of done a la carte. So instead of combining the 2 projects, they made sure that one was under 30 grand. Well, they stated 30 grand, but then it says on the project cost itself, it says 34,000, which is the exact same amount the second next bidder. It equaled that same, I guess it was somebody's office installation, the same second bidders. So I know I'm not making sense, but it doesn't make sense what we are doing. Especially on this particular building, or some kind of furniture, etc. They also said it was a woman's business enterprise. Well, I don't think Paul and Eric are men, at least last time I looked. Well, they could be. They are women, excuse me. Oh my God, I'm getting this all wrong. So how can we say that these are women-owned businesses? If we want to really prioritize getting minorities and minority contractors into Jersey City and support their businesses, we're doing a terrible job of it. And moreover, we're wasting a lot of money. We're just throwing it out. Oh my God, I'm almost done. And there's another one. I guess I'm done. All right. I guess this one of the day, Sean? Okay. All right. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, I have Jessica Taub. Jessica,
Yes,
are you
I'm
there?
here.
Very good. Jessica,
can you hear me?
your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Taub, and I'm a resident of Ward B. I'm also a public school parent, a community organizer, and social worker. I want to thank the many people who have spoken so eloquently before me, and I'm here to echo the calls of them to defund the police, the Jersey City Police, by 50%, and instead invest in education, health care, mental health supports, jobs, quality, affordable housing, reparations, and true holistic community investment. I'm asking you, council members and Mayor Fultz, to be really bold and courageous in this moment. We know, as folks have said before, that the safest communities are not filled with police. In fact, there's very little police present in the safest communities because those communities have resources. They have resources that all communities should have. Police do not prevent crime. They do not make communities safer. And in fact, they often traumatize communities with racist harassment and violence. I'm a social worker and community organizer by training, and one of the most important tenets of community organizing is that the people affected by the issue at hand are the people who should be leading the way to make change. Those people have spoken. They have spoken tonight. They have been speaking for days, months, and years. They are asking for true community investment, not more police. Our country has an ugly history when it comes to Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. We are at a crucial moment, and we can do better. We can stand up to institutional racism and refuse to continue to uphold these racist and oppressive systems. We have to fight for pennies in our Jersey City public schools that serve Black and brown students, yet our police budget remains bloated. What message is that sending to our children? That we don't care to educate them, only to surveil them and their families and lock them up if they make mistakes. Let's instead send them a message that we love and care about their futures. I worked in a high school for 10 years, and I saw firsthand the multiple and negative impacts that police in schools and on nearby streets had on youth. They were punished for both minor things as well as valid responses to trauma. I also saw firsthand the multiple and positive impacts that restorative justice, mental health supports, community building activities, and just generally warm relationships with teachers and staff had on those youth. We have a responsibility to do better. We have a responsibility to take care of one another in a holistic way. We must do better, and we must defund the police. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next speaker on the municipal budget is Dwayne Baskerville. Dwayne, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Okay, Dwayne, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. Excuse me. I just wanted to suggest that the budget be shared amongst the community, community leaders, community organizations. We're at a new age now where the coronavirus has decimated our city. We have violence in the streets, and it's a sad situation across the board. I believe that with a budget discussion, we can find a way to help everyone here in Jersey City, no matter how much money they make, no matter what color they are, and no matter what position they have. Thank you, everyone. Please have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. We are getting our next speaker on the line. Do we have somebody on the line? Jason Berg? Okay, bear with me a sec.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, this is Jason Berg.
Okay, Jason, give me 1 second. Your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, Jason Berg here. Thank you very much for letting me speak. The budgeting is a very tricky situation. 80% of our budget goes to personnel and supplies, 20% goes to service. The thing of policing is community policing needs to become community people, constables of the peace, where they will no longer be enforcing statute laws, codes, and ordinances which are evasive and actually only for individuals who happen to be criminals. And when you're driving your car, it becomes a criminal event because you don't comply. That is another issue. But the real thing is the re-education of our authorities in America. In 1928, the War Department wrote a book called a Training Manual 2025 on citizenship. Now, the real problem with democracy is that it's a high note, but it also killed Socrates. Now, the American lives have been criminalized, and criminalization of American lives. And there's no problem with having protection, but when an individual had mentioned the Warren versus Washington, D.C. effect, that the police are not obligated to protect their citizens, they're only there to arrest criminals and do investigations. New Jersey, being the conservative as it is, needs to take out the infringement upon the average population who are mature enough to have arms that have the Second Amendment there. In states like Georgia, Georgia has the issue of criminality has gone down because the criminals don't know if that person they're going to rob happens to have a weapon. And if you're going to do something very important, we need a foundation of how we're getting our communities together. And the one thing that is very important, the reason why you have more policemen is because of the criminalization I had said. In 1970, before Nixon declared his war on drugs, there were only 300,000 people incarcerated. Now, years later, about 2.4 million, and the prison system is now privatized, and even Jeff Sessions had roots in those areas of the prison system. But we really need to basically, when we have this defunding, the people have to be able to protect themselves, and everyone needs to start thinking about the militia, because the government cannot protect us, and the people can do a better job. Remember, the Minutemen, they weren't there they were there to protect the community, but the issue of the militia was actually to confront the Native American Indians where the Americans were invading. And again, the Second Amendment needs to be uninfringed on common law and common sense. And it's a very important thing, folks. If you have a weapon, you don't have any right to shoot someone just because they messed up your hair. It's a matter of self-defense.
This is not related to the budget.
Now, the education is the budget is, I would presume, is about $500 million or more. What's the actual budget that we're working with? Can we just say a budget number? At least $500,000, and the school budget is about another $1 million. So we have a $1.5 million budget. The importance is to have something called a freedom budget, where we want to attack the problem of our society, which is poverty, which has always been a problem, because even in ancient Greek times there was a goddess of poverty. And if you issue of getting rid of the poverty, you don't need as many police people there, and the communities. We have a problem with our community. It's called the urbanization of our society, where we have put in social welfare, and we have social welfare done by the federal government. It alienates the people from being involved. We need people to be involved in the community as best we can. As an educator, I did my thesis on community education and its importance of community development. 4 things I came across that really hurts a community. The alienation of the establishment. If you alienate the people enough, the people are not going to come and say, hey, we got a problem. Oh, then it's can't fight City Hall. People don't bother. Oh, we don't have a problem. And that alienation needs to be eradicated with communityism. The next thing is the wasteful budget. There's more where that came from. That was the Puritans. The Puritans are dead. We have to be more conservative with our budget and know where it's going. How much in our budget is actually there is going towards recycling, using energy on our public buildings. I brought this up some time back. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, our next speaker on the municipal budget, we have Chris Perez. Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Chris, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, good evening, everybody. This is Chris Perez. I'm calling you as a resident of Ward F. I'm also a member of the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition. I also run the Bayside Park Neighborhood Association on the south side between Ward F and Ward A, and the Sherwood Claremont Neighborhood Association. I'd like to echo a lot of the sentiments that people have expressed this evening regarding this matter. Historically, we've just been following patterns of spending and practices of funding policing. Somebody told me back when I used to work in corporate America that, sometimes there's time for change. And an expression was used where we are following the practices of dead men. We really need to kind of change and shift the paradigm and start channeling our budget into more productive places. We need to start thinking about more productive ways to use our money to combat and work on the roots of violence, economic disparity, jobs, providing services for people, mental health, recreation. There are so many better ways to be spending a lot of the money that's being channeled into the police department so that we can empower our community. Babysitting the community through policing does not work, and it is a practice that we have been exercising for hundreds of years. And it really is time to think about this and really take the time to think about it and come up with smart, productive ways to use our money, just as you would in a household, looking at your budget and thinking about better ways to use your money. As a city government, we need to start doing that. Other cities across our country are starting to rethink how money is spent in terms of policing. And if we don't start making some changes now, we're going to be left in the dust with regards to this matter. So I encourage the City Council to pause on thinking about the amount of money we spend in public safety and engaging the community and coming up with a very well thought out plan on how to reallocate money into proper services that actually, instead of putting out fires, actually help in terms of prevention. And that's all I have to say for this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, I have Anjai Shah.
Hi, council members. My name is Anjali Shah. Thank you for hearing our comments, and thank you to all the people who've spoken on this call and for your work uplifting our communities. Like I said, my name is Anjali. I'm a constituent of Ward E. I'll keep my statement short. I echo what previous speakers have said, in line with them and with Solidarity Jersey City. I really urge the city council to defund the JCPD by 50% and reinvest these funds in community services and social services. Others have walked through the history of our policing systems, their roots in racism and violence. Others have given so much research explaining how policing doesn't actually work. I mean, the good news is that if we want our communities to be safe, we know what's most effective. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and that's prevention. That's funding housing, sustainable and equitable economic development, our schools, our healthcare systems, mental health, and other cities have already taken steps to do this. We see LA, Seattle, Minneapolis, and we have this defining opportunity to be part of this historic cohort. And when we know policing doesn't work, it doesn't make any sense to increase the public safety budget. I encourage you all to do the research yourself, find evidence that policing truly works to solve the problems it claims, because you won't be able to. As others have said, the request to defund the JCPD isn't abolishing the police. We have other policing systems in Jersey City, and I think there's putting police families at hardship can't be used as an excuse for inaction. Others have explained the opportunities, numerous ideas around reskilling and redeploying our officers to truly keep our communities safe through reinvesting in community services. Other things like placing a hiring freeze to avoid expanding our police department. And ultimately, there isn't really any reason to not meet community demands to defund the police. We know the police are not effective. We know that they're effective preventative opportunities to ensure public safety. So continuing to fund police, especially at these levels, is financially irresponsible. And finally, with the actions of police in our communities, such as Bryant Rowan, it's morally reprehensible. Ultimately, you can't be a nonviolent actor in an inherently violent system, and you can't reform an inherently violent system. And I think ultimately we don't just want the absence of violence, but the presence of compassion in our communities. And the way to do that is to reinvest in our community services and our communities of color. And ultimately, I understand this unfamiliar can be scary and daunting. And if this call didn't make it obvious, to put it explicitly, you have very little to lose, and the entire community, the communities you represent behind you to take this step, and an entire community also that will keep fighting without you for this as well. So I'll just end with the hope that you have the courage to help us build and leave a legacy of a better future. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker is Chris Gatson. Chris, are you there?
Yes, Sean, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Your time is going to start on my countdown on 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council. Sean, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to be brief because Liberty State Park is coming for you next. I'm just going to echo some of the concerns and some of the issues that Robin and Pam and everyone else raised earlier in the evening about the violence needs assessment that needs to be funded. In January, Philip had introduced this budget with the an increase of $11 million. We had concerns with that, and we was just basically saying that some of that money could be used to fund cure violence models. New York and Newark has that inside of their city budget. And so we need to employ more credible messengers, more resources in the community to, reduce the violence. Moving forward, later on in the year, everyone's talking about the civilian review board. That's going to have to be funded. So there is going to be legislation that's going to come down the pike, whether it be council introduce it or the mayor, but we just have to ensure that 5% of that entire public safety budget is actually allocated to ensure that a civilian review board is actually funded. not just a freeze on police, but we need to halt on these promotions and huge political salaries, such as deputy chiefs. We have more deputy chiefs than New York City and the major police departments in New Jersey. So we got to ease back on some of the patronage. Also, we have to expand that recreation budget, and we have to open up programs for youth. And we also should definitely look into employing, community members to help run after-school programs, and just alike. Because when we're talking about violence prevention, we need opportunities and things for youth to do. This summer, our youth are not employed, and so we really have to take a look at that. What's happening to the money that was saved this summer because our youth are not employed? Could we still use that money for cooperatives, for job opportunities throughout the year? If you look at Newark is finding creative ways to employ youth and to keep them engaged during the summer. We need to ensure that is taking place. During January, Mayor Fulop had introduced a plan to try to fund the Jersey City public schools. Could that funding, that was supposed to have come from the certification of the payroll tax, what amount is that, and how much of that will be dedicated to the Jersey City public schools to adequately educate the students? And Jersey City has to look into additional funding streams to help fund education, because that legislation still is in effect. There will be more money taken away from the schools over the next 3-4 years. Also, can we get a breakdown of how COVID funding is being spent? We saw the press conference this week, $7 million, small businesses. What did that look like? How much money did we get from the feds, and how is that money going to be utilized in Jersey City? Just some long-term things. A lot of people have been very much proactive. Just yesterday, we heard about Asheville, North Carolina, deciding to focus their, budgetary and priorities, and they're talking about increasing minority home ownership, access to affordable housing, increasing minority business ownership, career opportunities, strategies to help create generational wealth, closing the gaps inside of healthcare, education, employment, and pay, the wealth gap. They're talking about neighborhood safety and fairness with criminal justice. And so sometimes, if we can just copy what people are doing with their budgets, because your budgets denote your priorities. And if we're going to say that we want to invest in students, we want to invest in folks, whatever, who don't have, and we want to have everybody else have a fair share in Jersey City while everybody else is prospering, we want to make sure that folks of color, folks on the South Side, folks in Jersey City are a part of this growth. We have to really invest, in our community. So those are just some of the things I wanted to focus on. I thank you for listening, and everyone have a great night.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker, Rafael Torres. Rafael, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Rafael, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, thank you guys, and thank you for this opportunity. It has been a different experience. You guys look like you really know what you're doing, and I appreciate what you're doing to keep us safe here in Jersey City. My name is Rafael Torres. I am a retired public safety officer from this great city, and I wish to give a little support to our brothers in this field, the police department. I was a 27-year firefighter and retired just after Hurricane Sandy, and I was actively involved as an instructor and coordinator to reestablish a new computer system just before I retired. But before I relate this experience, I wish to agree with the allocating of funds to get us through this new era by 25%. The mayor giving $1 million to support a de-escalating education resources is also a weak response to the movement of BLM, Black Lives Matter, and to what's going on today and what we need. So I would agree that this money should be used to educate our police officers by purchasing a new and improved computer network Here's why. When I noted that the analog and digital problems back in 2013, our public safety, police, and fire dispatch office was not adequate for our training needs that we were conducting at the time. In 2013, we did not have the technology, and the police department was offering to support our education process through the police officers who were their own IT members. Today, this analog and digital services are still maintained by multi-million-dollar contracts that this city dishes out all the time. And our fire training, it's still inadequate and does not have a home. A good solution would be to kill two fake birds with one stone by spending the reallocating budget of 25% of police funding and reallocate it to an internet training service that is 100% transparent. Certification through LinkedIn, for example, requires certified subjects to retrain a person regardless of where they work and what their position is. They have a multiple array of titles that are great. This is just one example, and that's LinkedIn. My certification as a hospitality representative at a museum has used this tool to communicate as well. And they put on notice when I take this certification. I'm sure if I answer correctly and receive a certification on that subject, I better know it. And it's no 3 strikes anymore. It's a 1-strike deal. If a police officer is taking a certification process through the internet, it is fully transparent, and they should be able to be put on notice as soon as they get that certification. This can now be used against me, my certification, at this job that I have. These are the tools, the new tools that are already out there. And in this COVID-19 world, there are tools that we should start looking at. As a public safety officer, they changed all the time. And I know that the dispatch office is still inadequate. And for example, if you were to get a handicapped person in a public facility, and that person needs to be carried down in case of a fire or another example, in case of police activity, the information is not updated through our systems, and they do not know before you get there, police or fire, that there's a special needs person at that place. And this is why our computer system is very important to the size up for a fireman or a police officer. Let's support our public safety officers. They really do need the support. Let's also remember that I have a saying is stop, drop the show, which I like to talk to you at another time, which really asks the police officers to stop what they're doing and think. And I'm not saying when they're getting shot at. I'm saying right at a moment where it's a de-escalation situation, they should think. And a person with the phone videotaping, they should also think, and they need to stop what they're doing, drop their phone, put up their hands, and just de-escalate themselves and not create a different situation. I want to thank you for this time, and I hope you all stay safe in this COVID-19 era that we're in. Please wear a mask, and see you guys around.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Our next speaker is Joel Brooks. Joel, you on the line?
Yes.
Okay, Joel, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Joel Brooks. I'm a resident of Ward B. I spoke earlier on the Section 8 housing, but thank you for allowing me to speak on the budget. I will be brief. I want to echo the sentiments of other Jersey City residents on defunding the Jersey City Police by a minimum of 25%. Also should have started with this. I'm a member of Hudson County DSA as well as the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. Have been at the demonstrations with Black Men United, the Jersey City Anti-Violence Movement, and Solidarity JC. Last thing I want to say is I want to urge the council members to show the same political courage you've shown on so many other issues, like the LSP resolution, the rent increase freeze. You stood up to Airbnb. Some of you have stood with healthcare union members, including, walking picket lines at Christ Hospital. And as well, some of you supported ending the 287G agreement at the Hudson County Jail. So, political courage, this is the time for it. And last thing, I know that I said that was the last thing, but the real last thing is just want to urge the city to fire Officer Rowan. I mean, I've seen the video. We've all seen the video. He was out of control. I'm a lay person. I'm not trained to watch this stuff, but he was just out of bounds, and there's no place for a police officer like that in Jersey City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on the municipal budget. Any other members of the public wishing to be heard? If you wish to be heard, please contact us on the live Q&A event and provide us with your name and number. We'll get you into the meeting. Just give us a couple minutes here. Okay, last call on the public hearing on the municipal budget. Any members of the public still wishing to be heard, please let us know. Okay, hearing none, I have a motion by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Lavaro. To close the public hearing on the fiscal year 2020 municipal budget, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Frenzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Thank you to everyone for taking the time to speak. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on the municipal budget. Okay. We are now going to go on to our public request for a hearing. Somebody say something?
No.
Okay. That must have been me. Sorry about that.
No.
All right. So, members of the public, we are going to call you in the order that you are listed on the agenda. If you are not by your phone and you missed the call, we are going on to the next speaker. There are 175 speakers listed, so we need to get through the speakers list. We will not be going around again and calling anyone. So with that being said, our first speaker listed is Thalia Elcock.
Yes.
Thalia, are you on the line?
Yes.
Okay, Thalia, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Thalia Elcock, and I would like to speak about the Jersey City Police Department and the need to defund the police. I'm not one who believes that the department should be abolished, but I believe that personnel changes need to happen from the top down to the senior leaders of the department. I don't think it's possible for leaders who have allowed a culture of violence against Black communities to run unchecked to then perform a 180 and state that they are the answer, that they can be the answer to what ails the police department and the Black community. The police chief, the public safety director, the captains,
and the lieutenants need to be fired. You, the City Council, have commissioned a study of the policies and procedures and have solicited recommendations for changes to those policies and procedures. This study, I understand, can take up to 9 months. I remain concerned by that timeline. I'm concerned because even after all the media surrounding the killing of George Floyd, police officers are still reflectively kneeling on the necks of Black people they're attempting to arrest. Police are still reflectively meting out violence and disrespect against the Black community because when they see us, they see nothing of value. When they see us, our Blackness equals reasonable suspicion and supports their reasons for stop and frisk. Our Blackness supports vicious beatings with batons like the overseers and slave drivers on plantations, keeping us squarely in our place, sending the message of our value. Our Blackness to them justifies our violation on our death. Nothing to see here. I'm concerned at this moment in the world, in which the world is speaking out against police brutality, that the 9-month study will result in a missed opportunity to make impactful changes in the lives of the Black residents of Jersey City. Black people are told to vote, and we vote into power people who look like us. But then those people decide that they have to be even-handed and represent all constituents. I would remind you that all of your constituents are not being violated by the Jersey City Police. Decisions should be made with that in mind. You should revisit the police budget and cut monies from the budget. People will ask, but who will protect us if the cops leave? For the most part, cops respond after a crime has been committed. So what we need to be asking is how can we reimagine the services that are provided to the Black and poor communities to better address the disparity in wealth, access, and opportunity? I understand that it's not a simple answer, but the simple and only result should be total and absolute prohibition against the killing and brutalization of Black people for simply existing. The answer to MLK's question about how long should be now. It ends now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker on the list is Donald Sitzenberg. Donald, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Donald, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name is Don Sitzenberg, and I'm president of the Hudson River Waterfront Conservancy. I'm speaking on behalf of the 1,000-plus members of the Conservancy who oversee the Hudson River Waterfront Walkway and the Hudson River Waterfront. I'm here to support Resolution 2444, urging New Jersey to pass the Liberty State Park Protection Act. I'm not going to spend time tonight dwelling on the importance of Liberty State Park to the Jersey City public, or the inappropriate golf club that invades our public space, or the outrageous proposal to steal Haven Point from the public. Instead, tonight, I ask that you take a moment and think about why you have volunteered your precious time and efforts to be a Jersey City Council person. I'm sure it was to use your talents and energy to create a better Jersey City for everyone. I'm also sure it certainly was not self-interest and personal advancement that prompted you to run for election. Think about your district and the expectations of the people who elected you to the council. How many of them use Liberty State Park as their only fresh air outlet? I expect many. How many of them would want to see Haven Point destroyed? I expect none. How many of them look to you and expect you to represent their interests? I would suggest they all do. Think then about what the golf club means to your constituents. How many will ever be able to join the golf club? For many of you, the answer is 0. Is the golf club an opportunity for any of your constituents? I doubt it. Is the golf club really a part of Jersey City? I say it's not. It's just an oasis in the middle of the city to entertain rich outsiders who have no interest in Jersey City or its residents. Considering today's social, environmental, and public health issues confronting Jersey City and the nation, okay, I applaud you for your support earlier tonight as you voted for the people who elected you. 2 weeks ago, the Jersey City Planning Board took a major step for the Jersey City public by unanimously rejecting a proposal for an exclusive private enclave park on the Jersey City waterfront. Tonight, those of you who voted for Resolution 2444 took another step for Jersey City citizens. And I thank you for your vote and for the time to speak with you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Sam Pessin. Sam, you on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, Sam, your time is going to start. On my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
I want to thank the council members who voted for the Liberty Park resolution 8-1 at the beginning of the meeting, and for those council members who spoke passionately at this meeting and before this meeting about the Protection Act in our great Liberty Park. For 44 years, the essence of park history is that people have put democracy into action and have fought for this people's park behind Lady Liberty. The overwhelming majority strongly opposed park privatization every time, no matter what revenue is promised in return for sacrificing parkland. The act itself says, from the time of its opening, the park has had sustained overwhelming public support for a free and green open space park and overwhelming opposition to privatization and commercialization proposals, as expressed by people in public hearings, countless public comments, petitions, and a series of coalitions of local, regional, and statewide groups for Liberty Park as a people's park. Tens of thousands of people have expressed themselves. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the voice of the public for 4 decades, the 85 groups that have signed the current coalition, and there are already 18,000 people who have signed a petition for the Protection Act. The Protection Act will once and for all protect our priceless urban public space. And I'm condensing 3 different speeches I wrote for the resolution for the council. The act would already be law if it wasn't for Paul Fireman's campaign contributions and his disinformation. He wants to privatize and obliterate the park's irreplaceable Cave and Point natural area. And even though today he said he would halt that assault on the park, but I'm sure he will try his best to kill the Protection Act because he thinks in a future administration that he will get to destroy Cave and Point for golf holes. What we need is a new peaceful era at the park with collaborations. I want to just briefly mention the Protection Act does not prohibit any free active recreation. 3 council people were on a Zoom call a couple of weeks ago where the director of state parks said she's totally open to exploring active recreation in the park. And I do want to mention, I do agree as some of the I emailed all the council with expanding the advisory committee from just environmental stewards to a couple of the social justice organizations, which Councilman Robinson mentioned, which are great choices. Urban League of Hudson County, Jersey City NAACP, maybe Jersey City Together, but Assemblywoman Angela McKnight, Raj Mukherjee, I'm sure with advice and suggestions will make excellent choices for whom to add to the committee. So we know the park is important for our mental health, emotional health, and physical health. And we are fighting this billionaire who has his own land for the Golf Youth Academy and for his tournament needs. And I would lastly say, let's stand up and fight for the park and also support the ACR 145, amend the 13th Amendment, and also please pass a resolution on the Meadowlands and gas plants against it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Rick Cordner. Rick, are you on the line?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, Rick, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. My name is Rick Cordner. I am speaking today in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Trenton legislators need to hear that the municipality closest to Liberty State Park supports and endorses this act. You did that tonight, which is a good start. Thank you. I have lived in Jersey City since 1995. I have visited the park hundreds of times. For the past 2 years, I have volunteered to serve on the board of the Friends of Liberty State Park as a treasurer. It has been an honor and a privilege. I've been truly inspired by the members and fellow board colleagues. Their dedication is amazing. I want to share some financial numbers with you which will speak volumes. In the past 2 years, nearly 1,000 donations have been made to the Friends of Liberty State Park. The breakout by amount is as follows. 20% of the donations have been for $10 or less. 50% of the donations have been for $25 or less. 66% of the donations have been for $50 or less. 86% have been for $100 or less. The park is indeed the people's park. The next time you're in Liberty State Park, take a moment to admire the flower beds and trees. They were made possible by the volunteers who donated their $5, $10, and their labor to make it possible. Truly an amazing grassroots effort. 18,000 people have now signed the online petition. One of my favorite places on this planet is Caven Point. The Friends in the Park staff conduct wonderful nature tours to Caven Point, including kayak eco tours, where the participants disembark on the beach for a stroll. Social justice demands that Caven Point be reserved for the people and not plundered by a hypocritical billionaire for the exclusive use of his 200 golf club members. Are we to believe now that Fireman is championing social justice issues purely out of a sense of altruism? Please continue to support the ideals that this park stands for. Your constituents who have donated $5 and $10 need your support and representation. Please do not betray them. Fireman is only halting his assault. We have a respite now, but the fight continues until both houses in Trenton approve the bill and the governor signs. We must remain vigilant. On to Trenton. I want to give my heartfelt thanks to the council members who voted to approve the revised resolution. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Daniel Burgos. Daniel Burgos, are you on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Daniel,
I'm on the phone.
Very good. Daniel, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
It is imperative that the Liberty State Park Protection Act be passed. Right now, there's a lot of lies and misinformation and discredit being propounded by Mr. Paul Fireman, attacking Sam Peasant, who has been a champion for the park for years, and it needs to stop. You give these developers an inch and they're going to take a mile. And, it's a precious resource that needs to be preserved, and he really doesn't need 3 additional holes and the Statue of Liberty as a backdrop when he has plenty of land, vacant land that he can work with in the Caven Point Army Terminal. So, and this thing has become a big mess. It's been turned into a racial issue, and there are people saying that they haven't had access to the park or they're not represented. And, the park's a free park and it's open to all people. So it's just ridiculous what's going on. But this Protection Act needs to be passed in order to protect Liberty State Park for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next speaker on the list is Bill Brewster. Bill, are you on the phone? Okay, we're trying to get Bill on the phone. Bill is not there. We're going through. Okay. Michael Place, are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Okay, Michael, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Thanks for the chance to speak. I'm a nearly 20-year resident of Jersey City, speaking out in support of the Liberty State Protection Act tonight. But 170 speakers, long night already. The budget discussions, I want to try and offer a few thoughts about the details of what's gone on for us to even be having this conversation tonight. And yeah, just three main points. Sorry, I was getting the phone call last minute here. I thought I had a few other speakers catching my breath. So yeah, first of all, I want to state that the ability to change the conversation here was clearly a goal. Anybody understands public relations, understands what a billionaire can do, understands the history here. Jermaine is, I think, well, he may be earnest on his own, but what's happened here seems to be devoid of a real connection to real voices emerging from the community, seems to be coming out of nowhere with a lack of understanding of the long-standing issues. It all seems transparent, I think, to people who watch this closely. The first concern I have about that is overshadowing the achievement that the Liberty State Park Protection Act is and should be, and I think for years now would be represented as a unifying area where victories have been achieved by a consensus here in Jersey City. So it's to have it on the table, to be able to, I think, like Representative Mukherjee has said, to avoid the absurdity of having to fight to keep this park from becoming a casino or a super yacht club every few years, sacrificing time and energy and what have you in a grassroots, style, movement, sort of a bulwark or a vanguard. So overshadowing the achievement of it with this conflation of the current very legitimate racial issues and the tale of two cities that Jersey City definitely is. I mean, it's all real, of course, but we're conflating things here. But I want to take it to how they achieved the notoriety, the editorials, etc. And these were attacks. Sam Pess and Dan Levin, civically engaged, long-standing activists in this community, being called racist because Bruce Alston, always entertaining, usually heartfelt, but clearly a grifter. And, maybe Muhammad Akil behind him seemed to be joining the meeting that I saw where a ridiculous stream of consciousness conflation of every buzzword in the current racial discussion in this country was attempted to be associated with a legitimate grassroots movement that should be supported with a unified front. I like the vote tonight. There's a lot more to be done. This is a game of chess, so I hope we stay the course. Hope we stay the course. Thank you for the vote tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. So Bill did not speak, chose not to speak. Bill Armsburster. Ruth Adams, no answer. Patrick Colon, no answer. And now Michael just spoke. Now we're on to Beth Cope. Beth, are you here?
I am. I'm here.
Okay, Beth, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. I'm going to be extremely brief because I know that this it's going to take a while to get through everyone, but I love the park. I support the park. I support the Friends of Liberty State Park and everything they've done to preserve it. I'm not sure how adding 3 holes to a golf course is going to employ more people, and really haven't seen how they're actually going to make that happen. And so in light of that, I would just prefer for the course to be preserved, and that's my opinion as a Ward E voter. And I just want to thank all of the city council members who support the park, and thank you for keeping me on deck to speak tonight and reaching out. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker Ruth Adams.
Yes.
Ruth, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. Senator Weinberg stated, "Parks are bedrocks in the community. They give common space to neighbors and visitors regardless of class or social standing. We need to preserve Liberty State Park for generations to come." In addition, Senator Cunningham concurred that the park should continue to remain as a recreational area free for everyone to enjoy. She also proclaimed, "Let the people decide." The operative intent of both senators is for generations to come and let the people decide. Well, we have. Over 18,000 people said they want the park as it is, free and open to all. Again, Mr. Fireman has donated money to politicians and a few nonprofits in exchange for Caven Point. Which nonprofits are accepting his donations and why? How much has he contributed to the park? In the 14 years of him owning the golf course, what has he done for the park? After Superstorm Sandy, it was volunteers and the Friends of Liberty State Park picking up the debris to include used needles and other dangerous materials. Did Mr. Fireman help with this effort? No. His focus was only the golf course. How many Jersey City or New Jersey residents are members of this exclusive club? I'm pretty sure no one from Jersey City is a member. Even more appalling to me is how he and his lobbyists are exploiting the Black Lives Matter movement under the guise of racial equality. His lobbyists' attempt to divide Jersey City residents along racial lines is bad enough, but also to destroy Caven Point is horrendous and shameful if politicians allow this to happen. As elected officials, I believe you represent the welfare and interests of the residents of Jersey City as a whole. I am proud of Jersey City Council. I can personally attest that several of you do put people first. For those council members whose moral compass does not waver, I applaud you for your strength and for continuing to do the right thing for people. You lead by example. I hope other elected officials will emulate your leadership. I know you will work hard to protect this park because it is the right thing to do. Your steadfast support is a testament of your moral integrity, and thank you for listening to 18,000 people and not just one person with deep pockets. Councilman Lavero, I want to thank you and I commend you for having the tenacity to address the elephant in the room this evening. Yes, you're 100% correct. Councilman Robinson, if your offer for people to come into your ward and take a look around, I would love to take you up on that. Maybe there's something we can do as a city to help your ward. Thank you all for listening and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Angus Vale. Angus, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Angus Vale, and I've been a resident of Lafayette for over 20 years, and I love living in this very diverse neighborhood. And first of all, I want to express my absolute support of the Black Lives Matter movement, and I really believe that the residents of Greenville and all people in Jersey City, especially from underserved communities, should have equal access to the health and recreational benefits of the amazing gem that is Liberty State Park. But not 1 square foot of that park, let alone the 20 or so acres of Caven Point, should be considered for development without an open, honest and transparent public dialogue and discussion. However, the so-called community meeting on July 9th, organized by the so-called Liberty State Park for All organization, was anything but an open community discussion. Only 2 representatives from that organization and Councilperson Robinson got to speak, and even their supposed invited panelist, Sam Pesson, was not even allowed by the organizers to speak, despite people holding up signs at the online meeting, pleading for Mr. Pesson to speak. In no objective sense does a 3-person staged bully pulpit constitute a community meeting. And in fact, that recently formed Smoke and Mirrors organization should probably be more accurately called Liberty State Park for All Billionaires, since they showed their true colors of the meeting as being basically an advocacy group for Paul Fireman and the golf course. And you really have to question the judgment of anyone, especially our elected representatives,
who would promote this organization as being truly representative of underserved communities in Ward F or other parts of Jersey City. And I really encourage the council to perhaps consider hosting an open, unbiased meeting where all views and ideas can be heard, and perhaps consider as an immediate priority expanding access to Liberty State Park for Greenville and elsewhere with buses, shuttles, or perhaps an improved and subsidized bike share services to help people living in those areas get to the park to enjoy the most amazing natural backyard that any city could have. In Jersey City, we're just so lucky that it's our backyard. And please do not let a few billionaires take any part of it away from the people of Jersey City. Thank you so much. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, David Case. David, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, David, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, thank you to the council. David Case, co-chair of the Hudson County Group of New Jersey Sierra Club. Thank you to the council for your courageous vote on Liberty State Park. Since we've had a lot of speakers, I want to pass to the Sierra Club support of the resolution opposing the proposed New Jersey Transit frac gas power plant at Kearney Point. It's a 140 megawatt power plant. It would immediately become the 12th largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of New Jersey. Stopping this power plant is a matter of urgent environmental, social, and racial justice. Our community should not be burdened by any new fossil fuel infrastructure. Interestingly, if you look at a map, you'll see that every toxic polluting power plant in the state of New Jersey is within 25 miles of Jersey City. That's not a coincidence. For years, polluting industries have been sited next to Black, brown, and economically challenged communities. We in Jersey City have some of the highest rates of asthma and respiratory illness in the entire nation. A recent Harvard University study concluded that the risk of COVID-19 is greater in communities of color because of higher levels of toxic air pollution in those communities. We need to send New Jersey Transit and Governor Murphy a clear message: enough is enough. No more fossil fuel infrastructure, no more toxic air pollution. And then, just since I have a minute, returning to the Liberty State question, Sierra Club believes that there can be no environmental justice without social and racial justice, and there can be no social and racial justice without environmental justice. It's heartbreaking on a personal level to see Paul Fireman succeed in creating racial division in Jersey City. We've had enough racial division through the years. I think Black Lives Matter is too important a movement to be co-opted for 3 holes of golf. But happily, it's a transformational movement. It's an important movement that won't be derailed by this. I hope that we can move forward in solidarity and not be divided by this. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Patricia. Went right to voicemail. Liz went right to voicemail. So our next speaker is Julie Doherty.
Yep.
Julie, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, Julie, your time starts on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
My name is Julie Doherty, and I have lived in Bergen Lafayette for 20 years, and I go to the park almost every day, especially now during this time of social isolation. I'm speaking today to urge the entire City Council and all others listening tonight to fight hard to protect Liberty State Park for the many reasons stated by others previously. I first want to tell Jermaine how disappointed I am in him as my council person. Last month, he asked for postponement of this vote to have a community meeting with his constituents. That meeting on July 9th was a complete farce. He showed up late. It was advertised falsely, listing names of people not allowed to speak at that meeting. No representative of the park spoke, and the community were given no opportunity to tell Jermaine how we felt about the park. It was a disgrace. So I am very concerned now about anyone associated with this new group, the Liberty State Park for All, that ran the supposed community meeting, being any part of representing the best interests of the residents in wards A and F. I completely agree with Councilman Lavaro's assessment of the situation. When I am at the park, I see all races and all ages enjoying the park, but I understand that parts of Jersey City do not have the same overall benefits as other parts, and that Fireman has seen the opportunity to exploit this inequity to conquer and divide our city further in order to get his golf holes. We need to work on many things to improve the lives of all Jersey City residents. We need to work on promoting healthy exercise in the park, youth programs to educate about nature and its benefits. We need better public transportation so all the residents can get to the park, and I could go on. So I asked, is this inequity solved by partnering with a billionaire who has far more power and resources than any of us here tonight or Friends of Liberty State Park, but has never done much for Jersey City residents or the park in the 13 years the golf course has been there? Will 3 more golf holes and 1 youth golf program really help? No, it absolutely will not. And he would be destroying a bird habitat that is one of the last undisturbed natural estuaries in the New York City area that provides environmental protection and flood protection, just so a few wealthy people can have a better view. Since it was already voted on, I urge the council to fight hard to stop the destruction of Caven Point. And I also ask that the council commits to improving the inequities that exist in Jersey City in a more productive and less destructive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker I have on the list is Susan Nolan. Susan, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Okay.
So I want to
Hold
start
on,
by
Susan,
affirming.
Susan, hold on one second.
Also ask that the council commits to improving the inequities that exist in Jersey
Hello?
City in a
Hold
more
on one second,
productive,
Susan.
less destructive way. Thank you.
Are we, does somebody have their speaker on, or are we looping again?
Hello, can you hear me?
Susan, hold on one second, okay?
Yes.
Does anyone have their speaker on their computer and they're next to their phone? Because if you do, you have to move away from the speaker or just mute the speaker on the phone. Okay, that's
Hello?
much better. Okay. Susan, are you there?
I am, yes.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. I want to start by affirming that Black Lives Matter. I am a resident of Ward F for more than 12 years, and in conjunction with my husband, Yvonne Boynich, and my neighbors, Rebecca Shapiro and Kevin Berlin, this statement speaks for all of us. First, I want to say that Councilman Robinson does not speak for Ward F. The meeting that occurred recently, which the previous speaker just spoke to, had over 220 people on the call. We were not allowed to speak. Sam Pessin, who was invited, was on the call. In fact, I actually applaud Councilman Robinson for asking for him to speak, but he was overruled by Misters Alston and Stovall, which indicated that Councilman Robinson was not really in charge of that meeting. And one reporter who reported on that meeting spoke to a dozen people, and of those, only one approved of Paul Fireman's taking over of Caven Point. The second point is that Councilman Robinson only coincidentally is interested in this issue just as Fireman's AstroTurf lobbyist is getting involved. Previously, he was for the Protection Act. In addition, he was very receptive to calls and texts from us when we were supportive, when he thought we were supportive, because we are supportive of a lot of what he wants. But then he has ignored us, even as we politely push back, now that we're pushing back against Caven Point. And finally, I want to say that Ward F wants what Councilman Robinson wants. The act actually talks about concessions which they say like, oh, tennis and basketball. Those aren't concessions. Concessions are money-making things. The act actually explicitly talks about in Section 9, active and passive recreation. So let's do it. Let's do transportation. Let's do tennis. Let's do basketball. Let's do all of that. But first, let's protect it from people like billionaires like Paul Fireman. And finally, I want to say that I walk, as a resident of Ward F, I walk in the park almost every morning. And every morning I see my black, brown, and white neighbors in the park enjoying it. Let's protect it, and then let's talk about what we can do to make it better from Ward F. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Clara Richardson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Clara, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, City Council, and good evening. And thank you for your vote this evening to protect Liberty State Park. I've spoken to you before about my own passion for Caven Point and the solace it brings me, but I want now to remind everyone of its unique value to the whole community, to all of us here in Jersey City, especially those who cannot afford to travel long distances to experience what Caven Point gives us, the gift of an unmanicured wild land. It's only a short walk from the parking lot at the south side of the park. Here in this densely populated area, wild places are scarce and unique. Caven Point is further unique in that much of it has always been wild. The ecosystem has a time connection to life before urbanization. That is a rare gift and a unique resource. Ordinary people, myself included, go to Caven Point to relax and rejuvenate our minds. The breezes, the wind in the trees, the questions about what lives out there and how they do it engage the spirit. A horseshoe crab shell on the sandy beach might seem to indicate death until you consider it's empty. The crab outgrew the shell, so it's a signal of life. These oyster shells, are they old or are oysters coming back to New York Harbor? Caven Point is a gift that allows anyone to relax, to dream, to imagine, to learn. We've heard teachers speak forcefully of the power of Caven Point to help them teach. Nature has a unique ability, excuse me, to engage the curiosity of anyone. An engaged student is a motivated student. Already 600 or so students use it every year. More could. The salt marsh cleans the water and provides protection against storms. Having an original salt marsh to learn from right here in Jersey City is a resource to be treasured. The wild nature of Caven Point is a gift for people healing from all kinds of emotional troubles, including PTSD. I understand that Japanese doctors often prescribe a walk in the woods for various ailments. Humans find a unique mental release in natural places. This is our wild, natural place. Leasing the point to the golf course would destroy this unusual public resource, replacing it with an impoverished landscape, toxic to wildlife and dogs, and open to only a privileged few. We need to protect the unique and special gift of wild land that is Caven Point. Thank you for your vote this evening. And that's it for me. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Cheyenne Marshallese.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Your time is going to start on my countdown on 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Shana Marchese. I'm here to speak about the Liberty State Park Protection Act. I want to thank the council members who voted in favor of the resolution tonight. The Protection Act is intended to protect the park from large-scale privatization. We're all aware of the many, many proposals that have been made in the past which would take away parts of this great park from the public. I spoke more about Caven Point and its ecological importance and its benefits to the community at the last meeting, so I'm going to be brief this time. When the golf course, while the golf course has announced it will, for the time being, hold off on its bid to take over that absolutely irreplaceable land, that just makes it even more important to pass this legislation. We know this isn't going away. We need to preserve the urban green space we have, as we all know how unlikely it is that we're getting any more. Nature and open space are for everyone, so is Liberty State Park. We must protect this park from these continual threats, and we can do that by passing the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
All right, our next speaker is Bill Matsakudis. Bill, are you on the line?
I am, Sean. Thank you.
Okay, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Bill Matsakudis, 225 Grand Street. I want to congratulate the Municipal Council for passing the resolution calling on the state legislature to pass the Liberty State Park Protection Act with the important amendments that Councilman Solomon offered. I support this critical legislation because it's going to preserve the critical natural areas of the park from private development, namely the Caven Point Wildlife Preserve and the beach area and the interior 235 acres, the latter of which the DEP has designated as a natural restoration area. Someone recently just pointed out, speaking, the act does not prohibit active recreation at Liberty State Park. Indeed, it specifically encourages it, thus suggesting that the park can offer either a natural habitat or active recreation, but not both, is a false choice. And I personally agree that the park has room for sports fields. I live very close to the park. I walk or run there on a regular basis, and there's ample room for soccer fields, baseball diamonds, or other sporting grounds. Yet there should also be this beautiful 250-acre natural area with a forest and wetlands that can provide inner-city children from Bergen, Lafayette, and Greenville, indeed all of Jersey City, with exposure to the wonders and glory of nature that they otherwise wouldn't get. Some have talked about the remediation of the interior restoration area, which has been contaminated and off limits for decades. My research reveals that the state of New Jersey has already designed a remediation plan that's going to cost them $80 million and be performed by the Army Corps of Engineers. The plan, as I understand it, consists of removal of some contaminated soil and replacing it with clean fill, or capping in other areas using engineering controls. The contamination, I think, is mainly historic fill. And these techniques represent the standard practice in such cases, especially for parkland. It's the approach consistent with what's been done in Jersey City and in New Jersey before, including even the type of remediation that took place at Liberty National Golf Course. It's also important to note that the remediation is being funded with money from the Natural Resource Damages Settlement that requires this land to be restored to a natural setting. And with regard to the Caven Point Peninsula, it's unconscionable to me that there's a possibility that this beautiful natural place, which provides the only beach in between the George Washington and Verrazano Bridge, that could be possibly turned over to a private entity so that only elite members of that golf course could go there. Liberty National Golf Course is a good thing for Jersey City. It provides a lot of revenue, but it's good right where it is, and it doesn't need to expand onto public land. I agree that the advisory committee needs to be expanded in order to include local representation. I think a good option for that would have been putting the council members of wards A, E, and F, the wards that surround the park, to be put on, but also, as was suggested tonight, perhaps civic organizations from the ward. Having said that, keep up the good work. Thank you for your long hours tonight, and push down in Trenton until this gets passed.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jill Postorino. Jill, are you on the line?
Yes.
Okay, Jill, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
My name is Jill Postorino, and I am speaking in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Protecting Liberty State Park from privatization is intrinsic to our very existence as a community and our cohesiveness as a people. If we will not join together to protect nature, we will not survive. There are ecological limits to our world. The time is up for ignoring climate change and making excuses for environmental degradation and destruction for profit. Our communal heritage and communal land should not be given away just because wealth and privilege demand it. Parks are needed spaces that exemplify the best of collective effort for the collective good. The Liberty State Park Protection Act is primarily about privatization and whether or not some people are exempt from the law because of their wealth and influence. The golf course owner has inserted money and arguments into this democratic process in such a way as to purposely sow division and muddy the issue at hand. It is a strategy we have seen used time and again by those who want exceptions carved out only for themselves and who want to take ownership of something that doesn't belong to them. False dichotomies are created to pit one group against another, and meanwhile we are offered transactional public service and good deeds with strings attached. The promised improvements will only come at the very high cost of surrendering not only everything they ask for, but our agency as well. If we hand over priceless public land to developers, we doom ourselves to compete over the fraction of a return the billionaire is willing to give. Our democracy is eroded, trust in our elected representatives is compromised, our land is lost forever, and our neighbor has been made into our adversary. The Protection Act would take privatization off the table. All other issues of improving access and recreation and making the park more welcoming to everyone can and should be worked out in the community and with the state and local government. Finally, the green to green argument should be exposed for the falsehood that it is, because it's going to come up again. A chemical-soaked turf is not a habitat, nor is it a green space for the public. The land at Cave and Point will be cleared of natural vegetation, and the native wildlife and plants will be killed or driven out. The nature preserve will be lost, and the public will be locked out. So I want to say thank you for voting for the resolution to support the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker is Helen Weinberg, and that went right to voicemail. Next speaker, John Cups, declined to speak. Next speaker, Christine Rapella, went to voicemail. And we're getting the next speaker, which is Steve Krinsky, on the line. Just give us a second. Steve, are you on the line?
Yep.
Okay, Steve, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Thanks for your vote in support of keeping Liberty State Park a public space, but we're not done yet. Now our fight moves to Trenton. I hope you'll continue to stand up on this issue. But this raises a couple of other questions, and I want to add a couple of things. Like many other speakers tonight, I'm an enthusiastic advocate for social justice, and I encourage you to look at all these efforts in that light. I also want to thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and your patience. But I want to talk about something negative that all this brings up: distrust in government. This is a pox on our nation. It's one of the reasons Donald Trump got elected. People don't trust government. And what better example of it than efforts to sneak in a privatization clause in the budget bill at the last minute, or the influence peddling of a billionaire. We should be appalled by things like this and speak out against them, partly because it's bad policy, but also it just fuels our distrust of government. Thankfully, the governor has said he will not support privatization. We want to hold him to that promise, and I urge you to stand firm and do the same with the governor and the legislature. Let me mention another example that raises the issue of distrust. Last year, Governor Murphy stated he does not support any new fossil fuel projects in New Jersey. I hope he stands by that promise. Just a few miles away from here, New Jersey Transit wants to build a power plant using fracked gas as its energy source. City Council can go a long way toward restoring trust in government by asking the governor to fulfill his promise on both these issues. Please pass the resolution against gassing the Meadowlands. Let me mention a few related to both issues. As far as Liberty State Park goes, the overwhelming consensus is that it's off limit for private development. To restore trust in government, urge the governor to live up to his promises. Regarding New Jersey Transit Power Plant, the city of Hoboken has already passed a resolution like this. We'll all be proud of our leaders here in Jersey City when we do the same.
I'm aware that the power plant issue is complicated, but let me conclude with a few last thoughts. Last week, my basement flooded, and many streets in Jersey City were filled with water. Today's New York Times had an article on how high tide flooding along the Atlantic coast has increased dramatically in recent years. How can we fight climate change if we expand fossil fuel infrastructure? Jersey City is susceptible. We can't wait. And there's an even better reason to oppose the plan. There's a positive option: renewable energy, a combination of solar, wind, tidal, plus expanded use of battery technology could work here. I'll leave it at that. I hope you'll stand up and let the governor know.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker is David Williams. Went to voicemail. Next speaker, Rochelle Myers Hoffman, went to voicemail. So the next speaker is Luz Guzman.
Yep.
Okay, your time is going to start on my count. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members. As you know, my name is Luz Guzman. Today, I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Jersey City Environmental Commission. I was asked to represent in a way. I know that the council has received information from us regarding the Protection Act and that we support it. Also wanted to let you know that, or at least the commission wanted to let you know that we were aware of the remediation. And I believe they are going to have a meeting in September, the DEP in September, October. So we are going to follow that as well. We are also going to be writing to Trenton in support of the Protection Act.
I sounded so weird. I felt like I sounded weird.
Hold on one second,
He is still on the phone.
Luz, hold on one second. Can we pause the time?
I'm still on.
Pause the time? Can we pause the time?
At 2:18 when the interruption happened.
Okay. We'll start it back at 2:18.
Should I start again, or?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make an announcement. If we have members of the public who are next to speak, if we can just remain silent until we call your name to speak, we would greatly appreciate it because we're hearing background noise from the phone. So you would be kind enough just to silence is the best part. All right, I really appreciate it so we can get through this. Thank you very much. Luz, you can please continue.
Okay. So as I was saying, the Jersey City Environmental Commission will be following up with a letter to Trenton regarding the Protection Act, as well as following up on the remediation portion of Liberty State Park that seems to have lagged behind. Also, there is a person that you might be interested in. His name is Alan Miller. He is part of the New Jersey Department of Environmental, he is part of the New Jersey DEP community part of the community something initiative that Governor Murphy had put into place and is now included Jersey City. So he is kind of the boots on the ground to work between municipalities and the DEP to get some of the initiatives that I believe Mr. Robinson is looking to put together. They have success in Camden recently where they remediated parts of the area, which included natural habitat as well as active recreation. So his name is Alan Miller. He is our contact for Jersey City in regard to helping to be like the liaison between the DEP and our municipality. And with that said, we are looking forward to revising, or as you revise the
the advisory committee, and we understand the importance of inclusion of those voices in Ward A and F. Thank you, and I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Dwayne Baskerville. Dwayne, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dwayne, your time is going to start on my count. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello again, everyone. Several things. First, please establish an inclusionary zone ordinance that will lead to the construction of the most affordable housing units for those who most need it, for low and very low income families. Secondly, I don't know if ACR 145 has been addressed yet, but I would like to say that I'm in full support of it. Excuse me. It costs the county it costs the healthcare department about $46,000 a year, and the city about $65,000 a year for one shooting here in Jersey City. I believe that the Amendment 13 is something that should be abolished because, from my point of view, it appears that our structure, our system, and basically everything that we do is predicated on our kids getting in trouble and being incarcerated. I spend much of my days in the community with other community leaders trying to save the lives of our kids, while at the same time, if we don't lose them to the streets, we lose them to the court system. So hopefully, collectively, we can come together and get Amendment 13 abolished. And I thank Joyce Waterman for bringing up ACR 145. Excuse me. And lastly, I am in full support of LSP sharing the land there with the birds and the community. I think collectively we can come up with a plan where they can make everybody happy, give recreation and opportunities to our community, while at the same time allowing birds of different species to live with us, because I'm an avid animal lover also. So I think there's enough room there for the birds and the kids to play together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, Maria, went to voicemail. So we're moving on. Next speaker, Nahidi, refused to speak. Our next speaker listed is Leslie Lone. Leslie Lone. Leslie? Coming in, okay. We're getting her on the phone.
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, your time is going to start on my count on 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name is Leslie Lone, and I'm a Ward F voter, homeowner, and Jersey City resident for over a decade. I signed up to speak today regarding a few things. First was to urge the council to pass the resolution in support of the Liberty State Protection Act. There has been multiple schemes to privatize Liberty State Park over the years, and we must continue to keep the park as a green open space for all. It's utterly disgraceful that a real and important social justice movement like Black Lives Matter would be co-opted to sow distrust in the few who have stepped up for decades to make Liberty State Park the oasis it is today. I hope we see the same energy from these folks, urging Governor Murphy and the DEP to protect the park and expand public amenities as they have wasted on advancing the billionaire's agenda. I appreciate the amendments to the resolution today and thank the council members who made it possible and voted yes. Secondly, I urge the council to oppose the construction of the New Jersey Transit gas-fired power plant in Kearney. The fracked gas power plant presents a wide range of serious negative public health, safety, economic, and environmental impacts that will affect Jersey City. It also threatens a historic and ongoing recovery of the Hackensack River and Meadowlands. We must fight for environmental justice, but supporting a billionaire will not lead us there, nor will continuing to rely on fossil fuels. Lastly, I know there was already a public hearing on the 2020 municipal budget, but I want to say that we must reallocate funds from the JCPD to Health and Human Services, Recreation Services, job training, housing, and other beneficial community development, as well as the push for the creation of a civilian complaint review board to create a transparent process with the power to hold officers accountable. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Bess Morrison.
Mm-hmm.
Are you there?
Yep, I am.
Okay, very good. So Bess, your time is going to start on my count. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members. Thank you all for your service, and I appreciate all the extra time which has gone into the vote this evening on the resolution supporting the Liberty State Park Protection Act. I want to speak to 2 issues this evening. First, I would like to give my support to the resolution opposing the proposed New Jersey Transit backup power plant. The amount of pollution that would be created so close to our most vulnerable communities is unconscionable, especially as there are many alternative energy sources available which have not been at all explored. Secondly, I would like to speak about how the vote to support Liberty State Park came about this evening. My understanding was that the point of the Liberty State Protection Act was primarily to protect Liberty State Park from privatization, including the never-ending threat from Liberty National towards Caven Point. It feels to me that our conversation was hijacked, and with Mr. Fireman's blessing, there's been an effort to pit Jersey City residents against each other. When I walk along Caven Point almost every day, the people I see are Black, brown, Asian, white, every color and ethnicity which is found in Jersey City. I was interested when Councilman Robinson posted the flyers about a community forum about Liberty State Park last week. It asked in big letters if I knew that Liberty State Park was in Ward F, which actually isn't true, as it is a state park, which makes it state land. This was the beginning of the misinformation of the evening. Both wards F and A border the park, and as a resident of Ward A, I was looking forward to what people had to say. It was billed as an evening for community input, but instead it was a 2-hour harangue by 3 partisans with no community input allowed. At the meeting, we were promised a second meeting to get community input, but I have seen no sign of this. Councilman Robinson, I am tired of being told that you want your constituents' voices heard when that is clearly not what you're looking for. I would be delighted to have an open forum on the future of Liberty State Park with all stakeholders, including the people of color who live in the neighborhood, to have input. And in fact, in the Liberty State Park Protection Act, it is mandatory that there's an annual meeting of local residents to discuss how things are going. I would love to hear what people would like to have now, not from what was put into a 40-year-old master plan most of the community has never seen. Council members, I thank you for your service and that you've put in tonight. Thank you for making this positive vote happen. But why am I not surprised that Councilman Robinson found a way to not vote for the resolution to protect Liberty State Park from any privatization? Is he in Fireman's pocket? I don't know. But what I do know is that by muddying the waters around the Protection Act, we make it easier for people to find a reason not to vote for it. Councilman Robinson, this does not help your constituents. You should be ashamed. Thank you again to the rest of you for supporting this resolution. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Dana Patton. Dana, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, Dana, your time is going to start on my count. You can go in 3, 2, 1, go.
I've been an active Jersey City resident for almost 20 years, and I want to tell you that right now you have a unique opportunity to change lives, and I am begging you to be bold. First, I'm asking you to listen to the calls you heard tonight to reallocate budget to services that fight systemic racism. I've been at police meetings year after year, and I can't tell you how many times the police themselves has said that the things people call them about and the things people come to meetings about, they can't do anything about. And they're right. We need social workers, mental health professionals, nutritionists, crisis and violence intervention, housing, and more mentioned during the budget hearing. The budget is a statement that says what you care about. And right now, the numbers send a message that we do not value the health and well-being of our residents. Second, I want to thank everyone except my Ward F council member for passing the resolution in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act.
The way language of a movement to prioritize Black lives was used to spread lies and misinformation in my neighborhood, and how voices of lifelong Black residents, like the next speaker, my neighbor Jerome Choice, were ignored, and how the Friends of Liberty State Park were slandered was shameful. Selling out parkland to developers, whether it's at Liberty State Park or Berry Lane Park, should not be the only way to provide services to our citizens. That's what the city budget is for. Third, I'm asking you to support the creation of a civilian complaint review board put forth by Councilmember Solomon. Police have to be held accountable for their actions, just as all citizens are. And you have the public support behind you to do that. Cities across the country have stood up to the police unions, and I beg you to do the same. But the Civilian Complaint Review Board must have real power to demand transparency regarding police misconduct and carry out consequences. Committees and public safety boards do not do it. Please do not squander this opportunity for real change. Go through the laws on the books in Jersey City that criminalize Black and brown residents and rewrite or remove them. Listen to the reasonable demands of Black Men United and Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition for police accountability and budget justice. Naming special days, creating more committees, these are not real change. Business as usual is not going to cut it, and you must be bold. Please, I'm begging you, be bold. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Jerome Choice, went to voicemail. Next speaker, Maureen Crowley, went to voicemail. Darlene Mazer declined to speak. And our next speaker listed is Rachel Cullen, which we're trying to get on the phone. Bear with us a sec. Okay, Rachel went right to voicemail as well, so we're going on to Catherine Kang. Just bear with us. We're trying to call the speakers in advance to try to get them on the line. Okay, Jerome Choice just called, so we're going to patch him through.
Thank you.
Jerome?
Yes.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, I want to thank the City Council for support of the Liberty State Protection Act, and I want to thank them for their patience. I know it's very difficult and it's very late. I want to say that I'm glad that we're trying to permanently keep our park out of the hands of developers. I said the park is a vital part of the health of the citizens of Jersey City and of the state. And Cave Point is a natural habitat, and it must be preserved because it cannot be duplicated. It took years and decades and to get to that point. And I just want to thank them again for the support for the Liberty State Protection Act. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. So the next speaker I have listed, Catherine Kang. Not available. Okay, we're going to move on to Yvonne Bolso. Yvonne, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Yvonne, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, first of all, Council, thank you very much for your vote for Liberty State Park. One of the issues I want to bring up is the comments people made about the cops. First of all, they do not speak for me. I want the cops. The second thing I want to say that if this thing were to go through and you were to, reduce the cops to 50%, that money would not go to social programs, because if you look in the budget, we owe $125 million in the budget for absence. And that money is basically a lot of the absence that belongs to cops. So we have to pay them when they leave. So it's a farce to say that the money will go to them. No, it will go to the cops who leave, because it's in the budget. That's why I asked that question. And besides, when coronavirus happened and we could not find toilet paper, can you imagine the problem would be when we cannot find a cop? If someone's breaking into my house, I don't want a social worker. I want a cop. Okay. Now, the real issue why I'm on this list is because I want to bring up the issue of 1061 about non-binary bathrooms. Target in Jersey City had a problem, which was in the Jersey Journal, in which men was going to the store and videotaping ladies in the changing room and things like this. I mean, that's an issue. It happened in many towns, not just Jersey City, and that's something you have to think about. Also, you can have men falsely, accused of rape. A woman supposed to be believed all the time. My suggestion is just to have single restrooms if you need to have them. I don't think someone's right should be above my right. If I go to City Hall, I do not want a man to walk into the room. My right should be respected too. So that's the reason why I stayed up this late with you guys. One of the things I do want to say is that when I hear about all these things about we need social workers and nutritionists, in some way, they're basically saying that many black families do not know how to raise their own children. And that in itself is a racist statement. It really is. I think it really is. I have no problem with people spending programs on recreation, but saying that, a certain community, they're not saying white people can't raise their kids properly, but basically it's the backdoor slap that's saying, black families cannot raise their children properly. And I find that really racist. So I don't agree with that group and what they're trying to say. Leave the cops there. They have enough to do. We should support them. Yes, there are cops there that should not be on the force. Granted, yes. But the idea of cutting back on cops, no. And believe me, it's absolutely ridiculous. Do we want to become New York City right now? Every day there's a shooting because they cut back on cops. Do we really want that? I say no. I don't care what these social justice people think they are. They're making Jersey City more dangerous every single day. That's all I have to say, and they don't speak for me.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Joan McKee. Joan, are you there?
Yes, it's Joanne.
Joanne, I'm sorry. Joanne.
No problem.
Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. I am Joanne Brennan McKee, a member of the Hamilton Park Neighborhood Association Board. At the last City Council meeting, I spoke about the importance of the Caven Point natural area to our dwindling bird population, and about the importance of open space to people living in the most densely populated county in New Jersey. Many other people did too, but you know all that. So tonight, I want to urge all my fellow citizens listening in to send the petition to pass the Liberty State Park Protection Act to everyone they know in New Jersey, friends, relatives, acquaintances, and ask them to sign it, and to pass it on to everyone they know in New Jersey. I also urge everyone listening to write to the governor, the state Senate president, and the Assembly Speaker, and to other state elected officials who can finally get this done. All the information you need is available at the Friends of Liberty State Park website. Tonight, we thank the council for doing the right thing. Tomorrow, we must all take up this effort at the state level. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Michael Darling. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Michael, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much. I know it's been a long night for everyone, but I'm just calling to also weigh in and cast my support and encourage you all to support the protection and preservation of Liberty State Park, avoid any chance to privatize it. Specifically, I want to mention I had an experience recently where I ventured over to Caven Point and was just blown away at how beautiful this piece of land was and how important it is to protect this piece of land for future generations. You know, we've all been stuck in our homes and haven't been able to rummage around the city as much as we have in the past, but getting out to natural spaces like this for all residents of the community is incredibly important, and any effort to sell off, privatize, it would just be a disgrace. So again, I'll yield back the rest of my time, but please support the Friends of Liberty State Park and maintaining our efforts to protect this space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, Jim Moore, went right to voicemail. Shamaroon Rampump went right to voicemail. Speaker number 43. We're looking to get speaker number 44, Carol Mackin, on the phone. Carol Macklin went right to voicemail. Going on to our next public speaker, speaker 45, Karen Karp. Okay, if Lawrence Sarallo, I could be mispronouncing your name. It's Ciarallo. Lawrence, if you are watching, if you can please provide us with your telephone number in the live event Q&A. We don't have a number for you, but you are listed as speaker 46. Please provide us with your number and we'll patch you through the meeting. Thank you. Karen Karp went right to voicemail. Okay, Lawrence, you are up. If you're watching, if you can please provide us with your number and we can call you. Okay. We'll go move on to Jeff Tittle. Went right to voicemail. Okay, we're going on to speaker 48, Gregory Ramond. As members of the public, if you're watching and your name is on the list, please follow along the agenda so you know when your name is going to be called. So then you're by the phone and we'll get your right patch through into the meeting. Okay, Gregory went right to voicemail. Next speaker, Frank Gallagher. No relation to the city clerk. I thought I'd get a chuckle. I know we're all tired.
I was on mute, but I definitely
Right. No, you guys are doing the right thing. That's good. That's good.
But we're all going to tell you we laughed.
Okay, Frank Gallagher declined. He's definitely not related. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to our next speaker, Anthony Blake. And if I could just reiterate the fact that, please follow along with the agenda with your name is listed on the speakers list. We are going to call you and try to get you on the phone so we can patch you through the meeting. But once we make the phone call, we got to move on. We have a very lengthy list of speakers. And we have to get through the rest of the agenda as well. Okay, Mr. Blake went right to voicemail. Moving on. Irina Barnaby. Irina went right to voicemail too. Okay. Speaker number 52, Mary McMillan. I think she spoke earlier. Okay. Still waiting. Okay, I just got a request. Could you please announce the speaker numbers? Easier to follow. Okay. So speaker number 51 went right to voicemail. Speaker number 52, we're trying to get, went right to voicemail. We're going on speaker number 53, Eliza Wright, speaker number 53. Okay, speaker number 53, we have a winner. Okay, speaker number 53, Eliza Wright is getting patched through. Eliza, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
I can't even say good evening. It's so late. This is Eliza Wright, Vice President of the Friends of Liberty State Park. As you know, our mission is to preserve, protect, conserve, and to promote Liberty State Park. Cave and Point Natural Area should remain free and open for everyone to enjoy. Liberty National Golf Course multi-billionaire owner Paul Freeman has land on his property to place 3 holes and not take Caven Point. To the council who voted in favor of the resolution supporting the Liberty State Park Protection Act, thank you. So I'm going to say good night. And you guys, I hope it'll be time for you to leave soon. Thank you again, Eli. Good night.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Eliza.
All right, then.
Have a great night.
Yes, you too now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, next speaker, Jane declined. Joe Harkins, number 55, declined. We're going on speaker number 56, Michael Brown. Speaker 56. Okay, speaker 56 went to voicemail. On to speaker 57, Frank Ippolito. Okay, Frank Ippolito is getting patched in. We'll wait for Frank to get on the line.
Hello.
Frank, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, Frank. Frank, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, council members. My name is Frank Ippolito, a Jersey City resident for 10 years. But my roots go way back to when my grandparents arrived at Ellis Island as children. They grew up, got married, raised family, lived the rest of their days in Greenville. Mom and Dad met on the boulevard, settled down on the west side. I have always considered Jersey City my roots. Moving back here, I soon found Liberty State Park to be wide open and welcoming. I learned of free kayak trips offered each weekend, all summer, to anyone who signed up. I signed up. A park ranger took us out and whoa, Caven Point, full of egrets and heron. A bald eagle flew overhead in the shadow of Miss Liberty. Nature, beauty, poetry. In our discussions here, we've heard that Liberty State Park is a treasure. The Caven Point is a gem. We have heard that people come here for respite and reflection. We have heard that people come here for recreation. All true, and more. We have also heard how people discover something when they come to wild places, something unexpected. Some call it quiet. Some call it sacred. Nature does that, reminds us of things that are not in textbooks. When wide-eyed children come to Caven Point, they learn about nature and about how they're connected to nature, directly connected. It's right there, under their feet. Caven Point is a fragment of wild, truly wild nature. It is one of 2 remaining living salt marshes in all of New York Harbor, a fragment of an ecosystem that once stretched uninterrupted from the Chesapeake Bay all the way up to Cape Cod, snatched from the jaws of industry and development. It is a gem, blessed even, and something else. It is also a responsibility. We are, every one of us, the beneficiary of this wonderful wild place. We are also its steward. It is here, in our backyard, to be enjoyed, to be protected for your children and your grandchildren. One last thing. Salt marshes like Caven Point protect the coast by reducing wave energy. They also reduce flooding during storm surges by providing resistance to tidal flow. It is well documented that during Superstorm Sandy, coastal wetlands prevented more than $625 million in damages. I'll leave it there. I appreciate the efforts of council members who worked hard to fashion a resolution that would speak to Trenton with a clear, unified voice. I'm sad to see the vote tonight will water that message down just a bit. It is clear that the muddying of these issues only serves the billionaire golf developer. No one else wins. If we lose the small piece of paradise that we've been entrusted with, we lose it for our children and their children and their children. Let's all get this right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, number 58, declined. Next speaker, number 59, Laura, are you on the line?
Hi, yeah.
Okay, Laura, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi all, happy Thursday. I spoke earlier regarding the budget and would like to again mention that I've emailed the Ward E and Ward F council members on comprehensive police reform roughly 2 weeks ago and have yet to receive any response. It would be nice to receive one after I speak at this time. Now, let me start by saying thank you to the council for today's support of Liberty State Park. Please keep those efforts going. That said, I'd like to put the following statement on record regarding Liberty State Park. I'm Laura Tatham. I'm a 12-year resident of Jersey City, having lived in the Jackson Hill, Paulus Hook, Village, and Lafayette neighborhoods. I've been a resident of Wards E and my current F, and I've used or worked in Liberty State Park for all of my years in Jersey City, regardless of what neighborhood I was in. Now, living in Lafayette, Liberty State Park is my backyard. I walk or bike through it several times a week. Raised by two scientists and avid birders, I grew up with an inherent appreciation for the natural world, and I'm continually in awe of the vast expanse of natural beauty that resides in Liberty State Park. Regardless of the misinformation campaigns being waged, it would be an unforgivable disservice to let it be sold off for any private development, especially those which favor a small elite subset of people who do not visit, dine in, or give back to the city. In this time of unprecedented economic insecurity and hardship, not letting this protection pass would be tone deaf at best and callous at worst. As my father said in regard to wildlife habitats, we need to preserve them because they're not making any more. We can beautify, protect, and make the park more accessible for all because environmental justice means justice for all. And we do not need any developers' money at the price of our public land. The park has been vulnerable to developers for decades. Let's finally finalize the legislation to fix it. Also, I would like to urge the council to support the resolution ACR 145, and please, just don't support fracking. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Council President?
Yes.
Are you
Go ahead,
inclined
Sean.
you would like to take a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess once again to have everyone stretch their legs, restroom break, and we'll come back at 12:56.
Okay.
And just for the record, speaker 60, Patricia, 61, Richard, and 62 went to voicemail, so we're going to move on to 63 when we come back from the break. Thank you.
Marlene, will I be called back? Will I be called back, or should I hold on?
You can hold on, Elna. You can hold on if you don't mind.
Yes. Oh, not at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Danny, I'm open.
What happened?
I'm open. I'm open, coach.
How you doing? Good?
Coffee, man. Best thing they ever made. The best part of waking up.
It's Folgers in your cup.
Oh my goodness. Councilwoman, don't start.
No, not coffee, green tea. Makes you less jittery. I'm telling you.
It's already 1 o'clock.
Coffee in the morning is never good for anybody unless you're planning to be up all night. So.
Well, we planning on being here till 5 in the morning.
Hey, I still got work to do, so.
Yeah, me too. I have to send out an agenda for a committee meeting on Monday.
So you, Seth, Brian, Platt, and James Solomon all live in the same apartment.
It's our little frat house.
Is that a 1-bedroom?
Yeah. It's Jersey City red, you know?
Hey.
We're actually we're all in an Airbnb right now.
I don't know if you could say that. That's
We're
4,000
doing
a month right
undercover.
there.
Oh, we're live.
Investigations.
I think we're still live.
We are. We are.
I'm dropping.
Great.
Elna. I'm
Say
dropping.
one
Hi,
thing in this
Brian.
meeting.
Coach.
Got it. You caught it? You caught it?
Yeah, but
All righty. Okay, we are back, ready to roll. Okay, so our next speaker is Elena. You here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Your time is going to start on my countdown, and we're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, it's Elna Mukaida, and I've been a resident in Hamilton Park. When I moved to Hamilton Park in 1985, my nature walk was trotting over to the PATH station, and the land there had been cleared. It was before Newport Mall was built. And so my nature walk was looking for tracks in the mud of pigeons and rats. And there was actually a bunny hole right next to the entrance to the PATH station. I want to thank the City Council for supporting the Liberty State Park Protection Act, because someday, I think, at least in the future, children won't have to look for rat tracks in the mud, but they can see little wild bird tracks, perhaps even sight a harbor seal there. So thank you very much for your work and for all the eloquent talks that the previous speakers presented. I did get to sit in and listen to the budget, people speaking about the budget, and there was so much about defunding the police department. Frankly speaking, I did not read the budget, but I have been attending the captain's meetings for about 20 years. And I want to put a shout out to everybody who might be listening and for the future to please attend your captain's meetings to present your concerns and hold your captain accountable. In the East District, where I am in Hamilton Park, a lot of people do go, and there are activists who are always concerned about what goes in their community. The police department would give us statistics from the CompStat reports so that we would be aware of the trends that were happening in each respective neighborhood. I ask that everybody in other communities do so and engage with your police department. I really believe in community policing, and I really hope that the implementation of the park and walk comes back again, where police officers get out of their cars, walk their neighborhoods, get to know the people there. When I started going to the meetings 20 some odd years ago, there were about, I think, over 800 officers on the police force. And since then, it dropped considerably. And for the last few years, every year I'd ask captains, are we getting more officers? Finally, in the last couple of years, it's back up to more than 800. It's taken a real long time. And I hope that, anyway, again, more community involvement, get your neighborhoods involved. And I appreciate your time. Thank you all very, very much for being up so late to hear everyone speak. Good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, 64, John David Allen, went to voicemail. Speaker 65, Deidre Newman, went to voicemail. 66, Heather Gibbons, went to voicemail. And speaker 67, Jason Berg, is on the line. Jason, are you there? Jason Berg.
Yes, I am.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. I'm Jason Harley Berg, a lifelong inhabitant of Jersey City. I'm a retired professional librarian educator and a Vietnam-era veteran. I've been a community activist since I was 16, so some 51 years later, I'm 67. Folks, you know something's wrong in on America and on your hearts. And it's that America's Republic, the jure common law government, was stolen by Congress, but the Act of 1871 created Washington, D.C. into a corporation because the American government was banked from the Uncivil War. Thus, we were being sold out, converting every American into a voluntary slave bondsman, owing nothing but paying for everything that Uncle Sam wanted to waste, thus raising the de facto state, a fictional world of fraud, serving on a plate of under the color law, U.S. Code 18242. In a half world of truth given to you, me, and us, United States, the perception that everything is okay, like municipal courts without juries, where codes and ordinances are laws to persons, corporate and created, not living people with inalienable rights from the Creator. I'm a host on my radio show called Radio Free America, and on that, every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30, I am online. If you want to call in, it's 5662. And backup number is 520-420-9033, 209-399-9021, and the participant code is 792480#. I want you to know, folks, that I'm a very dangerous man, not because I wanted to be, but the U.S. government, the FBI called me a sovereign citizen. Some 5 years ago, I fought my trial with 2 counts of interfering with federal officers. One was a courtroom security guard out of his jurisdiction and a marshal who tackled me for doing nothing more than standing my ground. Folks, America needs change. And the only way they're going to do it is to get up and say no. You cannot say yes when you're being harassed. You got to stop being harassed and take notice that you have the power. It's not an issue of black and white. It's color of knowing you are right. We have to fight against the machine that is always trying to make us mean. If you don't do it now, you'll be having a time later, because if you don't take the time, you'll be beaten well with a batter. So I say to you folks, really now and then, if you don't take action, you'll be dead then. I'm not against having arms, but when you don't have your arms to say no, you have no way of protecting yourself. When I was a young man, I thought that we needed gun control. We don't need gun control. We need uninfringed, inalienable rights and a Second Amendment and a voice to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Good night.
Okay, next speaker, 68, Ashley Christmas, went to voicemail. Next speaker, 69, Matt Smith, went to voicemail. And the next speaker, Diane Titter. Diane, are you on the line?
I am.
I'm sorry
Can you
if
hear
I'm
me?
mispronouncing your last name. Diane, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, Jersey City Council, for your patience and perseverance through these marathon meetings, and even more so for your votes and continued support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Thanks also to my fellow residents who've spoken so eloquently and passionately about protecting it for the public in the future and standing up for equity and critical social change, which is absolutely necessary and tied up in LSP and privatization, though not in the way that Paul Fireman and his shell community agencies would have you think. My children and their classmates explore and learn at Caven Point and LSP daily. My husband and I visit the park weekly, and we relish the opportunity to spend time in nature with wildlife, fellow residents, and visitors alike. During isolation, when local JC parks were closed, it was literally a lifeline for so many, a local haven to come and breathe fresh open air, to exercise, to let kids run around after being cooped up for days. While I've always appreciated Liberty State Park, I've never appreciated it more than I do right now. So I was aghast to hear that LSP was once again at risk. Haven't we put this issue to bed yet? I've lost count how many times Liberty State Park in general and Caven Point in particular have come under assault for privatization. Time and again, New Jersey residents and Jersey City Council have said no and affirmed that our last remaining and most vulnerable and precious public and wildlife conservation space is not for sale. And yet here we are again. The reason we're here today discussing this is that Massachusetts resident Paul Fireman yet again used his extreme wealth and privilege for hostile and corrupt ends to sneak a last-minute clause into a fast-tracked budget-cutting bill, underhandedly taking advantage of the chaos and vulnerability of our state and residents during the COVID crisis. This is profoundly hostile and disrespectful towards Jersey City and New Jersey residents, not to mention the environment and wildlife that rely on that undeveloped natural space. Paul Fireman was recently quoted as saying he's halting efforts to pursue a public-private partnership at Caven Point. He did not say he was ending his efforts, but merely halting them. Halting is suspension of movement or activity, typically temporary. So we should take him at his word and recognize that if we do not tell him and other developers once and for all that Liberty State Park and Caven Point are not for sale, we can expect his efforts to swindle or steal Caven Point to resume in due course. Lastly, the assertion that Mr. Fireman cares remotely about empowering minority voices or wants anything for Jersey City or the Ward, wants to do anything for Jersey City or the Ward F community is insulting and deceptive. Black Lives Matter to me and to Jersey City, but only the PGA Tour matters to Mr. Fireman and his customers. Thank you for voting for the resolution to protect Liberty State Park from privatization.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
next. Thank you. Next speaker, 71, Ethan, went right to voicemail. Speaker 72, Michael, went right to voicemail. Speaker 73, Monique Bailey. Monique, are you there?
Yes. Yes,
Hey, Monique.
I'm here.
Very good. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, the status quo is no good for Ward F. I hope you all vote no until there is a commitment to develop a 1977 master plan. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, number 74. We're trying to get on the phone. Listine Kush. Okay. Number 74 went right to voicemail. Next is Judy Wallace, speaker number 75. Only 100 more to go. Okay. We're trying to get Judy into the meeting.
Got my scrumptious McDonald's right now. Getting ready for the next 100.
Okay, Judy has refused. We're moving on. Speaker number 76, Alicia Chapman. Ashley Christmas just said, on, no one called me. Ashley, when we called, it went to voicemail, I'm being told from my staff. Can you provide us with your number? Again, perhaps we don't have the right number. Alicia went right to voicemail. Moving on to Speaker 77. Okay. We're trying to move on. 77 went right to voicemail. Moving on to 78, Simone Lacey, speaker number 78. Speaker 78 went right to voicemail. Speaker number 79, Ray Balan. Okay, we're going to try to call Ashley. Ashley just gave us her number. Okay.
Introduce yourself and say.
I don't think they can hear me.
Okay. All right. So Ray, hold on. Ray, are you there?
Yeah. Hi.
Okay, Ray,
Yes,
your
I
time is
am.
gonna start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ray Bailon. I'm a biologist, a lifelong resident of Ward A, and I will be representing Hummus JC tonight. So council members, you might want to actually tune into this one. I want to begin on the topic of defunding the police. I request that the council listen to our Black and Brown leaders and reallocate 50% of our police funding towards our community. I'm disgusted that Mayor Phillip is using $1 million of our police funding towards a de-escalation training program put together by a bunch of ex-Navy SEALs that specialize in special force training tactics. I'm also calling for Officer Rowan to be fired and have his pension removed for using excessive force at the incident on Boschwick. If you choose not to defund the police, we will vote you out of office, and I am happy to take any of your positions on council. I am sick of the lack of representation for our 99% of Jersey City when you only represent the lower 1% downtown. I know that you all got our emails over the past weeks with our demands regarding defunding the police, so I'm not going to waste my time going through the details, but I do expect a personal response from each of you by the end of this week. Secondly, I want to talk about Liberty State Park. Councilman Robinson, I hope you're listening and are actually awake, because you are a disgrace to Jersey City, and I personally cannot wait for you to leave. You are so behind, and you keep rolling your eyes all night long, and you have to enjoy while it lasts because you will not be invited to these meetings much longer. Do not forget who your checks are paid by. We are happy to vote you out. It also comes to my attention that many of these council members are not informed on just how important the estuary is and how much it provides to our environment, specifically in urban environments such as Jersey City. Cave and Point serves as a nursery for over thousands of species and is more bioproductive than an actual rainforest, meaning that it deletes our carbon footprint at a very large scale, which is very important since Jersey City only has a tree canopy percentage of 12 to 14%, including Liberty State Park. And it's very disappointing to see how fast and willing you are to give it away to these millionaires. These trees are vital in removing airborne toxins out of our atmosphere. This is very important since Jersey City has the highest childhood asthma rate in the nation due to our airborne toxins and our poor air quality. The fact that you guys are so willing to give away the only ecosystem that we have left that are saving our children's lives when you are ignoring them is disgusting, and I'm sick of it. Lastly, Cave and Point serves as an educational resource to our children, specifically our public schools, as our Councilman Solomon had mentioned. They actively participate in public education and travel throughout the school year to all the wards, providing our children with valuable education and giving them an opportunity to succeed in life in a world that plays them down. So in conclusion, Council, we the people are calling for the reallocation of this $1 million to fund our actual communities rather than the Jersey City Police Department. We are calling for a 50% cut of this total funding from the racist and corrupt police department. We want to see it in our schools of recreation and transportation. We are also calling for Officer Bryant Rowan to be fired. His pension must be removed, and he was never supposed to be a cop in the first place. And the fact that he got on the payroll after campaigning for Mayor Fulop is disgusting, and I'm sick of it.
Thank you, Ray.
After failing a background check. Lastly, I'm just going to say, listen to Sam Peasant and protect our parks. Thank you, and I hope you have a good night. Black Lives Matter and power to the people.
Okay, our next speaker, we had the wrong number. Ashley Christmas. Ashley, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, Ashley, your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Ward A citizen, Jersey City, New Jersey. I've heard a lot tonight, and I appreciate the council members for being here as long as you guys been. However, a lot of people are using this platform as theater, and it's not. So if we're true citizens of Jersey City, which I've been for the last 18 years, let's start acting like it. No one's trying to get rid of Liberty State Park. No one's trying to privatize Liberty State Park. We're working with 1,200 acres of property. We're working with contaminated land. One of my fellow citizens before said we should get rid of the 1977 master plan. So if we do that, then we might as well get rid of all the recreation that could possibly have for Ward A and Ward F and the kids that come out of there. That created a lot of great leaders over the course of Jersey City and the history of Jersey City. And if we're going to get rid of the 1977 master plan, we might as well just get rid of the 200-year-old Constitution that governs us in the United States. All we're asking for is a hearing. All we're asking for is to table the resolutions until we have a fair hearing as to what's going to happen at Liberty State Park. And citizens and residents of Jersey, New Jersey, Jersey City should have a say as to where the park goes, why it goes there, and we should have an equal voice. And that's all we're asking for. You know, a lot of people said a lot of things tonight, and a lot of people been knocking on this person and that person. I don't think any one person should be singled out tonight. What should really be happening is that we all come together and know that we're a city on the move, and every single citizen should have a voice. And why not? We understand that it's been there for 40 years. We understand that there's been an organization that's been running the park, or Friends of Liberty State Park, for 40 years. And no one's saying that you guys have been doing a bad job. All we're saying right now is every single citizen needs a voice. So, yeah, I'm all down for Liberty State Park and the preservation of it. But let's add some recreation to that while we're doing it. And let's look out for Jersey City, as we're all citizens and residents of Jersey City. And that's all I have to say. Whatever time I have left, I yield back. But let's have a voice. All of us. Not some of us. All of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker, Deborah, number 80, went right to voicemail. Speaker number 81, Diane, went right to voicemail. We're trying to get speaker 82, Elliot Belgrave. We have the speaker on the line or coming in. Oh, they declined. Okay, we're moving on to speaker 83. Dina. Okay, speaker 83, Dana is, I'm not sure if we're getting Dina on the line. Went right to voicemail. Moving on to speaker 84, Douglas. Okay. Speaker 84, Douglas, went right to voicemail. Speaker 85, Laura Scholar. On speaker 85, Laura. Okay, speaker 85 went right to voicemail. Moving on to speaker 86, Diane. Diane. Get no. 87 declined. Moving on to 88, John Ross. 88 went right to voicemail. Going on to 89. Speaker 89, Beatrice. I know speaker 90, Amy Torres, has declined to comment any further. Amy Torres does not want to speak any further. She declined earlier. 89, Beatrice went right to voicemail. Moving on to speaker 91, Chantel Henry. Speaker number 91, Chantel Henry. Okay, speaker 91, no answer. Speaker 92, Deirdre Kennedy. Trying to get them. Okay, wait a minute. 91's going to speak. Chantel's going to speak. Apologize. Moved a little quick on that one. Just got to get them patched through. Chantel?
Yes.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. My name is Chantel Henry, lifetime resident of Ward A and member of Solidarity, Jersey City. Tonight, I'd like to talk about the necessary opposition of the NJ Transit Grid Power Plant. Less than a mile away from Jersey City is the proposed site of this plant in Kearney. Take that distance as you may, but understand that prevailing winds blow west to east, and we are directly located east of the site, and thus will face the brunt of pollution burden from this power plant. This plant will be burning large quantities of natural gas 24/7 and will release pollutants like soot and nitrogen oxides. Now take this information as you wish, but understand that our region already has a failing grade from the American Lung Health Association for exceedingly high levels of ground level ozone. That means that every day, residents of Jersey City are breathing in already toxic air. The question is, will the City Council partake in making the situation even worse? Ozone is a known carcinogen, and the harmful effects of the natural gas power plant will only exacerbate the health of residents and will create serious cumulative impacts for years to come. This backup battery will cost $546 million of state and federal taxpayer money, including a $410 million Superstorm Sandy resiliency grant. It seems to be a common occurrence of getting funds for a terrible disaster and handing it over to special interests that have no stake in the health of the community. May I remind you of the $1 million COVID response grant that went to Tomahawk Solutions to conduct de-escalation training with absolutely no experience in de-escalation. This plant is a direct contradiction to Governor Murphy's Executive Order 23 to promote environmental justice for all, the Clean Air Act, the 2018 Clean Energy Act, and the 2019 Energy Master Plan to achieve 100% clean energy in New Jersey by 2050. 6 years after the initial feasibility study was conducted, solar, wind, and tidal power are all now possible alternatives. People tout the amount of jobs gained by natural gas. This same workforce could be put towards the building, developing, and managing of clean energy alternatives. Why has this not been explored? I commend the City Council's initiative to finally implement inclusive zoning and your initial efforts to defund the JCPD and support the Liberty State Protection Park Act. The insistence that there is a tale of two cities present in Jersey may be accurate, but our issues span multitudes. A Tale of Two Cities addresses themes regarding sacrifice and rebirth, highlights the duality of life, right and wrong, and being wary of who you trust. The Jersey City community is in no way interested in being pitted against ourselves. We can support defunding the police and affordable housing, as well as resist toxic power plants and privatizing Liberty State Park. The council stance on these issues shows Jersey City residents who they can trust and who they can't. Robinson, Baggiano, Rivera, and the rest of City Council, you will be held responsible for your choices by the people who trust you. The only truth is in your actions. Anything else can be left to corruption. I implore you, the City Council, to oppose the NJ Transit Grid and support this Liberty State Park Protection Act. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Deirdre Kennedy.
Hello?
Deirdre?
Hello?
Hi, are you there?
Hello? Yes, I'm speaking.
Okay, so your
Hello?
time is going to your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Deirdre Kennedy, and I'm here to speak about the Liberty State Park Protection Act. And I'm a 30-year resident of Jersey City and a homeowner. And I love Jersey City, and part of the reason I love Jersey City is because of Liberty State Park. It's been a real refuge for me and a lot of my friends during this COVID crisis. And I'd like to speak for the birds. I'm trying to keep this short because I know you guys are real tired. I'd just like to speak for the birds. I think that Caven Point is one of the last wetlands in the New York Bay Area. I'm not sure about that, but I'm pretty sure. And I just like to see, you know, it protected and this pushed through to the legislature and the hello, and the and the governor. And thank you very much for voting for it. I really appreciate that. And I thought Jerome brought up many legitimate points, and I think we should all talk about that when we're finished with getting the State Protection Act passed. Okay, thank you. Good night.
Okay, thank you. I just got a message from the next speaker, 93, Logan Miller. Said that he hasn't received a call and he provided his number. So if we can give him a call. I know we got a message, I got a message here that went to voicemail, but perhaps we didn't have the correct number. 90 speaker 94 declined. Speaker 95, Brian Long.
Voicemail.
Went to voicemail. Okay, thank you. I don't see that here. Speaker 96, Gerard Morrell.
Gerard Morrell here.
Okay, Gerard, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gerard Morrell. I've been a resident of Jersey City for the past 2 years, having moved here from New York City. I live very close to Liberty State Park, and I'm an active user, which brought me very great joy, especially in this particular period of COVID. It's one of the few places where residents like myself can enjoy the space and maintain a healthy lifestyle, both in a fitness sense and socially. I believe that as a resident, my voice and the other voices should be considered for any changes within the park, particularly if you want to have a healthy Jersey City which represents the opinions and the diverse perspectives of all the residents. I'm just hoping that the considerations in either direction of all residents are taken moving forward for any major decisions which involve Jersey City, including the status and future status of Liberty State Park. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, we have Logan Miller. Logan, are you there?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, Logan, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. So hello and good night, everyone, or at this point, good morning. Thank you all for staying here this late to listen to the community. My name is Logan Miller, and I spoke to you all at the last City Council meeting about getting the resolution against the New Jersey Transit proposed power plant on the agenda for today. And I've lived in Jersey City's Ward A for my entire life, and I'm a rising junior at the Hudson School where I co-lead its environmental club. I'm speaking on behalf of both the aforementioned resolution as well as the resolution in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Honestly, it's absurd that I have to do this. The fact that either of these things are up for debate just makes me scared for my future. I want to thank you for passing the Liberty State Park Act, but I'm still very disappointed that it wasn't unanimous. But first, let's talk about the resolution against the proposed power plant. I want you to know that your legacy is resting on this. Where do you stand? Do you want your children to live in Jersey City? This power plant will release over 570,000 tons of greenhouse gases annually. If that isn't enough to convince you, I don't know what is. It's my future at stake. It will be disgraceful if any of you don't vote in favor of this. It's not a difficult issue. Second, let's talk about the Liberty State Park Protection Act. Councilman Robinson, I want to ask you what you think this act is about. It has nothing to do with the park internally. It is to keep billionaires from buying pieces of the park. Your vote doesn't show that you care about the people and hearing them like you said earlier. If anything, it makes me think that you're hopeful that next time a billionaire comes around, they might drop some money into your campaign so you vote to allow them to buy our park. I do like your ideas. I like the idea of putting active recreational areas in the park, and I do hope you push for that. but this resolution has nothing to do with that. This is about keeping billionaires from buying our park. You said that you didn't want to defer the resolution because you wanted the people's voices to be heard. But if you want the people's voices to be heard, then why didn't you let the 200 people on your Zoom meeting on last Wednesday speak? If you want the people's voices to be heard, why do you look so bored when we are speaking? Are you on your phone or asleep? Your video wasn't even on for a while, and it's disrespectful. I'm 15 years old, and yet it seems like I have a better grasp on these things than my government. I'm 15 years old, and yet I have to stay up late to speak at city council meetings. I have to speak at rallies. I have to work on congressional campaigns. I'm 15 years old, yet I have to be the one schooling you. These issues aren't that difficult. Thank you for your time. I'd avoid the rest of it.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Bruce declined to speak. Speaker 98, Andrew Kemp, went right to voicemail. Speaker 99, Shirley, went right to voicemail. Speaker 100 went right to voicemail. Speaker 101 went to voicemail as well. Speaker 102, Melanie Siegel. Are you there, Melanie? Or we're getting her on the line. Melanie, are you there?
I am. Hi.
Okay, Melanie, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, I'll try and be quick. I also want to speak in support of Resolution 20.516, opposing the construction of a frac gas power plant by New Jersey Transit and Kearney, and supporting a renewable energy alternative. If this frac gas plant moves forward, residents of Jersey City are going to be directly downwind of decades worth of pollution. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of tons of greenhouse gases every year in a city that's already decimated by poor air quality. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, and we don't really need more things that will impact our public health. This plant will also pile onto the environmental injustice that negatively affects low-income communities and people of color. The EPA was just deemed unlawful for not providing assistance to New Jersey for pollution from power plants in the Midwest. So imagine how bad it's going to be when the pollution is less than a mile away. A renewable alternative has been shown to be more cost-effective, have zero emissions, create green jobs, and could put Hudson County on the map as a leader in solar rail innovation. After Hurricane Sandy, we should be investing our money in renewable resiliency programs. Jersey City could join Hoboken, who is publicly opposed to plant, and be on the front lines of this fight against climate change, and be a model for other cities to follow, but we have to act now in order to protect our community. So I urge all of you to vote in support of this resolution tonight and for the well-being of our city and our state so we can move forward towards a moratorium on fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next speaker, 103, Pebble Collage. Speaker 103. Okay, so speaker 103, 104, and 105 all have the same number and no answer on the line. 106, Maria Rodriguez. Sorry, 106, Londo Webster. Ronaldo Webster.
Good evening.
Are you there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, Sean. I'm here, Sean. How are you?
Thank you. Very good, thanks. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening. Sorry, good morning. My name is Leonardo Webster. I'm a practicing attorney, and I interact with many of you on a regular basis. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I just want to put my issues on the record. I grew up in Jersey City. I graduated from number 5 school. I graduated from St. Peter's Prep. I went to Rutgers. I went to Rutgers Law School and Rutgers Graduate School of Management, where I got an MBA. I want to help my community. I'd like to start off by thanking Councilman Robinson. I think his advocacy has produced a substantial change in this body's recommendation to the state of New Jersey, especially with respect to a couple of items which I think are structurally and legally flawed in the legislation. In Jersey City, we have sharp elbows, and full-throated conversations are how we say hello. This process needs more sharp elbows, not less. If this legislation were just about privatization, it would not be problematic. Privatization is not the issue. It never has been. I think I've heard Councilman Robinson say that he wants a free park, a people's park, an open park. He does not want privatization. However, the bill bootstraps in 3 other issues, and those other issues are all problematic. I think that this council finally, unfortunately, neither the Senate nor these bodies, these governing bodies in prior rounds have identified the governance as issues. The Friends of Liberty State Park and the Baykeeper have created an environmental Gestapo, ostensibly to protect the park from privatization. It's short-sighted and is not the best mix. The committee essentially runs the park. Diversity of race is great. Diversity of people from all over the state on the committee is great. Diversity of professionals, different perspectives, different skill sets, different training is also something that's required to make the park all it can be. My grandmother, my father, my great-grandfather were all supporters of the Friends of Liberty State Park, as am I generally. My grandfather was one of the people that testified in 1977 at the master plan hearings. His fight for the South Side and his fight for recreation in those fields to be ours is important. The park has 250 acres almost. We know what it costs to clean up property in Jersey City. The council spent $200 million almost to clean up 100 acres. We spent $60 million to clean up 13 acres at Berry Lane Park. Like I said, I'm sorry, $200 million at Bayfront. $80 million doesn't clean up 230 acres.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, please read the bill. Please read the legislation.
Thank you.
Please read. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, speaker 107, Joanne, went to voicemail. Speaker 108 went to voicemail. Speaker 109, Katia.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, my name is Katya Oltman, and I live in Ward C. I'm also from Solidarity, Jersey City, and you've heard from a lot of my group already. Right now, we've been focusing on 2 campaigns, defunding the police and refunding affordable housing and other important social services. We see these 2 issues as linked because bloated police budgets have meant that there is less money for the government to spend on what it actually should be doing, providing for its citizens. We urge the council to be more ambitious in housing, and because of this, we support Ordinance 1954, the vision of the council's inclusionary zoning ordinance that was written by councilperson at large Roland Lavaro. We believe that Lavaro's plan is a superior one because it dedicates a greater proportion of units to moderate income and low income families, does not permit any buyouts, and applies to a greater variety of developments. And we hope this push for greater investment in affordable housing is accompanied by a commitment to defund the police by 50%, as the Seattle City Council has recently voted for. In the shameful way the Jersey City Police Department acted during the Boswick Avenue incident demonstrates that the police department does not make our city safer. I heard about the incident from former City Council member Chris Gadsden, who was invited to watch the police camera footage. Instead of simply de-escalating a family dispute, which is what the Boswick Avenue incident was before the police arrived, the police responded with force and created a huge confrontation. The execution of Officer Rowan was particularly shameful, and he should have been fired as soon as the video of him senselessly beating two black men with his police club was released. Furthermore, an article by Michael Shurin for RealGardenState.com revealed that Officer Rowan should never have been hired in the first place. The Civil Service Commission denied Bryant Rowan's appeal of an unsatisfactory background check in 2016 when he tried to apply for a job at the police department. But as Shurin reports, Rowan is the Hudson County Democratic Organization committeeman of Ward D, District 4, and campaigned for a city council election, Mo Kinberg, in 2017. Seems that Mayor Phillip paid Rowan back for his service by getting him a job on the police force. Ultimately, this incident shows that the JCPD serves the interests of politicians rather than the people, and cutting the police budget by 50% can only help our city. And considering all the people who spoke today, I've only heard maybe one person who expressed support for the police, while there must have been, I don't know, close to 100 people speaking out for these cuts. So I really hope you take us into consideration. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 110, Kevin, went to voicemail. 111 is a duplicate. 112 went to voicemail, Kevin, again. Washington. Speaker 113, Cynthia Sanford, no answer on her phone. Moving on to speaker 114, Jean Daly, and we're patching her through. Jean Daly?
Yes.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, good evening. I'm going to have to speak quite quickly. There's a lot I want to cover. I'm going to start backwards. There is a resolution that says that you're going to give $7 million to the Jersey City Economic Development Corporation. You must not approve that. You must suspend that because right now it is not compliant with the New Jersey Charitable Act, Registration Act. It's not compliant. I also urge every single one of you to look at their last tax return. You can find it on ProPublica. I just looked it up. It is scary. They reported in their tax returns that they own $6 billion in assets. Does anybody know this? Go look it up. This is unreal. So this cannot happen. Additionally, there are very strong restrictions on COVID funding and where it can be put into. This is a frightening plan. You must not do this because you're going to ask for trouble. The feds are going to be all over you again. I'm going to go backwards now. I know I have to speak quickly. Resolution 1048 to 1051. These are all contracts for pool supplies. Now, ironically, all of them seem to be under the threshold of that $30,000 thing. But if you add them all up, we got 21 grand, 24 grand, 33, 32. So that's 21, 20, 40, 56, 70, 89. You're almost 100 grand that you've done basically non-compete bid because you're doing this a la carte. And that is absolutely outrageous. And what's even more suspect, because you only solicited 2 bids, this suspect is the bids is that, how is it that the person who got the thing got this $24,000 bid, and yet the other person bid $40,000 for the exact same function? It's a setup. This is baloney. This has to be stopped. You cannot approve 1048 to 1051. You don't do stuff a la carte like this. Getting back to some other things, the resolution with the binary, non-binary bathroom project, it was very interesting. For the first time, there is a caveat in that, which is actually New Jersey law, that the council cannot approve anything or any monies without getting design, architectural or plans, etc. We never got that from Aero Farms. And then going backward yet again, the stuff I talked about during the budget hearing, those are all on today's resolutions, okay? So the resolution with the fire, the oil, the diesel, resolution 1024, that's up for bid tonight or approval tonight. You cannot do this. This is ridiculous. There's the other one. Sorry, but I'm going to have to continue. But the business furniture one is 1028. You also got them on 1038.
Your time is
I
up.
appreciate that. It's on for tonight, but that information I gave you is regarding today's ordinance, and you cannot do this. This is an absolute disgrace.
Gene, your time
You
is
have
up.
to do your business. I know it's up. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, on to our next speaker, number 115. Michael, are you on the line?
I am, sir.
Okay, Michael, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, I've made my home Jersey City since 1998. Thank you for passing Resolution 2444. Further work is required to preserve in perpetuity the natural habitat and public access to the park. My personal concern lies in the protection of the environment and the bird species that nest and breed within the confines of the park, Cave and Point in particular. Originally called Kewen's Point by the Dutch settlers, the Cave and Point Natural Area of Liberty State Park is a 236-acre salt marsh with tidal uplands, wetlands, a tidal creek, and intertidal zones in the Hudson River estuary. 22 of these acres are dry land and beach. It is one of the last 2 remaining intact salt marshes in New York Harbor. In summer and spring, it is used as a migratory bird nesting site. The activities of a summer PGA golf tournament at Liberty National Golf Course would encroach severely on the nesting season of several species known to fledge offspring there. Pardon me while I focus on one small resident of Cave and Point. To illustrate my concern, I would like to quote an article by Mike Britt from eBird.org. Quote, there are several species of birds that live, migrate, and breed in the Cave and Point area. The common nighthawk, Cordelius minor, is the focus of this article. The common nighthawk is an insectivorous species that feeds on the wing. The species nests on the ground, although no nest is constructed. In New Jersey, nighthawks are considered commonly observed during their migration periods from late April to early June. Any nighthawk encountered in June and July is worth noting, as this species has undergone a significant decline in New Jersey. One of the known causes of decline are the widespread use of pesticides. Their breeding habitat includes coastal sand dunes, beaches, sagebrush, and rock outcrops. On June 11th of 2013, I toured some of my summer nighthawk spots in Bayonne and Jersey City. The most interesting, however, was a displaying male at the Cave and Point waterfront. As I began observing the bird, I noticed it was performing the courtship flight over a very specific area. When I walked over to get a closer look, I noticed the male was displaying over a female that was watching from the ground. At one point, the male landed, and the pair was observed courting on the ground. On July 28th, I observed 2 young fledglings roosting by the female. I again sighted 2 chicks on August 6th. This sighting confirms that this area is a breeding ground for an already declining species. The common nighthawk has undoubtedly declined in New Jersey, both as a breeding bird and a migrant, end quote. It is well known that golf courses use large amount of pesticides, fungicides, and petroleum-based fertilizers. If the development of Cave and Point is granted to Liberty National Golf Course, it will certainly take a toll on an already fragile bird species documented to nest in this area and encroach further on an already diminished habitat. Expansion of the golf course could destroy the habitat of this and several other bird species and the ecosystem of the surrounding Cave and Point area, not to mention spoil the courtship rituals of our feathered friends. I would encourage the council to engage our state legislators to ensure the continued protection of our endangered shorelines through the enactment of the Liberty State Park Protection Act, State Senate Bill S1449 and Assembly Bill A2189. Thank you to our municipal council for your devoted service, and may you find a well-deserved recess before tonight's. I yield.
Sean, you're on mute.
Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, our next speaker, number 116, Rob Kushner. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Rob, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
To all our respected Jersey City Council members, my name is Rob Kushner, and I live with my wife at 9 Regent Street. We have been residents of Jersey City for 10 years, and we love it here. In addition, our adult son and daughter with their spouses and families, including 3 young grandkids, also live in the neighborhood. Liberty State Park is unquestionably the crown jewel of our parks and natural areas, which was reclaimed in the 1970s from a wide expanse of abandoned industrial land. The only urban state park in New Jersey, it provides 600 acres of precious green open space for our residents and visitors, with breathtaking views of Lady Liberty and the Manhattan and Jersey City skylines. The park has 5 million annual visitors, more than 3 times that of the next most visited New Jersey State Park. Families in the area always enjoy Liberty State Park's playgrounds and picnic areas. Our grandkids, along with so many others, have celebrated wonderful birthday parties there. Whenever I go to Liberty State Park, I feel a deep sense of freedom and connection to nature, much like being at the ocean. This is a feeling that never gets old and never goes away. Part of Liberty State Park is the Cave and Point Natural Area Habitat, the only natural beach area that we have in Jersey City. One of the last salt marshes remaining in New York Harbor, Cave and Point is a migratory bird habitat on the Atlantic Flyway, used by about 500 species of birds. As a wildlife habitat and as a refuge for park guests, Cave and Point, along with all of Liberty State Park, is unique and irreplaceable. Allowing this priceless natural land to be turned into 3 holes of golf would be a travesty. The interests of wealthy developers should never supersede the interests of the general public. I commend the council for voting on the side of the citizens of the city to support the Liberty State Park Protection Act with no amendments and save the Cave and Point Natural Area Habitat in the process. I hope you will continue in efforts at the state level to save our park. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, 117, Gina went to voicemail. 118, Andrew went to voicemail. And 119 declined. 120, Miriam went to voicemail. 121, Brianna went to voicemail. 122 declined. Jennifer. 123 declined. So we are moving on. 124 went to voicemail. 125, Matthias went to voicemail. 126, Christina went to voicemail. Speaker 127, we're checking. Isaiah Lucas. So we're still waiting on 127. Okay. I know that speaker 129 has declined since he spoke earlier. So 127, we're getting on the phone. Isaiah. Just bear with us. Trying to patch them through. Hello?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Okay, how are you? Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, I think that the whole thing with the park, the recreational aspect of the park, I think that it definitely should be more time, like they should bring it to the table to discuss it. Like it should be definitely looked at some more. And I want to vote no.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Next speaker, number 128, Bianca. Hello,
Yes, hello,
Bianca?
speaking.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight. I'll be really brief. In addition to reallocating funds from the public safety budget to community service programs, I also ask that you investigate the $1 million in taxpayer dollars in police excessive force lawsuits from January 2020 to June 2020, which is the first 6 months of this year alone, and how they reflect the internal affairs reports of the JCPD excessive force report. I also ask that you support a civilian complaint review board and for Officer Bryant Rowan to be fired. And lastly, I hope you're in support of amending the 13th Amendment and that you vote yes on ACR 145. With that, I'm going to wish you all a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 130, Ann Green Williams. If you're listening, we do not have a telephone number for you. If you can provide us with that number in the live event Q&A, we can give you a call. Speaker 131, Claire, went right to voicemail. Andreen Williams, if you can provide us with your telephone number if you're still listening, please do that on the live event Q&A so we can call you to patch you through the meeting. And we're working on speaker 132, Elijah. Tamina spoke earlier on the budget, I believe. Eli? Okay, we're just waiting for the phone call to get through. Eli?
Yes, hello?
Yes. Okay, Eli, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. I'm tired, and which means you guys are definitely tired, so I appreciate that. I just want to take the time to reiterate the support for the Liberty State Park Protection Act. I know Councilperson Robinson mentioned that the billionaire fireman brought up social justice, but that feels like empty words to gain sympathy for his cause and not the community. If firemen actually wanted to commit to the community, he could have invested in the neighborhoods of Ward F. And meanwhile, I've noted that Councilperson Robinson has leaned back and rolled his eyes multiple times throughout the night when people are speaking upon the issue, when we need to protect these public green spaces, because what is active recreation? Is a private golf course active recreation? To imply that not allowing privatization is a detriment to kids, I think is disingenuous. And I was at the Zoom meeting with Councilperson Robinson, and I have a hard time believing that Councilperson Robinson is genuine in what he's speaking. I think it is important to look into the contaminated lands, obviously, in the park, but I also just briefly want to comment on the fact that I also support the opposition to the power plant. And I once again want to reiterate that we should defund the Jersey City Police and look into the $1 million paid out in payments for, in lawsuits against the Jersey City Police just in these 6 months. So I just want to emphasize that Liberty State Park Protection Act should be passed, and I want to defund the police in Jersey City. So with that said, I yield the rest of my time, and I appreciate you guys taking my call. Thank you very much, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, 133, Kabili, went right to voicemail. Speaker 134, Pamela, went right to voicemail. And we're working on speaker 135, Frank. Frank has declined. Okay, we're moving on to speaker 136, Dennis. I know that speaker 137, Gary, declined to comment. Speaker 136, Dennis, went right to voicemail. 137, Gary has declined. Any further comment? Moving on to speaker 138, Francis. Okay, we're just patching Francis Dixon through. Okay. Maybe Francis is on hold. I am going to mute that. So if Francis comes on, they will just have to press *6 to unmute themselves. Or hang up, okay? Staff is trying to get the speakers on the call. Okay. Do we have Francis on the phone?
I'm on the phone, but it doesn't seem like you all can hear me. I'm unmuted.
I can hear you now, Francis. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good morning. My name is Francis Dixon. I'm calling on behalf of about 40 families from Highview Road here in Jersey City, which is part of Ward A. And I'm advised to make this call just to put our concerns on record. I want to first thank our committee woman, Ms. Gladys Rivera, and Councilwoman Nesbitt for the assistance that they have been providing. As I mentioned, I'm representing approximately 40 families. The majority of us have been on this block for close to 45 to 50 years. And there has been some neglect to the neighborhood over the last several years that needs to be addressed. Things such as paving, lighting. There's some sanitation issues because of the design of the block. It's actually an alcove. And there are some areas which have been just neglected by sanitation. The majority of our residents are senior citizens. We've been here long enough to see our children grow up and move away. And so there are also some other issues with regard to safety. We had at one point, and we had a pretty good relationship, I think a good relationship with the West Precinct captain. At one time was sending regular patrols into the area, but we're experiencing a degradation in terms of our parking situation. Residents are having a challenge finding parking even in their particular locations, designated locations. So we are petitioning for zoning, parking zoning, or residential parking to be approved. But we have safety issues with regard to break-ins and just some illicit behavior that is currently becoming a little bit more than is warranted for the area. As I mentioned, it's becoming more of a safety and a health issue, again, because many of our residents are seniors and find this to be a very scary situation. We wanted to put this on record. I'm sure that through the work of the Councilwoman's office and the leadership of the city, that we shall hear and hopefully get some kind of recourse for this situation. I want to thank you for allowing us to put this on record and have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker
Okay, we good, John?
Speaker 139 went right to voicemail. Speaker 140, Hector went to voicemail. Speaker 141, Greg. Greg, are you there?
Yes. Hi. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning,
Thanks for
Greg.
having me on the line.
Not a problem. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Lift off. I just want to say that I know it's been a really long evening. I thank you all for giving me the time to be able to speak my mind. I've spoken to many of the council members there. Danny Rivera, it's been a while since we last spoke. Councilman Solomon, Rich Bogiano, I used to live in your ward, recently got priced out of Journal Square. Now I reside in Councilman Mira Perrin's Iries area, finally purchased my first home. But this is not about me, it's about where our city is headed. I am active in our community. Sean, you swore me in to be environmental commissioner, served for a good 4.5 years, served my term there, and I'm still active in making sure our city moves towards a sustainable, affordable city for everyone. And I do appreciate for all the council members that voted for the Liberty State Protection Act. I truly appreciate that we're protecting that part of our green space, and it is truly equitable. If we want to move towards social justice, you know, all I have to do is go to Liberty National Golf Course and not be admitted. That's the social injustice there. So if we want to maintain Liberty State Park, keep it open, keep it public, and keep it away from privatization. And if we want to keep on adding more green spaces, we only need to look towards other cities within our country that have made ordinances to make more green spaces in areas that are blighted. Any new construction in the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, have a tree ordinance that requires any developer to add green spaces and open space and community spaces for all residents, not for private areas or people that live in a certain socio-demographic. So Councilman Waterman, I appreciate you voting and everyone on the council voting against that ellipse project where LaFrac was making sure that that part of the waterfront would only be for private area. That's completely uncalled for. So I truly appreciate that council moving away from that type of privatization. But we need to do more where any ordinances moving forward with these construction projects, these developers invest into whatever they're going to build as public spaces for all residents, not just for more luxury condos or more luxury rentals. It needs to be for everyone so that we all have access to green space, because this is our health. This is the reason why I'm up at 2:16 in the morning, is that the city is moving in such a fast pace in construction, and yet only areas in downtown get that green space. We need to make it more equitable in all wards. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 142, Dominique, went right to voicemail. Speaker 143, Jesse, are you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Okay. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name is Jesse Rossa from Hoboken. I talked previously about defunding the police and how police do not protect the public. When we say abolish the police, we exactly mean abolish the police, not replace, not reform, not update with tech solutions or add more diversity. Reforms such as citizen review boards do not work. I don't know specifically about Jersey City, but in Hoboken, citizen boards like the zoning board, rent leveling board, etc., are appointed by the mayor. The people of Jersey City have confidence that Mayor Fulop is going to appoint a board that puts the community's interest ahead of the police. I don't. No citizen review board, with or without subpoena power in this country, has authority to discipline, fire police. That determination can only be made by the police chief or the sheriff. If it can't resolve the problem of police violence or police accountability, then it is functionally useless. Many speakers already highlighted the racist history of policing in this country, so I won't go into the white supremacist tradition of that. I'll talk about the myth of police essentially solving crimes. So I was looking at the data from the Pew Research Center, and it showed only half of violent crimes and about a third of property crimes are reported to police each year. Most that are reported don't result in an arrest, charging, and prosecution of a suspect based on government statistics. Based on available data, 40% of violent crime and 19% of property crime were cleared. There is some margin of error regarding the data because FBI data doesn't really take into account that crimes can be cleared in a subsequent year, and also something else odd about the FBI clearance rates is they rely on information voluntarily reported by local law enforcement. So if local law enforcement wants to inflate numbers, then there's really no protection of that. So only a third of rapes and sexual assaults were reported, 13% of burglaries, 13% of motor vehicle thefts, 22% of larcenies and thefts were cleared, 29% of robberies, 38% of rapes, and 54% of aggravated assaults. The point is, what we got right now isn't working, and we need to change it. Defunding police is just a one step in a more just, equitable society. That's why we say to fund it by 50%, because we need the social support system to build up the community. We can't just take the police out currently without building up a social net. Thanks.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Okay, speaker 144, Francesca, went to, actually declined, I'm sorry. Speaker 145, Sarah, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, Sarah, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, City Council, for your time and literally tireless attentiveness. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act earlier. I just wanted to echo a couple points. I know there's been some really great articulations from a variety of people. A couple things that come to mind are that I completely I appreciate everything that you guys have stood for, and the mayor and all of the city council, because this is all about not having privatization. And I just don't want our beautiful, diverse community and our preservation of open green space that's public. I just don't want it to be undermined by manipulative conversations or talking points that really undermine and break apart and dismantle a community that is made up of people that really have a lot in common. So I think that was just one more subtle point that I want to, that sort of I became present to, that we really see, as I saw Mayor Phillip just said in his newsletter released earlier today, that we show strong support to show that it will not be where this can be undermined by, billionaires or by private interests, that this can be something where we hear all voices, whoever and whatever the disagreement be, that we hear all voices, so that way there's transparency and public participation, just as you guys exemplify, and that way people can really be involved in it, and it can be transparent, and there can be integrity and accountability, that people can't just have, side deals and things that get pushed through. So that was all I wanted to say, and I will give up the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Speaker 146, Adrienne, went right to voicemail. Speaker 147, Elena Little.
Hi.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much for having me again, and for your patience in the early hours of the morning. I want to thank the Council for passing the resolution in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act, although I do find it troubling that the vote took place before public comments on the resolution. I also fully support the Black Lives Matter movement and find it disgusting that the billionaire Paul Fireman has poured money into co-opting the movement for a land grab for his exclusive golf course. The so-called community meeting Thursday, where no community members were allowed to speak, was a disgrace. I'm not going to read my in the interest of time, but I echo others' calls for the Council to pass the resolution opposing the proposed New Jersey Transit fracked gas power plant in Kearney. The Heights, an environmental justice community, is directly downwind. As an environmental engineer, I will also say that we shouldn't be building new fossil fuel infrastructure when we need to be off of fossil fuels in the operational lifetime of the project. And finally, last thing while I'm here, as others have mentioned, I wanted to voice support for the LeVar Waterman Inclusionary Zoning Ordinance to enact strong affordable housing requirements. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you. Okay. Speaker 148, Mayor, declined. Speaker 149 went right to voicemail, Terrence. And we're working on speaker 150, Doris. Speaker 150, Doris, went right to voicemail. Moving on to speaker 151, Herbert. Trying to work on calling the individuals. It's got to be tough trying to call someone at this hour, and then getting a phone call at this hour can't be the most pleasant thing in the world, especially if they're sleeping.
That's the truth, Sean.
I just know if that was, if I was on the receiving end, I always think it's bad news when it's this hour of the.
In the morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Then maybe we should end it.
I wish it was that easy. Okay, speaker 151 went right to voicemail. Herbert. 152, Sanjay declined. We're moving. We're trying. We're now moving on to 153, Jose. Okay. We are almost there. $153, Jose went to voicemail. Moving on to 154. Keith. Okay. We called one Keith and we got hung up on. Probably because of the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. 155, Mickey is all we have, or Mikey, I'm not sure. We don't have a last name. I believe we do have a phone number though. And we'll be calling. Okay, Mickey or Mikey hung up on us. Next, 156. Mira. 156 went to voicemail. We're moving on to 157. Tara. She spoke earlier. I believe on the budget. Yeah. Okay, 157 went to voicemail. Moving on to 158. 158 is being sent in, so if they answer, we'll patch them.
This is,
Hi, good morning. I'm here.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good morning, Council. My name is Eiko Laboria. I'm a resident of Jersey City and a United States of Women Ambassador for New Jersey. I'm the founder of the Flow Initiative. The United States of Women is a national organization dedicated to the fight for full gender equity. The USOW was born out of the Obama administration and is co-chaired by Tina Chen, former Chief of Staff to First Lady Michelle Obama, and her co-chair is Valerie Jarrett, former Senior Advisor to President Obama. The Executive Director of USOW is Jordan Brooks, former aide to Vice President Joe Biden. The USOW applauds the Council for the pending resolution on gender-neutral single-occupancy bathrooms. By passing this resolution, you recognize the marginalized group that are still fighting for equality on a number of fronts. In order to create a more perfect state of gender equity as a council, I implore you to also strive to establish menstrual equity, for there cannot be full gender equity without menstrual equity. A part of gender equity is a recognition that menstruation is a part of the lives of women, non-binary, and trans men. Because of this, within these gender-neutral bathrooms, there should be full access to free period products in the vending machines. There should be free tampons and pads in all municipal buildings for employees and visitors. With these gender-neutral bathrooms, you have the opportunity to acknowledge that periods are normal and a part of half of the population. The time is right to end any stigma associated with it. A lack of access to period products is a prevalent issue in Jersey City. During the pandemic, I, alongside Cynthia Vasquez and with the support of the Rotary Club of Jersey City, donated over 3,500 period products to such organizations as Women Rising, Let's Celebrate, Community Treasure, and St. Luce's Homeless Shelter. And the need is ever rising because periods don't stop during pandemics. I assure you that currently you have municipal employees that are suffering in silence from not being able to afford period products or a lack of access to period products because they put rent, food, the needs of their children first. I am grateful to the late Councilman Yoon who opened his headquarters so that I may inform the Heights community about a lack of access and hand out products to those in need. As you move forward to achieve a fully gender equitable Jersey City, let's work towards policies that assure that women, non-gender conforming, and trans men have access to products that their bodies require every month while at work. I ask that you give consideration to the implementation of free period product vending machines within all gender-neutral bathrooms. As always, the USOW welcomes the opportunity for collaboration with all those fighting for gender equity. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 159, Allison, went to voicemail. Speaker 160, I went to voicemail. Speaker 161, Harvey went to voicemail. Speaker 162, Enroy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, so I'm Anwar Otley. Actually lived here in Jersey City since 2009. I'm one of the trauma surgeons that work at Jersey City Medical Center. I do have 2 daughters, one's 8, the other 11. I do think that having open park space with ability for activities is very important for everyone that lives in the city. And mobilizing to get us spaces, open spaces, is difficult currently. I think that Liberty State Park is a perfect place for us to be able to have that space for biking activities, sporting activities. I think going back to the original plan of the park, which is from the 70s, being able to see that be brought to fruition would be very helpful for all that live in Jersey City.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, our next speaker, 163, went to voicemail, Junior. Okay. Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, this is V.
Okay. Your time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, thank you so much, Council people, for hearing us tonight, especially at this late hour. My name is V. Lee. I'm a constituent in Ward C. I'll keep it really brief. Thank you to all of you who voted in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. I also urge you to support the LeBar Waterman inclusionary zoning ordinance. And finally, I concur with calls earlier to reduce funding for Jersey City Police in favor of other social services that prevent violence and in support of the Civilian Complaint Review Board. You know, I understand the need, the instinct to be pragmatic and to become wedded to what seems politically possible. But we have heard from so many people tonight about the need to dramatically re-envision our police system with passion, expertise, and conviction. Organizations like the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition and Black Men United are offering necessary solutions now. I hope you see the commitment that our community has demonstrated to pursuing a radically different future, and I urge you to be a part of it. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to speaker 164, Kerry.
Come on, let's move on.
I understand, Councilman, but we got to try to give them a call before we can do that. Okay, 164 refused. We're moving on to 165. Tanya? Okay. 165, Tanya, are you there? Bear with us, trying to get the next speaker on the call.
Hello?
Your name?
Hello. Good morning. This is Bill Turok.
Bill. Okay, Bill, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, good morning, council members. Thank you for your tireless efforts this morning. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank you for the vote in favor of the resolution in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act, and just to remind everyone that this is just the beginning, and it's still a long road till we get to the place where we no longer have to stay up till 3 in the morning and go through this. Hopefully nobody else, and you guys can have a good evening. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 165 went right to voicemail, Tanya. 167, I don't know if that's a relation to Bill. Same last name, Turok.
Yes.
Not speaking?
Yes, not speaking. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Right. Our next speaker, 168, Patrick. We're almost there. Okay. No answer with 168, Patrick. No answer at 169, Andrea. No answer with 170, Ryan. Going on to 171, Stephen Campos.
Yes, this is Stephen.
Hey, Stephen. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, good evening to the council. Thank you for this opportunity and this, this historic night of, of advocacy. I'm going to be very brief, of course, and just reiterate the sentiment of many callers this evening. We're in a historic time in our country with this discussion around reforming our police, looking at how we invest in our communities. I think, for everyone, I think tonight the big question is, why is this discussion such a big deal? This is a time where we're looking that we've invested, in an institution for years, and we've invested in this institution because it was our only answer. We only looked at policing as a way to monitor, incarcerate, and really occupy communities in this country. And we've woken up, in the last couple of years and seen that there is alternatives, that we can invest in communities in a way that really lifts up the residents. We can heal. We can invest in alternatives that help people grow. And we need to start looking at that. I think there's an opportunity now to really look at these alternatives. We're seeing across this country city councils making really bold decisions to start investing in alternatives. So that's my message, to reiterate that many other callers have made today, for this city council to make a move in this historic time to move in that direction of healing. Let's look at a new institution where we'll look at the city budget and it'll reflect that Jersey City is looking to invest in a new institution that heals a whole community, especially the south side of Jersey City that has seen a disproportionate amount of trauma and violence. And we need to acknowledge that trauma and violence by moving a budget in a direction that helps heal. So on that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, City Council, for your time and tonight. And good luck to everybody. And take care.
Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker, Charles Bolster, declined. Speaker 172, 173, Christine went to voicemail. Our next speaker is Colin, number 174. Colin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Colin, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you for taking my call at this very early hour. I would hope all members of the City Council and everyone who's listening are well in these times. Very briefly, because the hour is late, I'm calling to express support for the City Council passing the resolution to ask the state to do what it's been promising to do for too long, which is the Protection Act for Liberty State Park. I've been going to Liberty Park for as long as it's existed, and every time I go down there, I am surprised in a very good way that you see almost every walk of humankind there. In many ways, Jersey City in a microcosm, and it's a wonderful thing to see. People of all races, ages, backgrounds. I think I go to the park as much for that as for the restful, natural part of the park. It really is seeing civic or civil society in its best, and it's reassuring that it's possible. So I would hope that the city council, as I said earlier, would vote to ask Trenton to protect the park. And because there's been some controversy going into this, I just have to say that I think it's fair to put on the record that Friends of Liberty Park have been extremely dedicated advocates for the park. They're the ones who prevented it from being privatized, and we're not talking about custard stands and scooter rentals, but privatized in a way that would make it not the kind of park that I've talked about, where you can see everyone, rich and poor, of all backgrounds alike. And I would also say that if there's concern that the park has not been finished or more built out, that has to be laid at the feet of Trenton, not Friends of Liberty Park. It is the state that pays for the park. And while I understand money is tight, I think that the state should and can find a way to take the development of that park further. Central Park was built by taxpayer dollars. Lincoln Park was built by taxpayer dollars. And frankly, that is what Liberty Park should be built by. Again, speaking in favor of the Protection Act for Liberty State Park, and I will not keep anyone any later. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, Sharonda, went to voicemail, so we are done with the public speaking portion of the meeting. Thank you, council members, for being very patient with my staff and myself. Okay, on to our petitions and communications, items 6.1 through 6.37. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. On to officers' communications, 7.1 and 7.2. Questions or comments? Hearing none. Reported directors, items 8.1 through 8.5. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. On to our claims and addendum number 1. On claims and addendum number 1, Councilperson Ridley. You're on mute.
Aye.
There you go. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Could I first ask a question? No, I know everybody's.
Are you gonna ask?
No. It's
okay.
I know it's like 3 o'clock. I wanted to see their face.
Okay. Councilperson Lavarro. You're on mute.
Sir. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Claims and addendum number 1 are approved unanimously, 9-0. On to our resolutions. And I'm going to be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.14, with the exception of 10.3, which is approved earlier, and 10.6, which has been withdrawn. Councilperson Ridley.
It's like my mute button is delayed. Aye.
That's okay. Gotcha. Excellent. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
No on 10.4, aye on all the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Just congratulations to Raquel Tosado on 10.5. And I'm going to vote no on 10.13. And yes on all the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, let me just recap. Items 10.1 and 10.2 are approved 9-0. 10.3 was approved earlier. 10.4 is approved 8-1. Councilperson Solomon voting no. 10.5 is approved 9-0. 10.6 was withdrawn. 10.7 through 10.12 is approved 9-0. 10.13 is approved 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no, and 10.14 is approved 9-0. Okay, on to our next set of resolutions, items 10.15 through 10.25. Councilperson Ridley. You're still muted. There you go.
Oh, aye. It's muted on my side, but you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, aye.
Thank you.
I'll give you
Councilperson.
thumbs up or thumbs down too, so
Okay.
you'll know which one I'm doing.
That'll work too. Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Through what number?
We're going from items 1015 through 1025.
I am abstaining on 10.22. Just for the record, my wife works for the Jersey City Medical Center, Barnabas, which is putting in a bid for Christ Hospital, or may have. And then I'm going to vote no on 1024, and aye on all the rest.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Very good. Let me recap. Items 10.15 through 10.21 are approved 9-0. Item 10.22 is approved 8-0-1, with Councilperson Navarro abstaining. Item 10.23 is approved 9-0. Item 10.24 is approved 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no. And item 10.25 is approved 9-0. On to items 10.26 through 10.36. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
You. Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Excuse me, Saleh. Sorry about that.
No worries. I'm gonna go with aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
You said 36?
Items 10.26 through 10.36, yes.
Aye.
You. Councilperson Navarro.
Just on 10.30 to the BA, just to bring to your attention, I think it was mentioned that these lights are used for the testing sites, and so look at that for a COVID expense, a COVID CARE Act or FEMA expense. And then I'm going to be abstaining on 10.33, which do some personal accounting with this firm. And on 10.36, I'd asked about this and got the information and the pricing. It's for cloth masks, and it appears to be good pricing there. So I vote aye. Aye, except for 10.33, which I'm abstaining on.
Right, so that's the only one you're abstaining on. The rest you're voting aye for the rest.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, let me just recap. Items 10.26 through through 10.32 are approved 9-0. Item 10.33 is approved 8-0-1, with Councilperson Navarro abstaining. Items 10.34 through 10.36 are approved 9-0. On to items 10.37 through 10.49, with the exception of 10.45, which has been withdrawn.
Sean, can you bring it up? So it's stopping at 38. Can you just bring it up to 49?
Sure. Can we bring that up, Amanda? But, I mean, actually bring it down, because you want to go down to 40, they want to see 49.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go.
Thanks.
Okay, so on items 10.37 through 10.49, with the exception of 10.45, which has been withdrawn, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
No on 1039, and then aye on all the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson Robinson.
I don't think we should kind of stop the trash pickup, but I'm almost with Councilman Solomon on 39. I think we should really be looking into, purchasing our own equipment and being able to handle our own trash pickup so we can put some of these Jersey City residents to work. I don't want to vote no because I don't want to stop the trash pickup. I don't want this to, but after these 3 months are up, we should really be looking forward and to not trying to find someone to do our trash pickup for us, but finding the equipment and find a DPW director that can really lead us in the right direction to, start to, pick up our own trash, because we got a lot of people out here in the streets that need employment, and I think it'll work if we can, even if we have to pay a little bit of extra. I think it'd be better for us to pick it up because we'll start to, make sure that our streets are clean and put people to work. So I'll vote for aye for all.
Thank you. Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah, on 1039, I'm going to vote no. And I've been calling for insourcing on this for quite a while, going back to the previous BA, Bob Kekaleski. So we need to do a serious move towards looking at that. And we've been told repeatedly there are analyses going on, but there's been little or no information or evidence in that direction. I'm also voting no on 10.42. Voting no on 10.48 and 10.49, and aye on all the rest.
4.2, 4.8, and 4.9.
Yes.
And aye on all the rest. Got it. Councilperson Rivera.
Absolutely no on 39. Aye on the rest.
Okay. Council President Waterman.
No on 10.39 and yes on all the rest.
What's 10.39?
It's recycling. They do a rotten job.
Yeah.
Can I switch my vote on 1039?
Yeah, I think I missed that. But quick question, what's the alternative at this moment?
If we vote this contract down, then we'll have no one to do our waste removal services. This is just an extension until we complete the RFP process for a new vendor, which is going to be completed. The RFPs the responses are due at the end of the month on the 31st. And we just need to fill that gap until we can award a new contract.
So can we realistically fill that gap?
We do not have the ability right now to take this over. We have been thinking about how to bring this in-house. It's a long-term process. It's a year probably from right now until we could realistically take on the entire city. Purchasing equipment, hiring people, training people, negotiating with unions are a lot of steps there. So
So we don't have a backup plan right now if we voted this down.
Correct. We totally understand the sentiment of the council. I think that we can definitely convey that information onto the current vendor. But I don't know if we have another option right now, to be honest.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my vote the same way then. I don't want us to not have recycling and trash pickup, but they definitely have a lot of issues that need to be addressed because half the trash ends up in the street, the other half ends up in the truck. So yeah, I'm keeping it the same.
You're voting yes for it. So if we get one more no, it'll be defeated. So is anyone else looking to change their vote on 1039? Hearing none, let me recap. Okay, on items 1037 through 1038, they're approved 9-0. Item 1039 is approved 5-4, with council members Solomon, Lavaro, Rivera, and President Waterman voting no. Item 1040 through 1041 are approved 9-0. Item 1042 is approved 8-1, with councilperson Lavaro voting no. Items 1043 and 1044 are approved 9-0. Item 1045 was withdrawn. Item 1046 through 1047 is 9-0. Item 1048 is approved 8-1, with councilperson Lavaro voting no, and item 10.49 is also approved 8-1, councilperson Lavaro voting no. Okay. On to items 10.50 through 10.59. We could just move that. There you go, man. Thank you. Council members, items 10.50 through item 10.59. Councilperson Ridley.
50 through 59?
Correct.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Cranzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Delay.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
I know I don't think this is a conflict of interest, but BA, I just want to ask for the law department. I use Vavis for like my automotive stuff. I don't think that's a problem, but I just wanted to make sure.
I would suggest abstaining just to be safe.
All right.
Yeah, I think if we're erring on the side of caution, yeah, I would.
On 56, because I do use Vavis. I think he's great, but you know, I pay for my services. I just don't want to like cause no confusion. But so I abstain on 56 and I and all the rest.
They do moped repairs.
You're jealous. Jealous. Jealousy will get you nowhere. Facts.
Councilperson Lavaro.
No on 50 and 51. I and all the rest.
1050 and 1051, no, and I on all the rest. Got it. It's nice that we can laugh at this hour at this time too. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
And I'm able to recap without screwing. Never mind. Don't let me jinx it. Okay. Let me recap on item 1050 is approved 8-1, with Councilperson Lavaro voting no. Item 1051 is approved 8-1, with Councilperson Lavaro voting no. Items 1052 through 1055 are approved 9-0. Item 10.56 is approved 8-0-1, with Councilperson Robinson vote abstaining. And items 1057 through 1059 are approved 9-0. On to items 1060 through 1069. Councilperson Ridley.
I have a question on 1061, and I apologize because we probably should have discussed this or might have discussed some of this at the caucus meeting. But what's the difference between these bathrooms and our bathrooms now? Like, I know right now we give the choice of using, you know, whatever bathroom you please. And then second part of that is, which we might not have an answer to right now that we're doing single occupancy bathrooms, are we moving that way going forward, or is that something like to be determined depending on how this pandemic goes?
Yes, council members, apologies that we didn't discuss this at the caucus. Just a lot of things going on. Brian Miller was there planning to discuss it, but for some reason we skipped over it. So the purpose of this resolution is to award a contract to this company to do the engineering and design services to understand the feasibility of doing single occupancy bathrooms, which would also be technically non-binary. So the idea is, for example, on the second floor, the bathrooms by the mayor's office have the capacity for multiple people in each of those bathrooms. Even though they're gender neutral, you could theoretically fit 3 or 4 people probably in each of those bathrooms. The purpose of this is to try to find a way to construct single occupancy bathrooms. So one person, one door in a permanent fashion, rather than locking the entire multi-person bathroom. We would then have the ability to have more people have their own facility at the same time. We're not totally sure what the cost is going to be. That's why we're doing this study. You know, the plumbing is old, the space is a little weird, the size of the bathroom areas is strange. So this is going to help us understand the cost of it, the feasibility, the timing, and all those additional details.
Okay. And then one last question. Are we able to include this as part of like our COVID expenses?
Yeah, we definitely think so. Just because we had to make our bathroom single occupancy because of the size of them and the close proximity that you might have. So we're definitely going to submit for that.
Okay. All right. And we're going to 69, right, Sean?
Yes. Amanda,
Okay.
can you just bring up the resolutions again? If you can just bring that up for us. Perfect.
Okay.
Go down to-
I'm voting aye for all.
Thank you. Councilperson Prinzary,
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
I want to first acknowledge Brian Platt and John McKinney from the Law Department for all their work on the reservoir. And I just want to thank them, not just for 1062 and 1066, but also I believe 1052. So just want to thank you, and aye for all.
okay. Councilperson Solomon,
No on 1063 and no on 1067, and then I and the rest.
'63 and '67, got it. Okay, Councilperson Robinson,
I fall.
thank you. Councilperson Lavaro,
I'm abstaining on 63 to 65, and just reiterate my request. I think I mentioned this in caucus for a closed session for 63, and I'll add to that 64. And on 65, just didn't get all my questions answered there, so nothing personal on that one. And then voting no on 67, and aye on all the rest.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, if you would bear with me as I recap. Items 10.60 through 10.62 are approved 9-0. Items 10.63 is approved 7-1-1, with Councilperson Solomon voting no and Councilperson Navarro abstaining. Item 10.64 is approved 8-0-1, with Councilperson Navarro abstaining. Item 10.65 is approved 8-0-1, with Councilperson Navarro abstaining. Item 10.66 is approved 9-0.
Right.
Okay, I feel the same way. Item 10.67 is approved 7-2, with council members Solomon and Navarro voting no. And items 68 and 69 are approved 9-0. Okay, for the balance of our resolutions, items 1070 through 1076. We have them up on the screen. Councilperson Ridley.
I just want to say for 1070 that I'm happy we are getting some funding for our small businesses here in Jersey City. 1074. Of course, I'm happy about this and want to strongly support this resolution. So thank you to Council President for putting this forth. 75 with the New Jersey Transit power plant in Kearney. Thank you to everyone that called in and called the office before the meeting and brought this issue to our attention. And thank you to Councilwoman Prinzeri, because we both had a resolution on and we were able to just pick one and co-sponsor it. So can we just make sure that we update that both Councilwoman Prinzeri and myself are sponsoring 75? And then for 76, I think that civilian review boards are important. It's something that the Public Safety Review Board here in Jersey City has been advocating for and asking for quite some time since I've been on the board. So while we realize there are certain decisions that still have to be made at the state level, I think it is good to see that we as a council are in agreement and on board for civilian review boards, and we believe that it should be a choice of municipalities. So with that, I vote aye for the remainder of the agenda.
Thank you. Councilperson Prinzeri.
So for 1070, I just really want to thank Rosemary McFadden, Jennifer Moore, and Francis Barron for really reaching out to our small business communities, working with the SIDs and working with the business communities to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to apply for this funding. I know that there's been some questions around it, but they have great plans. I was with the Westside Partnership to understand how they're going to be rolling this out. I think that all council people that are sitting on boards for SID should also get involved with this. With regard to 1075, Councilwoman Ridley, I thank you for working with me on this and working with community leaders, including Steve Krinsky and also Logan Miller. Environmental justice is a big part of what we're all working towards for our future, and ways that we can, address environmental issues and issues around carbon emissions is very important. With the ARC 145 Council, President Waterman, thank you for your leadership on this. And with all of that, I vote aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Baggiano.
All right, I'm going to abstain on 1076 and yes on the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson Soleil.
Aye for all of them, and I just want to say thank you to all the leaders that helped bring about the $7.6 million for our small businesses. They're truly suffering, and I'm really excited to get this on the ground for everyone in the Heights that has a business. And regarding the power plant, the gas-fired power plant in Kearney, basically, I stand with Denise and Mira, my fellow council colleagues, in essentially saying to the state that we need to plan for the future, and we can't keep digging up dinosaurs and burning them. We need to start planning for the future, and it's very close toward D. So I really want to make sure that we have something that's sustainable there, and Governor Murphy should stick to what he has said with his executive order regarding renewable energy projects.
Let's go.
Councilperson Sullivan,
Aye for all.
Councilperson Robinson,
I'm gonna abstain on 70 because I mean, as a small business owner that has lived through COVID and is still living through COVID, I will definitely be applying for some of these funds. I mean, I hope I'm qualified for it. I mean, thank you guys for putting this money here, but we definitely need it. I'm gonna be out here trying to get all the small businesses, their portion of it. From the EDC. I know they're going to be pushing hard to help get the advertisement out, but I'm going to abstain because I'm definitely going to be applying. I just want to let that be known for the record. I'm applying like everybody else. And, what happens, but I'm not going to vote on it.
and you're voting aye on the rest?
Aye on all the rest, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Councilperson LeVaro.
Okay, starting from the bottom, 10.76. Thank you, Councilperson Ridley, for sponsoring this. Urging our legislature to adopt legislation to allow us to be able to establish independent civilian complaint review boards to avoid any legal issues there. Additionally, had asked the law department and asked you to follow up on that about the possibility of amicus brief in support of Newark's in support of the city of Newark in their litigation on the Civilian Complaint Review Board. Secondly, 10.75, thank you to the council people, Ridley and Mayor Prinzeri for sponsoring this, and thank you to Logan Miller and Melanie and all the other people who came to speak on this and initiate this whole action. 10.74, thank you to Council President for sponsoring that. On 10.73, I've also talked about insourcing on these sort of things as well. I'm going to vote no on this. This is over $1.3 million for painting and striping our streets and so forth. I think that's something that we could probably insource as well and make that sort of investment in Jersey City residents and jobs and opportunities there. Lastly, at 10.70, a lot of emails were exchanged on this in the past 48 hours or so or less, 24 hours actually, and there's a lot of work here to be done. Ask for all of the things that were discussed in the council caucus and over email, including transparency, an open application period, and multiple languages, and working on outreach with all our SIDs as well as many of the other business organizations that reach out to a lot of local groups, as well as our Office of Diversity and Inclusion, which has an 8,000 person vendor database. With that, I'll vote aye on all the rest, except for 73.
Got it. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, if you would just let me recap. Item 10.70 is approved 801 with Councilperson Robinson abstaining. Item 10.71 through 10.72 are approved 9-0. Item 10.73 is approved 8-1 with Councilperson LeVaro voting no. Item 10.74 through 10.75 are are approved 9-0. Item 10.76 is approved 8-0-1 with Councilperson Bajciano abstaining. Okay, so I would like to take this opportunity to just make an announcement that this was probably the very first virtual meeting that went 9+ hours and had that many speakers. So I think we set some records here tonight, council members and members of the public. On that note, may I take a motion to adjourn at 3:20
Motion
a.m.?
to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn by Councilperson Rivera. I heard him first. And I believe I heard the second by Councilperson Ridley.
No, it was Councilwoman Prinzary.
I keep getting you guys mixed up each time. I don't know. You sound very similar virtually, okay? So I'm going to give it to Prinzary. Thank you for the correction. It is 3:21 a.m., so I'm like, okay.
Did a great
Running on
job,
cue.
Sean.
Thank you. So on the motion to adjourn at 3:20 a.m. By acclamation, council members, please say aye.
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 Okay, we are out of here at 3:20 a.m. Thank you so much for your patience and your cooperation. We had some hiccups, but we got through it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the public, for your cooperation as well and staying up this late. And also to everyone who's watching, make sure you continue to wear your masks and practice those safety protocols. Thank you very much. Have a great morning and see you in a couple of hours. Alrighty.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you to your team.
Have a great one.
That's
Take
right.
care.
Anybody want to get breakfast?
Are you buying?
President, I know you can't go to sleep. You told me after 3 o'clock.
You